Won't give up for. Wrapping her arms tightly around the silvery fox, Di Xiaowan's eyes were full of pain when looking down at the unmoving fella. Don't worry, state teacher. I will definitely find you again after 20 years. No one can separate us. So until we meet again, you mustn't let any other female near you. I won't lose my position as your wife to someone else. You must wait for me. Her crying voice spread into the night, making Bai Yan's heart feel extremely heavy. However, the demon queen did not continue her consoling words though like before, only patting her friend on the shoulder in silence. She knows whatever word she utters would be pointless. Understanding the support, Di Xiaowan wiped the tears from her eyes and forced a pitiful smile that wouldn't fool anyone. I'm okay now, sister-in-law, let's go back. I'm afraid state teacher will be cold. Xiaowan. Bai Yan murmurs, her voice croaking like she's also about to tear up. Did you see, sister-in-law? State teacher didn't revert back to his fox form right away. He's probably worried about me being tired from carry him. That's why he did so just now, he's looking out for me. Bai Yan's mouth visibly twitched at that idea. State teacher is already dead. How can he know when to control his body? Of course, she could not say this sentence aloud, only silently murmuring that in the heart as she hugged the grieving girl from the side in support. Yes, state teacher is always looking out for you. Maybe he will even remember everything once you go meet him again in 20 years. Showing a sad face again at the mention of their separation. I will take good care of myself, I won't make state teacher worry. Sister-in-law, let's go back to the palace, I want to send him off myself. The demon princess knows this might be their last time together, even so she won't give up. So what if there's a high chance that her husband-to-be won't remember her in the new incarnation? She won't give up. Jin Tian Lingyan, come help your auntie. Bai Yin tells her twins. Okay. It's the peachy baby girl who spoke first and led the way by holding onto the princess's hand. Auntie, don't be sad. Lingyan will accompany you home. Auntie. The little glutton quickly got the hint and follows up in his own way using that baby fat smile of his. Uncle is only sleeping, he will wake up after a good rest. Don't worry, I will protect you until he does, okay? Those warming words actually brought some light into Di Xiaowan's colorless world. Nodding slightly with her head as confirmation. Auntie here will wait for your uncle, no matter the years I will wait. Looking at the three slowly moving figures, Bai Yin promptly casts her gaze down over to the two older kids. Xiachen Dragoni, those two are too young and can only act cute before your aunt. In the future you two must pay more closer attention lest she does anything silly, otherwise I can't feel at ease. The steam bun nodded seriously. Don't worry mother, I will keep a close eye on auntie during this period. You and Batty father can go off and find the murderer. We must avenge state teacher's death. Although Bai Xiachen didn't have a lot of contact with that kind and gentle man, thus leaving a thin impression. However, that doesn't mean he couldn't relate to his aunt losing the man she loves. That's family they just lost. Little Rice returns, 1. Bai Xiachen pursed his lips. This world has too many bad guys, too many of them. The funeral for state teacher was held in a grand fashion a day later, drawing nearly all of the demon realm's notable figures for the occasion. However, the mood didn't bring happiness or joy like Bai Yan's wedding. Only a looming cloud of gloom for all those attendees. Thankfully for the demon princess, her older brother the king didn't bury the silvery fox in some sort of underground tomb or cremation. Rather, state teacher was preserved inside an ice coffin of grand construction, thus effectively allowed the girl to visit every day to help calm her dreadful mood. Keeping a few ice coffins may be hard for most people, but the demon realm had this much resource at hand. After a couple of weeks later, calm returns to the demon realm. It's just that everyone knows a storm was brewing, a big one at that. Auntie. Bai Xiachen saw his aunt coming out of the icy tomb and quickly stood up. Are we heading home for the day? Making a shallow smile with her frail face, Di Xiaowan caresses her nephew's head. You know you don't have to follow me every day like this, I won't do anything rash. Shaking his little head like a rocking drum. That won't do, mother won't be at ease unless I'm around. Auntie, don't be too sad, okay? State teacher will definitely return one day, and if he doesn't, I will go and get him personally. A sting pierced into the demon princess's heart. She's overwhelmed by how sensible this steam bun was behaving. From the beginning she's been wanting a child like Bai Xiachen, hence her initial acceptance of marrying state teacher. But now the only one that's left was herself. He's grown so much in the past year. Shachan is already up to my waist. Of course our Shachan is the best. You will definitely bring your uncle back. Despite the remark, the hollow void in the lady's iris didn't escape the steambun's keen senses. By Shachan knows, something has died in his aunt's heart and nothing could fill it. She's so bleak that it's hurting him inside as well. I'm not just saying that, Auntie. I will definitely bring uncle back and have him marry you. Afterwards both of you can make lots of babies. Radiating confidence, Bai Shachan's attitude was quickly starting to resemble his old man's dominating nature. It's literally a mini version of Deetsong at this point. Warmed to the heart by that. Thank goodness my big bro married your mother, thus giving birth to you. Auntie here is so fortunate to have a nephew like you. Now I won't feel so lonely with the two of you around. Auntie, Batty father is only bad at expressing himself. He always looked out for you and everyone close to him. He's not bad like everyone makes him out to be. I know, Di Shaowan said. He only claims to hit me if I mess up but never does it. And like state teacher, he will secretly drive away those bad people who try to take advantage of me. I know my big bro is good to me like. Stopping there, a gloom once again shrouded over the princess's figure, bringing the boy into a tight hug. So you don't have to worry about me misunderstanding my brother. I am not a blind person. I can see those who are kind to me. Little Rice returns too. Di Shaowan could be silly and slow at times, but she would never mistaken those who are nice and kind to herself. She's of pure heart, not a fool. Then I am relieved. Bai Shachan exhales a long sigh. Reaching out to give his auntie a hug. Let's hurry back home. Mother told me she's making food for us and is waiting. It's been so long since I ate mother's cooking so I can't wait. Charmed by how gluttonous the steam bun was behaving, Di Shaowan wipes away the thin layer of fluid from her eye and chuckled. Okay, let's head home before the food gets cold. But before leaving, the demon princess didn't forget to give a fleeting glance back towards the ice tomb where her eyes surged with conviction. State teacher, no matter where you are I will find you even if it takes me to the end of the world. I won't abandon our relationship. In the main dining hall of the demon palace, a table has been placed with plenty of dishes that left the room filled with delectable aromas. It's enough to make the unaware drooling all the way out the door. Jean Tian the little glutton got hit the hardest here in this case. He's always been fond of eating so his ability to hold back was the weakest. However, thanks to his twin sister's wary gaze and repeated slapping, the boy couldn't reach his hand out and grab what he wanted. Jean Tian, you mustn't eat yet, we need to wait for Auntie and Big Brother first. The words weren't meant as a threat, but it only made the baby boy all the more aggrieved and sadder. How could he not be sad? There's a table of food prepared by his mother before his very eye that's radiating aromas that could drive any child screaming and crying if not eaten. I'll wait for Auntie and Big Brother to come back then. Mother said Auntie is in a poor mood lately. I must be good, I mustn't make Mother sad. It's just some food, I can hold it in, I'm a man. With that thought in mind, the little glutton gulped and heavily forced the saliva back down into his throat. He's resisting well against his greatest desire. Mother, Auntie and I are back. It's then when Dragoni had finished carrying the latest dish out, a tender voice called out and caught their ears. Jean Tian reacted very strongly to this and nearly rolled off his own stool. Big Brother and Auntie is back. Does that mean I can start eating? Auntie, the twin sister on the other hand stood up and gave a loud reply instead. Although the little glutton was a bit duller than his twin, it doesn't mean he couldn't act responsibly when required. Auntie, come eat. Against the double soft cuddly assault of these two, Di Zhaowan's heart melted away and found peace. A rare thing in these past few days since state teacher's death. You don't have to wait for me in the future, you know. No, Ling Yan shook her head immediately. Mother taught us to respect our elders. Father is too busy to be around to accompany us, but Auntie is here. Me and Jean Tian will wait, we are not hungry. Gulping at that last word, the little glutton suppresses his desire and followed up. That's right, Auntie, we are not hungry, so hurry and come eat with us. Coincidentally, Bai Yan had also come out from the kitchen with the soup ready. If not for Di Shaowan's poor mood, she would not personally cook anything herself. As a result, Bai Shachan hadn't been able to eat his mother's cooking for a long time. Little Rice returns 3. Right as Bai Yan's about to lay down the dish and take a seat herself, The demon queen suddenly picked up on a couple of energy signatures quickly drawing close. Squinting those eyes to conclude who they are, a flash of bright light flickered in her eyes. It looks like I won't be able to stay for this meal. As anticipating as he was about to eat his mother's cooking after so long, Bai Xiaochen was more curious about the reasoning for that comment. Why mother? The three of them are back. 3. Biting her chopstick, Di Xiaowan turns to ask as well since she's also curious. Isn't Little Rice, Tiger, and Sing Dragon only 2? Why is there suddenly 3? Sister-in-law, what did you tell them to do that they would bring someone else along? Bai Yin made a meaningful smile at their question. You are forgetting about Black Turtle. That instantly brought a touch of surprise to the princess's face. Black Turtle? You found him already? It's during the time I was gone in the celestial realm. I went to the place where Black Turtle resided and brought him home. All of you stay and eat, I'll go meet them first. Bai Yin normally wouldn't just leave her family behind for no reason. It's just that she hasn't forgotten about the promise with Suzaku the vermilion bird. Back then that phoenix claimed she had something for herself if she could gather the other 3 sacred beasts. Now that they are back, it's time she went and retrieved said item. Mother, I'll go with you. Bai Xiaochen jumps up from his own stool. I haven't seen Little Rice for so long, I miss him too. In this world for the steam bun, that white tiger held a very special position in his heart. Their childhood friends, the type that grew up together side by side and took the fault for his own mischievous deeds. Naturally, he must go meet this friend that's been gone for so long. That's fine, you come along then. Bai Yin didn't reject the proposal and led the way. Not far away after leaving the palace door, the demon queen could see the 3 black dots in the sky that's quickly descending to their position. In the middle would be a woman in green, her face carrying a heroic feel. This would of course be Tsing-Yi the Azure Dragon. Then beside to the left would be a man donning a deep black robe and warmly smiling at herself. This would be Black Turtle who had an air of a scholar. And then to the right. Well, Bai Yin expected a white tiger, and instead found a young handsome boy that hasn't quite shed his youth-like air yet. At first the demon queen became perplexed by the sight, but she soon recognized who this new boy was. Little Rice, didn't you say you don't want to take on a human form because it's not as mighty looking as your tiger form? Blushing red in the face, the young boy quipped a stammering reply. PFF. Tsing-Yi could no longer hold back her laughter and blurted out the truth. That's easy to explain, mistress. Little Rice made a bet with Black Turtle and he lost. The consequence is him taking a transformation Dan pill and him turning out like this. Little Rice twitched in the mouth at being teased. Can you stop mentioning that already? Oh right. Mistress, is that crazy lass Huang Xiaoing around? I don't want to be here if she is. His eyes quickly and carefully scanned the area in a wary manner. That face told everyone how much he disliked being chased after by a female. Good thing that mad lass isn't around, otherwise she will never let me go in this form. Unfortunately for Little Rice, his sense of security didn't last for even a minute when a hurricane blew right into him. Next thing he knew was a pair of arms wounding tightly around his neck, and a pair of legs locking onto his own waist like he's been caught by a crane. Husband, you're finally back in the demon realm. Oh, how I missed you. Huang Xiaoing the tigress gleefully bemoans like a good little wife, her breast repeatedly rubbing against his to let their body interact. Flushing hard until it's a cherry red, Little Rice snaps. You crazy woman, who said I am your husband? You got the wrong person. The tigress blinked and wrinkled her nose as she sniffed his scent. No, I am not mistaken, you are my husband, Little Rice. I am following you for life, you won't lose me so easily. Little Rice returns for, You. The teenager forcibly removed the tigress from himself while giving his mistress an aggrieved look. Mistress, do you not love me anymore? Why did you let this crazy lass into the palace? Help me get rid of her. This crazy girl, is she not embarrassed by clinging onto a man's body in broad daylight? Furthermore, she keeps calling me her husband at first sight. Like, does she do that at every whim or with every male tiger she sees? At the thought of this, the teenager's face sank a little more as he shot an accusing stare towards Huang Xiaoing. No matter what, I never want to be with such an open and crazy girl. Xiaoing is here to see Xiaowan, so I can't kick her out now, can I? Bai Yin sensei, I wish you luck. Look of her own. You take care. The teenager's face went green and was ready to cry. Can't drive away this crazy girl? Does that mean I will have to struggle with her every time I come to the palace? Little Rice, I miss you so much. Bai Xiaochen rushed past his mother's side Tihen and gave the teenager a big hearty hug. I don't even know what to do without you during this period. That remark actually brought the crying teenager to tears due to how moved he was inside. As expected of my little young master. It's worth being his scapegoat for all those years in the past. Little master, I did not know you loved me this much. I'm so moved. Instead of following up with a compliment to that remark, Bai Xiaochen's face suddenly got all stern and serious. Little Rice, you are overthinking this. Without you during this period I had no one to be my scapegoat. Although there's no one around to take my snacks, it doesn't compare with having someone else take the fault for my pranks. Thankfully I had Yellowy the big dog from Batty Father's household on Earth. That big dog was so handy that he took the fault twice for me. Poor Yellowy, if the pervy mutt overheard the opinion from the steam bun, he would surely be heartbroken and roll over. Of course, that possibility was impossible, so it's of no fault to anyone aside from Little Rice. The teenager looked so sad and resentful that it's heart-wrenching. So my existence is only to be used as a scapegoat? The steam bun nodded earnestly. What else did you think? Don't stop me, I'm going to jump into the river. Don't stop me, I don't want to live anymore. Woo! With a swing, the tiger boy rushed for the nearest river he could find. He originally expected the others to stop him by pulling at his arm, but who would have guessed none of these so-called family and friends budged. In fact, they were so motionless that it was shocking when he took a peek. Take Huang Xiaoying the tigress for example. She should have been the first to run over and stop him, yet the woman only stood there and stared. That's ridiculous and unreasonable considering all the words she spelled so far. Why aren't any of you stopping me? Little Rice asks after coming up to the edge of the water. Huang Xiaoying spoke like a good little wife. You told us not to pull you back, am I not a good and obedient wife? Having one's heart broken was one thing. Having his heart shatter and then stomped was a whole another matter. That's what's happening here to Little Rice's poor little soul. Nearly bursting into tears. What have I done that you all must do this to me? Hehe, I'm just teasing you, Little Rice. I actually really miss you. Bai Xiaochen figured his little prank was about right and decides to stop there. It's about time. Little Rice sniffles his nose and turned to the demon queen. Mistress, you said Huang Xiaoying is here to see the princess. Did something happen to Her Highness? Bai Yan's heart trembled at the question but knew this matter could not be hidden from them. State teacher, he's dead. State teacher's dead? A very surprised look gripped the teenager's face. State teacher's dead? Something that big occurred in the demon realm? How did it happen? The princess likes the guy so much, she won't be able to stand it. You're able to see Xiaowan like state teacher? Bai Yan asks with a raised brow, puckering his lips at the remark. Only a fool would not see it. The princess is always so happy when she speaks of state teacher, always saying how excellent and kind he is. Who wouldn't be able to tell she likes him? Bai Yan smiled bitterly. But Xiaowan is that fool, only she never realized that. Suzaku won. If Xiaowan had known about her own feeling, if he had known his heart, now will not be so remorseful for life. Come on, let's go to the Demon Mountain. I'm sure Suzaku misses us very much. Forming a faint smile, Bai Yin leads the way towards the sacred mountain. As usual, the great demon mountain continues to radiate off a white brilliant glow, giving off a sacred and divine sensation to those who witness its glory. For Suzaku the vermilion bird, she's been long accustomed to this environment. However, her boring days would soon come to an end when she sensed the familiar auras quickly drawing near. Queen! With a look of surprise in the face, the fiery red lady promptly stood up and ran towards the base of her abode to wait. Black Turtle, you're also back. She only needed a glance to recognize that black-robed figure. This brought joy to the vermilion bird, but as soon as she shifted to the lady in green, which was Tsingy the azure dragon, the phoenix instantly deflated and got all sad in the face. Why did Azure Dragon have to be reborn as a female? It would have been better if it was Black Turtle who turned into a woman. Oh why? 1,000 years ago, this phoenix didn't merely treat her companion Azure Dragon as a friend, she also secretly held a crush for that guy. So imagine having your crush be reborn as a woman like yourself? Wouldn't that make her a lesbian if she continued to pursue that love? Xingyi noticed the blaming look flooding out of Suzaku's gaze, of course. Out of discomfort, this heroic-looking dragoness instinctively took a step back after landing and coughed to clear her throat. Suzaku, it's been a long time. Regarding the past, the dragoness may not remember much of it, but the beautiful lady before herself gave off a trustworthy feeling, that much she's certain. Yet the next action from Suzaku completely scared the daylights out of Xingyi. Because she actually came forward and groped her breasts with both hands, startled like any woman should at having their important part groped. Even if it's by another female. She jumped and cried out. What are you doing? Oh, I wanted to see when those two big balls will disappear. Do you intend to be a woman all your life? Suzaku states this as a matter of fact. Quickly shielding her own chest with those hands, the dragoness turns to Bai Yen for help. Mistress Suzaku. Did she lose her mind? Gently rubbing her own temple like a headache's coming, Bai Yen suddenly sighed for some reason. Bai Xiachen immediately picked up on this sense and focused in with a worried face. Mother, are you not feeling well? Bai Yen shook her head. I just realized something when watching Xingyi, blinking his big innocent eyes. That is, after reincarnating, one's gender isn't up to the individual's wishes. Let's say, state teacher became a woman, how will one cope with that? The steam bun got quiet for a long while before weakly speaking up. Auntie loves state teacher a lot. I'm sure she will love him regardless of the outcome. Auntie wouldn't mind something like that, would she? And how do you know state teacher will like another female? Ruffling his own hair like he's going to go crazy, Bai Xiachen became stumped. I promised Auntie that I will bring state teacher back home no matter what. If he doesn't agree, then I will tie him up and do it. He will marry Auntie and take her as his wife. Though a bit brutish, Bai Yen had to agree with her boy's decision. After rubbing her own chin at the plausibility of that scheme, she nods. All right, that's decided then. If state teacher doesn't agree, then we will tie him up and bring him home. No matter what, he's stuck being the son-in-law of the demon realm. He won't escape that fate. Suzaku, too. For the divine beasts gathered here on this mountain, their only reactionary reflex would be to shudder from the chill running down their backs. As expected of Bai Xiachen, he's truly the mistress's son. Even when talking about kidnapping someone, they're of the same opinion. Little Rice was the most affected and nearly cried in his voice. Mistress, can you stay away from that Huang Xiaoying from now on? Bai Yen casts a confused glance at the little feline boy. Why? I'm afraid you're on too good of a term with her. What if she suddenly gets the idea of kidnapping me? So, you need to keep your distance from her. I don't want to marry such a crazy woman. Marrying that sort of crazy one is the same as taking my life. That's not right on your part, Little Rice. Huang Xiaoying can be a little crazy at times, but she's got a lot of good points too. Why do you dislike her so much? In the steambun's mind, that tigress does act a bit crazy at times, but that shouldn't warrant such strong dislikes from his friend. You're making it out too lightly, little master. Imagine you meeting such a crazy woman like that. Would you be able to stay calm? The tiger boy explains with an aggrieved voice. Bai Zaken merely blinked like he didn't get it. I already have Ling Yan and Dragoni as my sisters. Why do I need another girl from the outside? You, on the other hand, don't have a single one aside from Huang Xiaoying. Girl. Little Rice paused for a short moment before exploding with a jump. Can you even call that a girl? Huang Xiaoying is already 100 years old. That's an old woman. Furthermore, she is so bold and open with none of the air of a fine lady. In saying this, the tiger boy had indirectly offended Suzaku, who's standing to the side. There's a darkened air exuding out of the lady's aura, and by the time the foolish tigerling realized his own folly, pyres of flame had already burst forward to give the phoenix an ominous and threatening picture. 100 years is considered old in your opinion? I've lived for 1,000 years, what does that make me? Little Rice shrank at the frightening temperament and hurried to hide behind Bai Yan's back. Mistress, can you save me? Instead of saving though, the demon queen narrowed her eyes in at the young feline. 100 years is an old woman, eh? How about Deetsong? Wouldn't he be considered an old man in your eye? The tiger boy gulped, his face pale and antsy. Yes, Deetsong was indeed an old man in his eye, but how could Little Rice openly say that? He wouldn't dare. How is that possible? The king is handsome and peerless in all respect. How can he be an old man when he's so seductive? I will challenge anyone who says that. Making an angered face like he meant it, he attempts to cover his own hide in case the man somehow overhears. Mistress Suzaku, I merely misspoke there. Huang Xiaoying is a young and beautiful tigress, she's not an old woman at all. 100 years pay, that's barely old enough to be an adult in demon age, really? Oh, then I will inform Ditsong about your view. I'm sure he will like it when he finds out he's seductive. I'm sure that will please him. Bai Yin smirks, the teasing fun flickering in her narrowed eyes. Little Rice's face went green with fright. He's really going to cry if he continues to dig his own grave. Mistress, when did you get so mean? Mother, Bai Xiaochen giggles and tugged at her sleeve. Let's stop teasing him, look at how much he's shivering. I'm afraid he might really faint at this rate. It's not like you don't know how jumpy he is when frightened. That didn't help at all for the tiger boy's heart. The remark only made him all teary inside at being called a scaredy cat. Oh, little Rice, you need to stop being so scared all the time. Mother won't force you to marry anyone. Unless you are willing, that is. Now some would wonder why they would kidnap state teacher. Unlike with other people, that man truly loves the demon princess. He might not remember the past life, but he will, and once he does, a little kidnapping means nothing and would be of no consequence. Suzaku 3. Suzaku's expression got quieter after their little play. Queen, now that they have returned, we can also carry out the contracting ceremony with me. Afterwards we need to go to a specific place. Okay, let's being then. With a serious face, Bai Yin nods in agreement. This time the bonding went as smoothly as things like this could go. Bai Yin herself still didn't unlock the past memories through this ritual. But Suzaku on the other hand got a total makeover in her whole appearance. Before she was like a waning beauty at the end of her ropes, but now she's glorious and shining, truly a scourge to all men alike since she could practically enslave those whom she deem a prey. The contract is completed, mistress, please come with me now. The rest of you need to come too, I will need your help in what's to come. With a charming smile, she transforms into a bright red light and flew towards the peak of the mountain. She has been waiting here for them over a span of a millennium. It's time she brought this long journey to an end now that her 3 peers have returned. Nobody likes being stuck on a single spot and unable to leave. At the peak of this sacred mountain, there lied a strange altar-like gate. From above high nobody would be able to see this since it's covered in a shielding barrier. But once up close, those who come would be welcomed with a grand arrangement with 4 giant statues representing the 4 sacred beasts. White tiger, azure dragon, black turtle and vermilion bird. Mother, Bai Xiaochen found this setup to be a bit discomforting, so he anxiously grasped onto the demon queen's hand, his eyes vigilant and alarmed towards area. Bai Yin on the other hand didn't feel any danger or unease, rather her heart inwardly trembled once she laid her gaze on the construct. Without effort, her feet began to walk towards the giant bronze door in front. The reason I guarded this place for so long is for this very gate. To open it, us 4 sacred beasts must stand at the specific spot indicated by the statues. After saying that, Suzaku's body gradually enlarged and took on the form of a giant flaming bird to whisk through the air in a circling arc. Little Rice became ecstatic at the thought of taking his tiger form. He lost the bet with Black Turtle, so he had to keep being a boy, but now he's free. With a roar, his mighty form returns to stand guard at this mountain like an invincible war god. At the same time, Azure Dragon and Black Turtle also transformed, but unlike the majestic and searing heat of the bird and tiger, their bodies exuded a big puff of mist and watery droplets across the ground. All are equally majestic and mystique in their own right, just unique in regards to their own elements. However, in comparison to their individual might, the following disturbance after they took their respective spots were astronomically loud. The sky burned red, it's been lit aflame. A crimson blood color that boomed and rocked the ground like never before seen. It's as if someone or something powerful has been born into this world as a result of their actions. Not far away in the palace, Ditsong had been discussing various matters of the realm with his subjects when this huge rocking quake brought them to attention. Majesty, said First Elder, who was the closest to the throne, I remember State Teacher mentioning Suzaku and the others are not ordinary demons, that they've existed since the beginning of our world. I'm sure the Queen will be fine, so you need not worry about the disturbance. Ditsong makes a thoughtful face. I know they are not ordinary, there's no need to mention that to me. I have full trust in my wife's ability. Slightly startled by that response, First Elder quickly bent his head in apology. Didn't state teacher say the king lost his memories? How come I got the feeling he's known about those for all along or something? First Elder, Deetsong paused for a good moment before suddenly speaking. In the following 10 years I want you to pay attention to the human world. If there is any exceptional human that is born, bring me their details immediately. Heavenly Flame Monarch 1. First Elder took a minute to react to that order since it came out of nowhere. Is there a reason for this, Your Majesty? Oh. State teacher will be reincarnated in the human world. That said, Deetsong's lips ticked upwards into a cool smirk. Getting silent for a good while longer, the old senior hesitated to speak. Normally it's difficult to predict where one's soul is reborn. Majesty, how are you able to conclude state teacher will be in the human world and not elsewhere? That you need not concern yourself, I have my means to send his next incarnation over there. You only need to make sure to locate his new self. Besides, Xiaowan already gave the guy her own internal pearl. It's nearly impossible to not notice his signature when it comes. His talent will be so grand that anyone would take notice. I see. Though he says that, First Elder's mouth was openly twitching. So that's why the king is not around for the past days. He's been busy handling the matter with state teacher's death. His Majesty is always like this. Hard and cold on the surface but kind and persistent on the inside. I'm sure the princess will be pleased once she hears of this news. However, once the thought of the kind and gentle state teacher not being around anymore brought the mood back down again in the elder's eye. He couldn't deny the recent period has been dark and grim. Enough of that, did you find out who killed state teacher yet? Do you know their origin? Deetsong asks with a storm brewing in his iris. The world always say demons are cruel and ruthless, but in reality, the love they held are only for their kind and those around themselves. I've asked the princess some more questions and all I got was that they are not from this place. Apparently, the only way they managed to come was through using that fox as a medium. Going by that trail, I can safely assume it's not the celestial realm who attacked us. That's a given. Without the celestial palace to act as a threat, there are none capable of openly attacking the demon realm anymore. In that case, there's only one possibility. The outer domains. Deetsong roars once the answer hit him, that voice murderous. Those people are from the outer domains. Unlike the celestial realm where the most powerful cultivators are usually around the demi-divine lord level, the outer domains are where the absolute strongest resided. It's not that this world couldn't produce powerful beings like a divine lord or true celestial. Rather, those who had reached this stage are already capable of breaking through the fabrics of reality. Or in the case of a true celestial, they could in fact create their own space within the void and form a whole new world. Yes, Your Majesty, that is likely the case. According to the archives within the palace, those from the outer domains were capable of traversing between our worlds at ease several thousand years ago. But due to the constant wars and fighting of all those planes, one of the true celestials finally stepped in to put a stop to that barbaric age. From what I recall, that person was called Heavenly Flame Monarch. He used his own body to act as the sacrificial body to place a barrier between us and those from the outside. Now that he's thought back to the old knowledge, First Elder's breathing rhythm clearly grew faster, which showed how much it bothered him. Sire, if it's really the outer domains, then I'm afraid. Growing grim and dark in the face as well, Deetsong doesn't back down despite the threat. And what of it? If they dare to move against my people, then I don't care if it's a divine lord or true celestial. I will make all those who cause state teacher's death pay for their transgression. Blood for blood, that's the ironclad law of our kind, don't forget that. Shaken and moved by that bravado, First Elder still felt somewhat uneasy inside but knew the king he serves wouldn't fail and would surely achieve such goal. The main task at hand would be to figure out the one responsible, only then could they move forward with the next plan. Sire, the only one who truly knows the one behind the attack is that little fox brought back by the princess. Unfortunately, that fox has died and her soul extinguished. I'm afraid our clues are completely cut off at this rate. Heavenly Flame Monarch 2. First Elder raises his head and met Deetsong's gaze. The only thing we know is that Monarch has some sort of vendetta against you. Your Majesty, can you think of some enemy in the outer domains that would do this? Furrowing his brow, the Demon King appears displeased. If I can think of a name, then you think I would be here asking you? Stammering for a proper reply to that rebuke, the old senior quickly bowed his head in apology for saying something so stupid. Nevertheless, it doesn't change the fact that they had no way to investigate the matter. Unless they could head out to the outside domains, what other means do they have? The Demon Mountain. Inside the Bronze Gate, Bai Yen had just finished adjusting her eyes to the bright light with her boy in tow when she noticed the walls around herself. This place she came into was a long corridor painted with murals depicting a series of demons bowing their heads toward a single entity sitting atop of a throne. She's seen this setup before, specifically the room where she saw those statues in the secret alchemic manual she got. Bai Yen naturally wanted to figure out who this individual was, since the person would likely be the one responsible for all this. Sadly, that face on the wall had been blurred out, perhaps with age or a deliberate attempt by the painter itself. She leaned more towards the latter, since everything else in here appears pristine on the surface. Mother, what is all this? Bai Shachen asks as he bit his thumb. Bai Yen smiled and explained what she knew. I am not certain either, but I've seen this arrangement before. The first time were all in the form of statues that's neatly arranged like those in these wall paintings, but it didn't have the portrait of that woman at the end. I do remember the fox statue though. You see, son? That silver fox at the forefront is sprawled in a kneeling pose, yet its expression doesn't look submissive at all, does it? I can tell the lady who made this has a fantasy-prone personality. Mother, what is a fantasy-prone personality? The steam bun asks with a confused face, patting her son's head to answer. It's when a person has an overactive imagination. Sometimes they are so deep into their fantasies that they can't distinguish between reality of imagination anymore. Enlightened, the steam bun heavily nods. I see. I feel so sad for that lady then. Why must she fantasize about all this? Isn't it better to live life as it is? I don't know. She's likely sick or something. Caressing her chin, Bai Yen suggests. Let's go further inside. I want to see the sort of treasure in here that could make Suzaku willingly safeguard it for a millennium. Before long, the pair had come to the end where a table sat in the middle, its surface covered in dust and cracks like it would shatter with a single pat. Mother, do you know what that table is for? Bai Shachen hurriedly ran over to check up on this, where he found a small booklet at the top. Naturally, the boy wasted no time to offer it up to win some points. Bai Yen happy accepted the gift from her son and began to flip the pages. It's just that instead of getting through the book and be amazed by its content, she instead found a letter after the cover. It's a diary type of letter. Since then, my soul has been floating around in a perennial stasis. Others are unable to communicate with me, nor are they able to see me. All I can do is watch the world as an outsider to kill off my boredom. Heavenly Flame Monarch 3. But the things in the world is nothing but fighting and killing, or seeking revenge to win the wife. It's honestly boring to the extreme, until I found that fool named Heavenly Flame anyways. In order to quell the war between the various domains, that fool did not hesitate to use his own body as a medium in order to seal the wormholes connecting all the worlds. Now, unless they are at the true celestial rank of their cultivation, they can't break through this barrier anymore and enter the celestial realm. Well, it worked out for me in the end anyways. After Heavenly Flame died, his soul became like mine and started to float around aimlessly. I found his soul and had quite the happy time talking with him after so long of being alone. Also, I grew a budding interest in life again from his story, so I decided to go into the cycle of rebirth. I don't know when I will be able to come back here, to this place, and perhaps it will take generations of my new self until then. Regardless, I'm not different from others and don't want my years of cultivation and knowledge to go to waste, to be in vain. That's why I decided to write all of it in this book. If one is fated or just dumb lucky enough to come here, take it and use the knowledge to the best of your ability. Oh right, I have one request for this though. In order to inherit my knowledge, you must conquer the group of demons here. If not able to, one shall be incinerated until their very soul is destroyed. If you, the one who reads this, is willing to accept my inheritance, the conditions that comes with it, turn to the second page of this book. Bai Shachen also saw the letter since he kept poking his head up from the side. Mother, the lady said only those who conquered the demon realm can inherit her knowledge or be burned to death. Humming a brief pause. Son, do you think I qualify? The bit about conquering the demons, that is. I guess so, Mother. Bai Xiachen scratches the back of his head. You already conquered Batty Father, the current king of the demons, and the next king is also your son. In my eye that's as good as it comes when it came to conquering a place. I doubt the curse will work on you, mother. Isn't that right? Bai Yan didn't dwell on the issue and decisively turned to the second page. At the same time, the ancient book beamed a stream of light out from its content, instantly enshrouding her head in it. In that moment, countless images shot into Bai Yan's mind. First it was the disputes between humanity and demons alike, then came the woman in red brandishing a long gleaming sword to slice out at her foes, each strike capable of slashing out the fabrics of reality. Bai Yan tried and tried to get a glimpse of that face while the glimpses flashed along. Yet the long hair and insanely fast movement squashed any hope for that achievement. Next that came were the adventures and hurdles this lady faced. She saw untold numbers of demons and humans unlike, all very different compared to the current world. It's almost certain to Bai Yan this world depicted an age so old into the past that it's been long forgotten to the swirls of time. So the owner of this book is from an age beyond history? Why would her inheritance be on the demon mountain then? What sort of relationship does she have with the demon realm? The scenes eventually disappeared. Yet the demon queen took much longer to digest its content with those closed eyes. And when she did come back to reality, she quickly came to the realization that the knowledge inside the book had directly imprinted itself onto her brain for future reading. Naturally, this brought a huge wave of excitement for Bai Yan's heart. She's already at the demi-divine lord level. Advancing further would be extremely difficult without guidance, and now she's got it. Mother, what's wrong? Bai Xiachen worriedly pulled at her sleeve, his eyes anxious. Just now the book, it disappeared. Showing a faint smile, the lady knew why her boy sounded so troubled and quelled it. It's okay, I merely read the content and took it in. During this period, I will stay here for training. Outer Domain 1. Okay, I will stay here too until you're finished. Bai Xiachen happily said, his big bright eyes shining with life. Inside a rustic study room, a man dressed in a long black robe has been staring out the window with a dark gloomy face, the air around him oppressive and suffocating due to the foul events thus far. Monarch. A maid stepped forward from the doorway and respectfully bowed. Miss Yunro, she seeks an audience. The man frowned after hearing that name. Let her in then. Yes, Monarch. The maid complied and left. Moments later. Greetings, Monarch. Yunrua, she properly bowed her head in a respectful manner, her tone submissive and soft. Were you in the celestial realm recently? The man's indifferent and gloomy voice sent a shudder down the lady's spine, causing her white dress to flutter so slightly due to the vibration. Not dumb enough to think she could hide the fact, Yunrua, she decides to spill the truth. Yes, Monarch, I did go back to the celestial realm. I wanted to help deal with the demon realm, please forgive me. The man finally turned around and stopped using his back to face her. If something happens to you, I won't save you a second time. The lady's expression changed greatly as she hung her head even lower. I understand, Monarch. Say it, why did you come seek me today? Though indifferent, the cold demanding note in there told the other side this person doesn't like being bothered unless it's important. I wish to know why your monarchness wishes to destroy the demon realm. Is there some sort of dispute between you and them? Yunro, she timidly asks this, her voice so soft that it could melt hearts. In her mind, this person who's a monarch of a world was no different to any other men. As long as she uses her seductive charms, then she would be able to get anything out of him. It's just that the trickery has backfired. In this moment, only a disgustful light flickered within the individual's eye. It is no secret that Deetsong killed my entire family, so I don't mind telling you this. I will have his head one day, and so will the demon realm be destroyed for being his. In that instant, a vicious poison burned within Yun Ruashi's heart. He's lying to me. Deetsong nearly died when confronting the celestial realm a millennium ago. How can someone like that kill this man's family? It doesn't make sense. No matter though, as long as they're at odds with each other, then I can use it to my advantage. Bai Yan, you will die one day by my hands, and it will be me who's laughing till the end. Inhaling deeply to gather her composure, Yun Ruashi slowly got back up from her bowing posture. That is unforgivable, Monarch, how dare they hurt your family? Rest assured, Deetsong and all those who follow him will pay the price. I will do my utmost in seeing that through. The man in black didn't say much to that oath, rather he seems amused as he smirked. Yes indeed, I will definitely need your help in the future. If this woman wasn't still of use, I would have longed killed her. She thinks she can tempt me with that level of beauty? Ha! I've seen countless more at a scale far beyond her own in the past. She's nothing but average in comparison to those. Outer domain 2. If there's nothing else, you can go back now. Also, have Elder Cloudless come see me on your way out. Yes, Monarch. Making a small smile, Yun Ruashi happily retreated. Shortly after she left, an old man wearing a gray ashen robe stepped through the door and arched his fist. Monarch. When the man saw who has come, his expression finally lifted so slightly despite the gloom remaining on the surface. Elder Cloudless, I called you because I wanted to ask you something. That Yun Ruashi, you are certain she's the only one who can deal with Di Tsang? Tens of thousands of years ago, the demon realm was thriving and overwhelmed humanity in its all. Only that single woman could stand up and resist him. Even though she ultimately failed to conquer the demons, she's nevertheless made Di Tsang show respect towards his foe. I need her power, otherwise it will be impossible to compete with that bastard after he grows big enough. Monarch, I've calculated using my best capabilities already, there should be no mistake. I do not understand either on why such a magnificent woman like that would devolve into the way she is now. Elder Cloudless also frowns, his voice breathing a helpless air since he didn't understand either. If it's not a mistake then I want you to keep a close watch on that Yun Ruashi. I can't have her dying on me until I make full use of her. If she gets caught in the celestial realm, not even I can snatch her back from Di Tsang's watch. He only managed to break through all the watches of the demon realm thanks to Di Tsang's disappearance on Earth. There won't be another chance like that again unless he personally go for the rescue, and that's impossible since he couldn't leave his own domain. I understand, Monarch. I'll see to it that Yun Ruashi doesn't leave our watch again. Nothing will happen while under my protection. Elder Cloudless slightly bowed to show he understood. Another thing, the woman I sent to the demon realm failed. She not only couldn't steal the item I instructed, she also failed to kill Di Tsang's sister. The man huffs a grunt in displeasure. Naturally, the woman he's referring to would be the white fox saved by the demon princess. Just thinking of the failure and betrayal would leave a bad taste in this monarch's mouth. Fortunately, not all was lost. Di Shaowan didn't die, but that state teacher guy did. Without a right arm to help Di Tsang meant there's less people around to investigate themselves. Elder Cloudless only made a bittersweet smile at his lord's report. He was against the idea of sending that stupid fox for the mission in the very beginning, and now it's given the demon realm a warning as a wake-up call, meaning it wouldn't be as easy from now on if they wished to attack. However displeased he might be inwardly, the old man knew he couldn't say that aloud. Monarch, that won't be an issue. The demon realm won't be able to turn waves the way they are right now, nor would they be able to attack us here in this domain. Bang! Without indication, the man swiped everything off the table and shattered the cups near himself, that voice raging. Elder Cloudless, what do you mean by that? Are you implying I'm afraid of Di Tsang? If he comes then I will make sure he never leaves my domain alive. The mouth of the elder twitched at that outburst but didn't say more. He's been with the guy for a very long time. He knows all too well about the man's temper and how easily irritated he could get. Of course, Monarch, the demon realm is not your opponent. Di Tsang will always be a loser before yourself. Outer Domain 3. This remark actually made the man feel much better inside, causing that expression to lighten up. That's right, he will always be the loser before myself. If there's nothing else you need to report then you can go back down. I want your full attention on that Yun Ruashi. Nothing is to happen to her. First assessing the monarch's mood some more, Elder Cloudless grew hesitant but decided to speak his mind anyways. Monarch, there's actually one more thing on my mind, I'm just uncertain if I should say. What's the matter? It's about that Yun Ruashi. Cloudless treaded carefully since he knows his following words would be dangerous. There's been rumors floating about with the ladies in your harem. They've already heard about your order of saving her. Everyone believes you are interested and wants to make her your concubine. This includes Yun Ruashi herself with the way she acts before the others. Hearing this, the man not only didn't get angry and actually laughed. If she is her former self then I would perhaps be interested, but she's so self-centric that it disgusts me with the current iteration. In fact, I would have killed her myself if she didn't have some use remaining. Pausing after realizing he's gone a bit too far in that canted remark. But, if she really wants to be my woman, then I won't mind taking her into my harem. That's only if she could help me deal with Deetsong, that is. Enough, let her be. As long as she's within the domain, then she could do whatever she likes. Yes, monarch. Elder Cloudless cusped his fist in compliance and retreated. He did not want to continue disturbing his liege now that he's got his questions answered. After the door closed, the man slowly closed his eyes and inhaled a deep breath. If I can break into the true celestial rank, then this domain will no longer be able to trap me. Unfortunately, the goal continues to escape my grasp yet again. Ever since the establishment of the main world where recorded history came into existence, only 2 individuals were known to have reached the true celestial level. The first being Deetsong, the great demon king from 1,000,000 years ago. The second being a human heroine who managed to defy all odds and overcome her oppressors. Of course, there's also Heavenly Flame Monarch, who almost reached that level as well, but he perished after using his own body as a medium to seal off the various domains from the main world, thus disqualifying him from that roster. So what if none had ever broken into that level since those 2? It doesn't mean I can't. Suddenly, a faint cackle began to escape the man's mouth like some sort of great villain. The guy's not delusional or conceited though, despite the confident statement. He's got a plan. Aside from making a breakthrough using one's own ability, there's also a second method to achieving true godhood, and that was using a celestial heart, the essence of a true celestial. Now this would be where Yun Ruashi comes into play with the plan. He has no way to get his hands on a true celestial heart, of course, but he does have the supposed new incarnation of that lady. By using her and another item to rip the heart from her soul, he could then step into a whole new stage. At that point, what couldn't he do? Destroy Deetsong? That would be a simple point of his finger by then. Of course, there's the issue with the missing item. He still doesn't have it, and that's currently in the demon realm. It's the main reason he sent the fox lady over there. It's to steal the other key item in High Grand Plan. Yun Ruashi's beating 1. Monarch's residence. In the back garden, Yun Ruashi had her head down before a different woman who held exceptional beauty. Yet instead of a rosy picture here in this flowery backyard, there's only contemptuous looks shooting towards the former from the maids that's also present. Yun Ruashi, you just walked out of the monarch's study, didn't you? Cocking her chin high, this madam sounded exasperated. I told you not to approach my husband before, did you not hear me? Resentful as she may be, the old witch bit her lip and held in that temper. Second madam, I don't know what you're talking about. Ha! The one known as second madam huffs a grunt and got into her face. What are you saying about not knowing? You think you can become the mistress of the manor just because you were brought here? I'm telling you, His Monarchness will never favor an insignificant person like you. Clenching her fist at the insult, the old witch nevertheless forces a smile. Second madam, if His Monarchness doesn't like me, then why did he save an insignificant person like I? With his power he could take in any woman that he fancies, yet he chose me. Growing more confident as she speaks. Since my life was saved by His Monarchness, I will remain loyal to him throughout my life. You want me to leave? I fear that won't be happening. Yun Ruashi's never been one to take things lying down, not in the Celestial Palace, and especially not here where there's an egotistic bitch who's holding her in contempt. Shut up. Suing, second madam. Raises her hand and slapped down, causing the old witch's face to get red and swollen. There's even a trace of blood leaking from the mouth as a result. Yun Ruashi offended me with her disrespectful attitude. Come tie her up and whip her for me. Grinding her teeth, the second madam orders. As long as she doesn't die, then do not stop. Before Yun Ruashi came, she's the most beloved concubine of the monarch. Sure, there are other females coming and going at other times, but their position never threatened her own. Then that incident occurred. Suing had just overheard of what her husband did to save Yun Ruashi, and went to make trouble for the old witch. Yet instead of siding with herself, the man reprimanded his own wife before the servants. How could she ever endure such humiliation? Therefore, as the second madam of this manor, she must get payback and redeem her own pride. What are you guys doing? Yun Ruashi exclaims, her arms flailing at those who are coming to restrain herself. Currently in the monarch's estate, There are no first madam since the guy didn't take a main wife yet. They're all concubines. As such, suing the had the biggest say. After a while, the old witch has been tied to an old tree. Pa! The whip came down hard as it hit her body. The old witch felt the sting for sure as the torturous device smashed against the flesh, but more than the physical pain, she's more hurt on a mental level since her clothes are now torn and her important parts starting to show like some sort of parading circus show. Smirking at success and humiliating her competition, suing the second madam halted the whipping with a wave after seeing the scarred face. I forgot, your face was injured before you came here. Did the one from the celestial realm not teach you enough? How dare you come here to seduce another's husband? I bet it's because you tried the same thing on the main world that got your face destroyed, ha ha. During this period, Yun Ruashi has been using the medicine she borrowed from the monarch's treasury to heal her own wounds. Sure, there's still a scar on the cheek, but it's much shallower due to the medicine in recent days. Yun Ruashi's beating too. His monarchness won't let you go for doing this to me. Spitting blood as she speaks, Yun Ruashi glared daggers at suing the second madam. The old witch was truly furious inside and hated Chui God right now. If he had chosen herself, never would she have done all those crimes, nor be forced into this domain and suffer at the hands of others. For one thing, she never liked the monarch and never asked to be his bride. Then out of nowhere the other harem ladies suddenly ganged up on herself, claiming she wants to be the mistress of this place? What the heck? If this woman couldn't secure her own husband's heart, then what right does she have to come bite at others? She has nothing to do with this, okay? Pa! Another whip lashed down, sending her clothes into a stained red and causing the old witch to shriek. I will definitely make this bitch and all these people pay. They will regret doing this to me. How dare you stare at me like that? Suing coldly smirks at her captive. Go whip her more, whip her until she can't even recognize herself. The pain continued to come, and as it came so did the twisted sense of reality befalling the old witch. To say her soul was growing more like a true monster was no understatement at this point. From standing at the peak of the world to the very bottom of the hole, nobody would come out of that unscathed. It's only compounded by experiencing this sort of indignation. Give it to me. The second madam could tell the hits weren't having the added effect of what she wanted due to that hateful glare. So, she decides to do it herself by ripping the blood-soaked whip from the maid's hand. Yun Ruashi, you better remember this. You're nothing but a pest from the celestial realm. You don't deserve my husband. Gnashing her teeth, the madam leaves nothing back from her swing. However, instead of the flesh-tearing sound of blood splattering everywhere, a powerful hand had grabbed hold of the other end of the whip in the last second. Who husband? The familiar face sent Suing stuttering, her face a total green as the panic exploded from the heart. Suing, it looks like I've been overly spoiled with you. You're so brave that you're going against my orders now? The monarch's words brought chill to all those who heard it despite there being no force in his tone. What a problematic woman. If this Yun Ruashi wasn't still useful I wouldn't even get involved. Such a hassle. And this Suing. She's getting too lawless because I pampered her so well. She knows full well I'm protecting this Yun Ruashi, yet she still moved against her. Husband. It's Yun Ruashi, she insulted me and spewed derogatory words at me, Unfortunately for this second madam, she never got to finish her excuse before the man waved his hand to slap her to the ground. Yun Ruashi's beating 3. In this moment, Suing shed beads of tears as she gazed up at the very man whom should have protected herself. She's truly hurt by the twist of event. How can he treat me like this? And over another woman like that Yun Ruashi too. Guards, take Suing away to a cell. She's to be executed at a later date. This order struck the second madam hard like a thunderbolt, sending her whole body shuddering as a cord snapped in her mind. In her panic-stricken haste, she clings onto the man's leg to plead. Husband, I know I'm wrong, please, I know I'm wrong. Please don't put me in a cell, please. I won't dare do it again. In light of his own beloved concubine begging himself, this monarch ruthlessly kicked her aside like some sort of filth. Not only that, his voice now sounded cold and distant, similar to that of strangers. What are you bunch still waiting around for? Drag her away and execute her immediately. When he pampers someone, then he could treat them like a gemstone. However, no one was allowed to get in between his own interests. Imagine this woman actually killing Yun Ruoshi with this incident, what then? He would lose his chance at becoming a true celestial. Yes, monarch. Two of the guards near the exit hurriedly ran over. They didn't show any mercy in the way they handled the crying madam. Mere moments later, there were no longer any more crying or pleading, only a loud snapping sound and an eerie calm hanging over the air and all the tense souls in this garden. Bring Yun Ruoshi down from there and take her to the back wing of the manor. She can recuperate there. Also, send some of my personal attendants to oversee her recovery and safety. I do not want to see another event like this today, understand? The man roars, his voice reaching all of the estate like a booming sound box for its occupants. He's always been like this, doing as he pleased and discarding those he deemed useless or unfit. This also holds true for Yun Ruoshi in this case. Sure, he has use for her still, but his gaze never once fell upon the lady or that scarred face. Why? Because she's not worth his effort to do even that. All she's useful for was to be a sacrifice to further his own goal. Nothing more and nothing less. The old witch didn't notice the lack of attention though. The lady so tired that she could barely open her eyes due to the exhausting of the pain. I knew it, his monarchness has fallen for me. Otherwise, why else would he kill his most beloved concubine for me? Don't be mistaken though, Yun Ruoshi doesn't like the man in the slightest, not even a sliver. However, that doesn't mean she doesn't enjoy being wooed by powerful individuals. Basking in the glory has always been her thing. These guards naturally aren't aware of the vile witch's inner thoughts and dutifully carried out their order of carrying the injured woman to the back wing. They also brought a healer over to treat her wounds without delay. After everyone left, Yun Ruoshi laid atop of the bed and mindlessly stared up into the ceiling beam, her fingers slowly moving across those scars on her cheeks. Haha, the monarch's appearance can't be compared to Deetsong and Chui God, but his strength and background is beyond theirs. Such a man is protecting me. Bai Yen, I am once again able to step on your face again. You will always be the loser before myself. After murmuring that to herself, she sneered and cackled a laugh. Just you wait, it won't be long before I go back with such a man by my side. You will fall over in jealousy after seeing me, just like how I gazed at you in the past. Yun Ruoshi's beating for. Spring comes and go, bringing in a new year with the passage of time. During this period Bai Yen had not once stepped out of the Bronze Gate's world, spending all her time in steady training by following the knowledge of the ancient book. Bai Xiachen wanted to stick around of course, but the boy's been sent back to the palace since she needed quietness and calm. Besides, it's not good for her son to spend so much time in this small place when he's so young. As for the four sacred beasts, they did their duties beautifully, quietly standing guard outside and never complaining despite keeping the same posture like their statue counterparts. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise rocked the mountain through the Bronze Gate, followed by a monumental surge of power shaking the air and affecting all living things in the vicinity. Meanwhile, at the same time, Di Xiaowan had been snuggling with her niece and nephew when this loud commotion caught their attention. Stopping in her act of reading them a bedtime story, she made a surprised face. Sister-in-laws reached the higher level of the demi-divine lord already? She only broke through to the middle level 7 months ago. How did sister-in-law make another breakthrough this quickly? Is it really that easy to make advances once you're that strong? Something is weird about all this. Unknown to Di Xiaowan, the reason for the rapid progress was due to the ancient book Bai Yen found inside the Bronze Gate. Her first step into the demi-divine lord level was due to her own grasping and efforts, while these new advances are through following the instructions and knowledges provided by others. What's more, the Demon Queen didn't only have knowledge anymore. She also has the added support of the great amulet All Heavens. She's tapped into its mysterious powers right now. It's just that, when Bai Yen sent her own consciousness into the world of All Heaven, all she found was nothing but white fog in which she stood. Thankfully, this foggy substance wasn't just for show inside that dimension. It's pure energy used by cultivators. Rather than to absorb the spiritual particles from the air, the Demon Queen only needed to tap into the amulet from now on, thus giving her an infinite source of energy. So, knowledge and resources at hand, who wouldn't be able to make rapid breakthroughs? Auntie, what is a high demi-divine lord? Di Lingyan, the peachy baby girl, asks with a smile on her face. Is it something very powerful? Of course it's great. Di Xiaowan gently caresses her niece's hair as she explained. From now on your mother will be as strong as your father. Brightness shined in the baby girl's eye. Then does that mean I can be as strong as father and mother as well in the future? Chuckling at her niece's ambition. Yes, our adorable and sweet Ling Yan will definitely grow up to be as beautiful and strong as your mother. But you mustn't be like your father, only follow your mother so you can protect your good auntie here too. Okay? Poof. Her words had just come out of her mouth when Jean Tian the little glutton suddenly reverted back to his fox form at the other side of the bedside. He's looking all sad and pitiful as he laid sprawled on the ground. Auntie, I'm hungry. Jean Tian weakly cries, that belly grumbling in protest. Does it mean I won't have to go hungry anymore after mother comes back? Father is always busy, and auntie often forgets to feed me. I remember one. Di Xiaowan immediately slaps her own head in realization. Oh crap, I forgot to prepare food for Jean Tian again today. Ling Yan, why don't you go see your mother first? Me and your brother will come afterwards after I get him something to eat. Okay. The peachy baby girl happily jumps off of the bed and gave her aunt a big huge hug before heading off. Atop of the mountain, the four sacred beasts continues their quiet work of standing station in their respective spots when their mistress slowly strode out of the bronze gate. Mother! It's exactly then the little figure of Di Ling Yan rushed over from the foot of the mountain and threw herself into her mother's arm. Gently embracing her tiny little daughter, Bai Yin felt very pleased to be welcomed by her eldest and youngest daughter. Xiachen Ling Yan, I'm so happy to see you too. Come, let's go back home. Unbeknownst to everyone, the clouds not far away had become a dark looming mass above their heads, which was not supposed to happen since everywhere else in the sky was perfectly clear this night. Di Ling Yan took notice when she looked up since it confused her little mind, but she didn't pay too much attention to it since Bai Yan's hands ate up most of her attention. If only this baby girl had spent just a moment longer to investigate this, then she would have surely noticed the oddity and strangeness looming from within. Mother, Ling Yan misses you so much, but you always only take Big Brother with you and not me. Speaking of the last sentence, the baby girl's voice carried the grievance of a child that's been left behind by their parent. Does mother prefer Big Brother over me? Why is it always me and Jean Tian who gets left behind every time? You're too young, Ling Yan, but once you're older then I will of course take you with me. Mother loves you always. Feeling guilty inside for not being with her daughter, Bai Yin gives the daughter a rub on the head to show she cared. Then I will hurry and grow faster, that way I can follow mother too. In her happy fit, Di Ling Yan went ahead to give the demon queen a big lovable kiss on the cheek. Then jumping down from those arms, she also gives her older brother a good peck on the cheek as well. I love Big Brother too. The peachy girl's words were truly a delight for Bai Xiachen. Nearly melting, he smiles like a fool and nods in glee. That's my little sister, you are so cute. She's cuter than Wang Xiaoping's chubby sister. Speaking of his friend the chubby boy back when he lived in the human world, the steam bun hasn't seen him for so long. Naturally he's starting to miss that friend he made during his younger years. I better make some time in the future to go visit the Misty Fairy House and find him. I'm sure he misses me too. With that thought in mind, the boy didn't delay and promptly spoke his wish. Mother, let's go back to the human world next and visit Grandshifu and them. I miss everyone over there and I miss my friends like Wang Xiaoping and Nangong Zhuan. That actually caught Bai Yin off guard and left her in a momentary trance. Indeed, she too hasn't seen her relatives in a long time. And there's Nangong Zhuan, her supposed disciple from the Luhua kingdom. Back then she only fancied the skinny boy's constitution due to it being suitable for alchemy. Plus the orphan prince's childhood had a lot of similarities to her own youth. That's why she took him in as a disciple. It's just that she never did teach him anything, nor did she take care of him. With all these years later, it really does beg to wonder how he's doing. Perhaps he's grown into a fine young teen like her own son? Okay Xiachen, let's go back in the next few days, I miss them too. Making a faint smile, Bai Yin leans down to give two kids a big hug. And I'm sure your grandchiefess will like to meet your little brother and sister too. After all, those three old fellas are one of the first people to care about us without any other motive. I remember too. If it had not been for the three chiefess bringing her back to the Holy Land, Bai Yin never would have been able to securely make it through those hard times. For that, she would forever be grateful in this lifetime. Let's go. Holding her son's hand with her free one and the other girl against her body, Bai Yin led the way for the bottom of the mountain. It's then, as if to match their distancing footsteps, the lightning cloud in the sky rumbled, sending the baby girl shrinking in her head against that chest for safety. Bai Yin knows why her daughter would behave this way and smoothly appeased that nervous heart with a cooing. There's no need to be afraid, sweetie. Mother here will protect you. In light of the reassurance, the peachy girl only nodded slightly and continued to curl herself into a tiny ball against the woman's chest. She simply couldn't get a peace of mind unless she does so. Of course, Bai Yin also noticed the rumbling from the stormy clouds not far above their heads. The demon queen didn't know why either, but the sensation she got from that puff of water was familiarity. As to why she would get such a sensation, that continues to escape her grasp. Perhaps the demon realm won't be peaceful for very long after this. But no matter, I will continue to do what I've done and protect those close to me like always. Ling Yan, Xiachen, from this point don't leave the palace on your own. I believe something big will happen soon. Locking her brow into a furrow, Bai Yan's eyes showed a touch of unease which worried herself as her thoughts ran wild. Fortunately, the soft cuddly body of her own daughter brought herself back to reality soon after. Gently wrapping her cheek against the child's, the demon queen grows firm in her heart. Whoever moves my kids will pay for it. I will bury whoever they are in the shadows. After walking down the demon mountain, Bai Yin soon came to attention with a handsome and demonic man waiting for herself. Likewise, Ditsong also saw his wife and immediately disappeared and reappeared in front of her. He didn't wait for another second and brought her into a warm embrace despite their own daughter remaining in between themselves. Yin Yin. His voice magnetic yet slightly hoarse, the fond sound of a male being able to hold on to their destined partner. Ditsong, I remember everything now. With closed eyes, Bai Yin states this bombshell of a news. In the year of closed-door training, she's recalled a lot of things that she's forgotten, like the price they paid due to the celestial realm's interference, and the pain caused by those who wish them harm. And most importantly, how this man sacrificed his own powers to resurrect herself into a new life. Ditsong always appeared cold and unfazed on the surface to everyone around himself. But when he's with his wife, he could be the kindest and gentlest person in this world. Imagine having said woman confess she's remembered all their fond memories. There's no way he wouldn't be moved. Whether it be 1,000 years ago or now, you are my only wife. The Demon King firmly says this, his eyes strong and reliable. Ling Yan, let's not disturb father and mother while they talk about love. Bai Xiachen reaches over and picked the baby sister out of their mother's arm. We can go find Auntie and Jean Tian. Okay. The baby complies despite not understanding why. Nevertheless, Di Ling Yan understood her older brother had his reasoning and only needed to listen. Just like that, the two kids were gone from the base of the mountain. I remember 3. Beyond the celestial realm, there are various domains controlled by different monarchs that used to wage war against one another. However, due to the interference of heavenly flame monarchs' sacrifice in creating the Great Barrier, the masters of their own worlds were forced to stay put and halt their endless strife. Of course, this arrangement didn't sit well with the other rulers since their own world has become their own personal prison. They wanted freedom. Thus began the grand plan of shattering the chains around their necks. But then something unexpected occurred not long ago which stirred the otherwise peaceful pot in their arrangement for one reason. Someone has finally broken into the monarch level after the erection of the Great Barrier, thus bringing forth a new domain into the outer void. This shouldn't have brought such a huge wave to these rulers, and it didn't at first, yet the barrier began to loosen its grip after their investigation. It should have been a good thing. Who wouldn't want to get out of their prison, right? Well, the issue was that there's only one possibility for this sudden change, and that was the very creator itself has returned. That's right, the man whom caused panic and fear among these rulers are back. Therefore, it took no time at all for all the domains to send their most trusted subordinates out to further investigate. They must confirm the identity of this new arrival, lest they get any peace of mind. At this time, Di Ling Yan continues to curl herself against her older brother's body for safety, her eyes blurry due to the wet tears slowly brewing in the corner. Big brother, I'm scared. Those lightning bolts outside are so similar to the ones that hit Uncle Winger Birdguard. That day will it hit us too? I'm worried about Uncle Winger since he refused to come back with us. Did something happen to him? Perhaps it's the fear doing its work, but the baby girl's complexion had grown pale after saying that. Bai Xiachen's heart trembled at this. patting his little sister's body to soothe her nervousness. It's okay, Ling Yan, Grandpa Dragonflame, Dragon Ancestor, said your Uncle Winger is very skilled. He will be all right. Really? She tightly bit down on her lips. Although Uncle Winger started out by working for that bad lady, he didn't listen to her in the end. I know he's good at heart. I'm not very smart, but I do know the good should be rewarded with good fortune. In the heart of the precious baby girl, that Birdman wasn't just her personal escort or guard, but a friend that went through a lot together. Bai Xiachen did not respond right away, only taking her words in as he mulled over what to say. If Ling Yan is still worried, I can go check up on him, how about it? That idea immediately brought a ray of sunshine into her eyes, but that glimmer quickly died down after realizing what that meant. Big Brother doesn't know where Uncle Winger went, and, compared to Uncle Winger, I also don't want Big Brother to face an accident. If not, we can go find Mother for help, is that okay? Mother must have a way to help me find Uncle Winger. For this innocent child, there's nothing her own mother couldn't do. Okay. Crouching down to her little sister's height, Bai Xiachen rubs her head in a doting manner. You must have scared by that lightning just now. Climb on, I'll carry you. Encounter 1. Okay. Climbing up from behind, Ling Yan, the peachy baby girl, didn't object to the idea of getting a piggyback ride since her older brother's figure appeared the safest. Boom! In a forest that's perennially dimmed by the dense shrubbery, lightning pounded away at a certain location where a severely injured man stood. There's hardly any color left on that face, and even more blood continued to gurgle out of that mouth. This time, am I really going to die? Closing his eyes at what's to come, the Birdman reminisces back to his first meeting with Bai Yan and her daughter Ling Yan. Inexplicably, despite the dire spot he's in right now with the lightning clouds ready to pound down again to finish himself off, the guy actually formed a thin arcing smile due to the ray of light in his heart. If I die, I won't be able to stay by the princess's side. Nor can I repay the queen's grace again. Back then it was you who saved me from the darkness, yet I mistakenly thought of others as you. I thought I could use my life to protect your daughter as amends for your virtue. But it looks like I'm going to break my word. Another rumble from above told him then the time was near. Queen Princess, if there is a next life, I will never recognize the wrong person again. I will use my life to repay you. Boom! Following those final thoughts, Winger's stoic figure crumbled, crashing down to the ground where only scorched earth awaited his unmoving body. Demon Realm's Palace. Ling Yan was keeping herself tightly wrapped to her older brother's back as she was being carried around when a tense sadness gripped her little heart for no apparent reason. For this reasoning, tears oozed out of those eyes in waves. Bai Xiachen felt the wet patches on his back of course and grew frantic, hurrying to lie the little baby down to check up on her. Ling Yan, what's wrong? The baby girl merely shook her head. Big Brother, I don't know, but I just want to cry. Don't cry, Ling Yan. If you cry, I will feel very bad if you do. Finding himself useless against that weeping, he instinctively reached over to wipe some of those droplets. Unfortunately for them both, the younger sibling didn't find the gesture comforting. In fact, the unease in her heart only grew with each passing second. Eventually, that sobbing weep blew into a loud clamoring cry. Can you tell Big Brother here what's wrong at least? Gone white by this point due to his own inability, Bai Xiachen flails around with fluster showing across his face. Ling Yan. Suddenly an anxious cry came from the rear. By the time the baby girl turned her head around, a pair of hands had already reached over to pick her up to bring the child into a warm, gentle hold. Her cry brought aching hurt to even Bai Yan, who overheard the noise and came running. Mother, what's happening to her? Bai Xiachen anxiously asks with his miserable expression. She's been crying non-stop. I don't know how to comfort her like this. Do you know what's going on? By this time others were also being attracted to this location due to the constant tearing. The most notable would be Ditsong, who stood immediately came over with his daunting aura to wrap his arms around the wife and daughter. Encounter 2. It's going to be alright, Ling Yan. Mother is here and will always protect you. Tell me what happened, okay? Watery still in the eye, the baby girl sobs some more and starts explaining despite the hiccups. I don't know anything. I only feel very uncomfortable inside. Mother, I want hug. Hug me please. Okay, don't cry anymore. Mother here will keep holding you. allowing her daughter's body to squirm closer until those tiny arms are firmly wrapped around her neck. Bai Yan's face showed pain as she patted that back to comfort the baby. "Mother, is Ling Yan hungry?" Jin Tian, the little glutton, suggests from one side while biting his own thumb. In this baby boy's view, his twin must be hungry because he also wants to cry whenever he's hungry. "It's my fault I didn't leave any food for her." Think of this, the little glutton's head hung low in a dejected manner, those eyes full of guilt and anger at himself. "Mother," Bai Xiachen seemed to recall something important then. "Ling Yan told me those lightning clouds in the sky is similar to the ones that hit Uncle Winger. Could it be that he's in trouble?" Winger the Birdman fought to the death in order to protect the baby girl. That's why in her heart that person was akin to family. Coupled with the fact that she used her own blood to save the poor guy, it's no wonder she's built up a connection with him. Bai Yan's expression undoubtedly showed a change after hearing that long-forgotten name. In light of herself not doing much for Winger a millennium ago, the guy went through huge obstacles like breaking out of that prison in order to find herself. Yet that hope and ordeal only got rewarded with an imposter like Yun Ruoshi using her amulet as deception. There's no denying it, she's had a hand in causing all the pain the Birdman has endured over the years. "Xiachen, you stay behind and watch your sister. I'll go with your father and look." Handing the girl to her eldest, "Ditsong, let's go." "Okay." Ditsong's frown showed he didn't like the idea but complied anyways. He's never one to reject his wife's wishes after all. In another patch of land, Winger's body laid lifelessly atop of a pool of blood like he's truly gone from this world. In light of this, the thunder clouds in the sky never dissipate as if it wanted to destroy his very soul before it would recede. When Bai Yan and Ditsong arrived in this area after following the noise, this was the dreadful picture they saw. Immediately and without hesitation, the demon queen loosened her grip around the husband's hand in order to rush over to give aid. "Careful!" Ditsong grabs hold of his wife suddenly and pulled her back in the nick of time as the flash struck down and left a devastating crater in her former spot. As displeased as he might be at being disregarded due to another man, the Demon King never once acts carelessly when it came to his wife. "Yin Yan, are you hurt anywhere?" He nervously examines her for any signs of injury. Encounter 3. "Scram, you filth!" Ditsong's enraged roar rocks the air, sending both tree and rock flying due to the shockwave. As a result of this release, even the dark clouds above the sky dispersed in one full swoop, thus revealing the open sky once again. "Ditsong, I'm going down to check on Winger first, he should still be alive. I can sense the wisp of life left in him. If I act fast he can still be saved." Bai Yan's urgency told how dire the Birdman's condition was, and that there's no time for delay. Understanding this, the Demon King didn't stop her despite the dangers that might include. However, the sort of perplexed and tied look on his face when gazing down at the charred husk hinted how troubled he felt inside. The palace of the demon realm. Ling Yan continues to shrink her body against her older brothers, as she quietly wept until she eventually fell asleep due to fatigue. "Ling Yan, be good, father and mother will be back soon, so sleep. Your Uncle Winger won't face any accident." Bai Xiachen continues to lull this to her since he discovered the words helped steady the baby's mood. Unlike a few years ago, this steam bun had definitely grown much more mature compared to when he first came out of the Holy Land. In fact, he's now capable of acting as the shield, the reliable mountain to be clung upon. Half an hour later. "Brother, hug?" Ling Yan suddenly stirred during her nap as the thunderous clapping stopped in the sky. "Good Ling Yan, big brother here will give you a hug, so there's no need to be afraid. We are all here with you and won't go anywhere." That cooing did the job as good as it could and helped the baby settle down, thus allowing her to return to that sleep. Pleased with the results. "The lightnings are gone, that means mother and father will likely come back soon." Originally the boy wanted to return his attention back to his sibling after muttering this to no one in specific, but his gaze quickly caught onto the moon above his own head then. He couldn't describe it, but it's even redder than normal compared to his own memories. This strange feeling left Bai Xiachen very uncomfortable, causing him to subconsciously hold on to Ling Yan some more. Stirring again due to the grip around herself, the baby girl rubs her sleepy eyes and spoke. "Brother, what's going on?" "It's all right, nothing's wrong." Realizing he's messed up, the steam bun hurries to appease the baby. "Sleep, Ling Yan, the lightning has stopped so it won't be so loud anymore." I need to make a quick trip outside and we'll be back real fast. Ooh. Not knowing why, Di Lingyan puckered her lips into a sad face and pulled at her older brother's hand. You promise? You will come back fast? Don't worry when have big brother here lied to you? After saying this, he makes a reassuring smile and turned for the exit. Unbeknownst to the boy though, the baby girl didn't stay put like he wanted and instead got up. Looking up to stare at the eerie-looking moon as well, she murmurs to herself, Big brother isn't here so I'll go find Jean Tian. Sleeping alone is scary. Encounter 4. She knew that her older brother by Xiachen had something important to do. So, she won't be an anchor and hold him back by making unreasonable demands. Climbing out of the bed on her own efforts, she walked out of the bedroom with nothing but a thin layer of garment left on her body that made her appear all the much cuter. No, this isn't right. Jean Tian is more of a scaredy cat than I am, so going to him won't help. And auntie most likely fell asleep too, I cannot disturb her. Patting that little head, Di Lingyan makes a realization as she came to a halt. If not, I can go to the Demon Mountain. I'm sure brother Little Rice will be able to protect me. Thinking of this, the baby princess immediately turned towards the direction of where she last remembered where that mountain stood. As to why she couldn't be specific and know the way, that's because she's too small and only went there once. Plus, there's not a single palace maid or attendant around for some reason. How could she ask for directions like the first time around? So in the end the girl got lost, or specifically unable to figure out the proper way. It's exactly then when the child's about to lose her way and want to go back to her own bedroom. A bright light of white blinds her. Squinting those eyes until it's adapted to this sudden burst of ray, she suddenly found herself standing before a mountain radiating a sacred light. Bursting with excitement and glee at her own fortune, this baby princess didn't even think twice at how strange and messed up this occurrence was. Mountains don't move on their own, and neither should it appear out of nowhere when she still hasn't left the palace grounds yet. This should be the Demon Mountain, I shouldn't be wrong. But why is it different to the last time I visited? Unable to figure out why the terrain looks different compared to before, she continues to stroll further in without any forethought. Before long, a cave comes into her view. Giggling at this scene, I know it must be Sister Suzaku and Brother Little Rice playing hide and seek with me. They must be hiding inside the cave and want me to go find them. Once I do, I won't need to be scared anymore. Thinking of this, the little baby disregarded any fear she might have had and toddled into the dark tunnel. Compared with the magnificent glow of the Demon Mountain, this strange and out-of-place cave was dark and damp with a smell of muddiness lingering in the air. It's indescribable and spooky that's borderline unsettling to the nerves. Di Lingyan may be young and innocent, but she's not immune to being scared of the spooks in this world. The more she went inside, the tenser and more afraid her body became until the bad emotions started to resurface again. Finally, unable to take it anymore due to everything being all too quiet, the baby attempts to turn tail and flee when it happened. It's a strange flash of red that shocked her. This scared the daylights out of Di Lingyan of course and sent the girl into a confused and frantic panic. Unable to control her little body, the princess trips over herself in a failed attempt to run. Woohoo, big brother, woohoo, big brother save me. She finally cries out in sobbing tears, the fear taking hold in all its glory. No matter how mature Di Lingyan behaves before the public, she's nevertheless only 2 years old. A baby at best, there's no way this child could restrain her emotions and overcome the fears of the darkness and unknown. This was especially true when she's all alone in a dark damp cave with a strange flash of red popping out of nowhere like a ghost just swooping out of the ground. Shut up. A cold and disruptive voice snaps at her weeping cry. You cry again and I'll immediately eat you. Stalling at the sound, Di Lingyan actually stops her crying and slowly peeked through those fingers that's covering her own eyes. That's where she saw the man further up front. Dressed in a long red robe, this individual had all his limbs chained to the wall. Furthermore, the guy also had an abnormally long set of hair. Not the messy and ragged look of an unkept individual though. It's sleek and smooth that gave him a more devilish air of troubling allure. Encounter 5. Di Lingyan stared at the man in a dazed-like fashion, not blinking even once despite the aggressive glare. In this world, the best-looking man she's ever seen would be her own father, but in comparison to this stranger, he's definitely a challenger. Perhaps, likely the most handsome of them all beside her own father even. But, upon remembering the words that came out of this man's mouth, her initial fear and panic was immediately replaced by anger. Did you eat Sister Suzaku and them? You give them back to me, give them back to me. The man squinted his eyes at the pipsqueak of a baby like he's musing on what to do with her. Then suddenly, he bursts into a hysterical laugh as those irises flickered with an eerie and cold glow. Little one, I will eat you if you make another noise. Already unstable in her emotions, Di Lingyan didn't need any shoving to break out into a big cry again. You are a big baddie, you ate Sister Suzaku and brother Little Rice, you also threatened me. I'm going to tell father and mother. They will come avenge everyone. Ooh. No wonder I couldn't find Sister Suzaku and them along the way. They've been eaten by this big baddie. Father and mother will definitely come and make him pay. The man's frowning face grew rapidly more impatient. I told you to be quiet, did you not hear me? Wah! Sitting her butt on the ground, those tender hands of the baby girl starts rubbing her own eyes as the tears flowed. She's too sad to care about what the other guy says at this point. You ate Sister Suzaku already, what does it matter if you ate me too? Go ahead if you got the ability. If you don't eat me then I will keep crying. You! Black lines appeared across this man's grim-looking face because he's stumped by this thuggish child. Arg! If not for these chains binding me here, I wouldn't have to deal with such a rascal. It's always the children who are the most annoying. Then what do you want to stop crying? Gnashing his teeth, the man asks with twitching eyes. You spit the four of them back out then I won't cry, spit them out. Di Lingyan may still be crying but her eyes are now determined when meeting the other who's directly across from herself. You! Look here, I've been chained to this spot for countless years. Aside from you, I've never seen another person. Back in his prime in a time where he hasn't been imprisoned here yet, he would never bother to explain himself to some runt. Slander? Insult? So what? He's not going to lower himself in explaining to some insignificant ants, even if those insignificant ants numbered in the millions that ended up putting himself here. Now look at himself? Just to make this child not cry, he's willing to go so low as to explain his own circumstances for the first time in eons. Humiliation. Unbeknownst to this chained man though, meeting Di Lingyan would be his greatest fortune, his destined obstacle to overcome. Unless he puts his cold pride away, the only future that awaits him would be to act as a toy played around by others' finger. Really? Raising her pink and flushed-faced, Di Lingyan's eyes twinkled with light. You really didn't eat Sister Suzaku and them? The man's expression sank into a charcoal black. I've already explained myself once, what more evidence does she want me to say? Encounter 6. I never lie, nor do I care if you believe me or not. An explanation was already his limit. He's not willing to go any further than this. As to this pipsqueak believing himself or not, that's her own business. He's too lazy to make excuses when he's done nothing to warrant such accusations. I believe you. Clearing some of her tears, Di Lingyan finally pulls herself up from the ground, speaking in a cuddly voice. Since Sister Suzaku isn't here then I'll leave first, goodbye Mr. Stranger. The news of her friends being alive naturally relieved the pipsqueak, but her figure didn't get to make it very far before the loud booming voice of the man stopped her retreating footsteps. Wait! Turning back to face the person. I should go Mr. Stranger, Big Brother will be looking everywhere for me by now. That childish excuse definitely amused the man as he chuckled. Pipsqueak, this place cannot be found by anyone. You are the only exception thus far. What? Di Lingyan didn't understand so she quickly pressed for an explanation. Isn't this the Demon Mountain? Sister Suzaku's been living here for a long time. How come she never found you? I don't know what this Demon Mountain you are referring to but the fact that you are able to reach this place is fate. As long as you don't disturb me then I will spare your life. Now Pipsqueak, come over. Di Lingyan hesitated and took a few steps back instead. Big Brother does not allow me to approach strangers. It's better if you just tell me like this, I won't go over. The man is likely not a good person, I better keep my distance from him. What if this man wants to eat me? If that's the case then no one can save me. The man squinted his already irritated eyes. If you want to know the whereabouts of your sister Suzaku then come over to my side. I have something to tell you. Taken aback by that, the pipsqueak couldn't tell if he's speaking the truth or trying to trick herself. Perhaps it's due to the worry she has towards the four sacred beasts, but the girl slowly inched forward regardless of her own woes, stopping while there's still a little distance between themselves. You can tell me now. Wah! Suddenly, without any indication, a gust of wind blew the little pipsqueak from the back and sent her forward. Before she knew it, Di Lingyan's already in the hand of this deceitful scum. Stiff and pitiful in the face, tears rolled out of those eyes in the heat of the moment. Are you going to eat me? But instead of answering her sobby question, the scum abruptly leaned downwards and kissed her, sending shock to the poor young girl's mind. Di Lingyan naturally popped her eyes out in surprise, losing all color from that little face. Unfortunately, the instinctive fear had a stronger grip in this scuffle, for she's too afraid of him accidentally gobbling her up in its entirety by accident. I'm so cute. Why would anyone want to eat me, wohu? Then that's when something round and beady slipped into her mouth and causing her to instinctively gulp it down. Flustered she may be, helpless as well, but a fawn remains a helpless fawn. All this baby girl could do was show a pathetic and helpless face as the scum did what he wanted. However, before Di Lingyan could find the time to inquire further about the sexual assault on herself, a searing sensation of fire suddenly wanted to burst forward from the chest. It's super intense heat and increasingly more painful at that. Encounter 7. My name is Bimo, remember that pipsqueak. Take care of the precious thing I just gave you. I will come and retrieve it one day. Ticking his lips into a smirk, strange lights flickered in this pedophile's eye as the girl herself drifted away from the experience. A mix between fox and human, yet still so pure in her bloodline. This girl isn't just some common breed. Her parents must be extraordinary people to achieve such a offspring. Perhaps this is fate and only this pipsqueak can protect it. Di Lingyan, on the other hand, didn't have as much thoughts as the child-kissing scum there. Her brain only had time to lock onto his name since it's slowly fading into darkness. So he's called Bimo? Thankfully the slumber there didn't get haunted by the excruciating pain in her chest, for a gush of cold breeze had replaced the heat after her mind went black. Lingyan, Lingyan. Far away, an anxious voice soon caused the pipsqueak's eyelids to tremble as they gradually opened due to the disturbance. It was Bai Yan, Ditsong, and Bai Xiachen who came running over. The three were the first people the baby girl saw once she regained consciousness, and for that she felt guilty at making them worry. It's all my fault for making them all worry. Father, mother, big brother. Stumbling to pull herself up from the ground, Di Lingyan's voice rang out in this restless night. Bai Yan was the first to make it over and was also the most anxious in the face. It doesn't take much to worry a mother who couldn't find their child after expecting their baby to be sleeping. Lingyan, why are you sleeping at the base of the demon mountain? Pulling the child into her arms to feel reassured she's the real deal, Bai Yan asks with a faintly trembling voice. Thank goodness my daughter is all right. Only now does the pipsqueak realize she's at the base of the mountain, blinking her eyes in an astonished manner. I clearly fell asleep inside the cave. How come I'm here instead? Can it be? Did that baddie carry me out here? But wasn't he chained to the wall? How did he have the ability to send me away? Cave. Bai Yan furrows her brow into a knot. Mother, earlier I got scared, so I wanted to find Sister Suzaku to be with me, but I couldn't find her or anyone else. Then that's when I discovered a man chained to the wall inside the cave. The man was so fierce that he almost ate me. I bet he couldn't bear to eat me because I'm so cute, that's why he let me go. Man. Bai Yan's furrowed forehead grew tighter and tighter as she listened in on the story. Turning to look at her husband. Ditsong. Is there such a man imprisoned here in the demon realm? Also, mother, the man has a tail like mine. It's very cuddly and cute, you see? Recalling back to the experience, the child suddenly pops her own fluffy fox tail out to wave it around to make her point. Ditsong's expression was equally as grim. The demon mountain never imprisoned anyone. Where did the cave and the man come from? Queen, Suzaku the vermilion bird also arrived by then and spoke with a grim voice. I've been living here on this mountain for many years. There's never been any sign of another man staying here, nor a cave described by the princess. I do not believe this is normal. But mother, I really saw him, I'm not lying. The pipsqueak gets all defensive after hearing her story being doubted. Encounter 8. Seeing the face coming off of her own mother there, Di Lingyan's heart immediately grew anxious for fear of being called a liar. So, out of instinct, the pipsqueak reached out to grab the lady's sleeve with that pitiful face. Realizing her own mistake, Bai Yan promptly leaned her head down for a snuggle. Mother believes you, our Ling Yan will never lie to her family. Perhaps there is some spot around here that we don't know about yet, or perhaps there's some sort of trap that needs to be activated before we can head inside the cave. Regardless, our Ling Yan is speaking the truth. Rather than stopping the child from crying, that instead brought a bigger wave of tears to the baby girl. Mother believes me. Mother really believes I'm not lying. Well, Mother is still the best in this world. Getting the hint from his wife, Ditsong steps over and reached out to give his daughter a reassuring hug as well. Then turning to the demon soldiers that has arrived after himself. You heard my wife, go scour the mountain. I want to know anyone or anything that exists here. He believes his daughter would never lie, so that means there are hidden secrets on this demon mountain in which they are unaware of. Ling Yan, I'm sorry. Bai Xiachen comes forward and presented himself in a guilty fashion. I left you alone without thinking things through. I will never do it again. I should have known better than to think she's fine without me after the lightning stopped. I'm so stupid, I deserve to be hit. Father, mother, that man. You shouldn't blame him, I don't think he's a bad person. The pipsqueak keeps her head low and murmurs this after picking up on what her parent intends to do. He was fierce, that she wouldn't deny. Plus he also threatened to eat her. But in the end he did let her go, did he not? Therefore, in the pipsqueak's mind, the scum fell into the category of being a good person. You don't have to think too much about it, Ling Yan. I'll let your father investigate the matter. From now on, don't go outside on your own again, okay? Bai Yan rubs her daughter's back, soothe both their mood. Unless they are a mother themselves, no one else here could relate to this woman's emotions when she realized her daughter's disappearance. It's enough to tear her soul apart in that initial moment. Thankfully nothing bad happened, otherwise she wouldn't know what to do anymore. Mother, I'm sorry. It's my fault for worrying you and big brother. I won't run away anymore. This time things scared her too. Thankfully that man wasn't a real badass, but then what if she does meet a real bad guy the next time around? She hasn't lived long enough yet, nor spend enough time with her parents and siblings yet. Ling Yan. Jean Tian, the little glutton, strolled forward then, his chubby body trembling all over as she spoke while grabbing his sister's hand. I promise I won't rob your food in the future anymore. Will you stop going away? Also don't leave me, okay? In the heart of this chubby pipsqueak, he's the sole reason for his twin sister's mishap tonight. If he had given her his piece of the pie at dinner, there wouldn't be any reason for Ling Yan to wander around at night due to hunger. So it's all his fault for being a selfish foodie. Second brother. Ling Yan's mood finally returned to her jolly self as she giggled, smiling brightly. I am hungry, I want to eat. Bursting into a huge smile as well, Jean Tian desperately nodded. Unforeseen event 1. As long as Ling Yan doesn't go missing, then he's willing to do anything, even if that means he won't get to eat those delectable foods in this life. However, the second he thought about the future where he must give up his share of the food to his twin sister, the little glutton would immediately show a pained face. Yet for his sister, he's willing to make that great sacrifice. Ditsong, let's go back first. Bai Yan's eyes sank into a grim look after noticing her daughter had fallen asleep due to fatigue. I won't allow anyone to hurt my daughter. Whoever you are that's hiding in the shadow, you won't have your way. Thinking up to here, the demon queen turned away with her back facing the mountain peak. She's done all she could tonight, everything else would have to come afterwards. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Ditsong didn't have as much patience as his own wife. In regards to his own daughter, this doting father wants no lurking danger up ahead that he couldn't squash. Therefore, it didn't take long for a whole investigative body to form around the demon mountain, and turning it upside down for clues of the intruder. Fortunately from all this, it didn't take too long before Ling Yan completely forgot about the incident due to her young age. Nor does she remember the sort of sexual harassment she suffered at the hand of the pedophile. Otherwise, who knows what would happen if she divulges the fact that someone had taken her first kiss. Likely both parents would flatten the demon mountain in order to find the one responsible. Outer domain. Inside the old-styled mansion housing the lord and master of this world, a man stands gloomy while staring up into the stars, his eyes showing a heavy storm brewing from within. Monarch. Without anyone realizing it, an old individual had come before the Lord of this world. Is there something you wish by summoning me? I want to know about Yunruoshi. Has she been behaving herself in recent days? The monarch frowns and made an irritated face merely by mentioning that name. Such a hypocritical woman. How did such an incredible heroine like that from millions of years ago turn out this way? Monarch, that Yunruoshi did not cause any trouble except from inquiring about your daily routines. The old figure truthfully reports, his attitude compliant and servile. Snickering a sneer at that news. I see. Do not get involved and let her continue as if that's the case. In the end, that person is nothing but a tool. Her usefulness will end once the time comes. If it weren't for that use, he would never allow such a deplorable personality anywhere close to himself. His prestigious self and pride won't allow such stains to be part of his world. Also, the monarch's frown grew even deeper. I heard Heavenly Flame is back, is that true? In this life there's not many whom could earn his respect. Only 3 thus far. The first would be the 2 true celestials from millions of years ago. One led the unified demons in conquest, while the other led the human race in retaliation. Aside from those 2, the third would have to be the rising star Heavenly Flame Monarch. Pity. None of those 3 managed to live long. In the end, only I will stand at the epitome of all the world. I will rule them all. Monarch, it is true that Heavenly Flame is resurrected. I've already contacted the other domains, and the representatives from those worlds are all in discussion on how to deal with him and to break the seal. Unforeseen event, too. After the falling of those 2 true celestials, there's only Heavenly Flame who could be recognized as the strongest, since he's half a step into that level as well. Everyone truly did believe the man would become the new ruler of all races. Yet who could have guessed he would do the most unexpected and seal the domains away at the expense of his own body? So what if he comes back? The guy is only halfway into the true celestial stage. So long as he didn't fully step into that world, then there's nothing to fear from him. As long as the guy doesn't actually become like those 2, then there's nothing to worry, but... The man squints his eyes into a narrow slit to that of a snake's, while those lips ticked into a devious smirk. I have a mean to break the seal. I just don't know if the other monarchs are willing to cooperate with me. Go send a letter for me, let them know. Let them know the key to breaking the seal is an item held within the demon realm. Your monarchness, what if they begin asking questions about the item? How should I reply? Tell them that the item is a red bead, and that as long as they bring it to me, then I will have the power to free them. That said, a sinister light flicker in the man's gaze. Since I can no longer do it alone, then using those people to my advantage will do. With so many people working at this, what can't be achieved? As you wish. The old man complies by cusping his hand. Oh yes, there's another thing I want you to do. During this period, go help Yunruoshi with her breakthroughs. Although her body's been greatly damaged, it's of no matter to me. Go bring out one of my spirit plants in my treasury vault and give it to her. Her powers will grow by leaps and bounds afterwards. Of course, there's always a price for such rapid improvements, and that would be the old witch's life force and youth. Then again, what does that woman's life matter to this monarch? All he cares about was her being strong enough to be sacrificed at the altar. Ironically, the woman herself had no clue to this dark scheme that's befallen her own head. She's been immersed in her own joy of making repeated breakthroughs in recent days. Inside the luxurious mansion, Yunruoshi had just finished her daily meditation and exhaled a long breath to remove the impurities inside her body. I broke through again. I finally reached the demi-divine lord level. How many years? How many years has it been since I made a breakthrough? The old witch's talent had always been poor. In light of the massive resources the celestial palace poured into her useless self, the woman never did make any progress aside from the power she gained prior to Bai Yen's first death. And now she's done it. She's reached the demi-divine lord stage in mere weeks. Bai Yen, suddenly, she started to cackle like a true villain as hate seethed out of that voice. When you injured me during that war and caused my cultivation to stagnate, you never thought this day would come, did you? It only took half a month. That's all it took for me to reach this power, haha. So what if you are gifted? My life will always be on top of yours. When one's sanity reaches their upper limit, this would be how one behaves. Merely speaking out and muttering to themselves would cause them to burst out laughing like a crazy villain. It's then during her tyrannical rant to no one, the old witch abruptly stopped and stared into the copper mirror across from herself, gently stroking the corner of her eye. Strange, when did I grow a wrinkle here? Unforeseen event 3. Furthermore, she's got this strange feeling that she's been aging more and more in the past month. But that didn't make sense for this old witch. After all, once one started to cultivate, they would all eventually reach a stage where they stop aging on the surface, thus retaining their eternal youth. I probably had this from the beginning, that's why I didn't notice until now. Excusing the oddity as nothing more than her own carelessness, she dismisses the wrinkle and moved on. Yunrua, she's simply too elated with joy to care about anything else, let alone some small blemish on her skin. Bai Yin naturally remains unaware of what's brewing in the outer domains. She only knows the situations are getting increasingly more unstable as time dragged on. Often, news would return of intruders trying to sneak into the demon realm. Thankfully, they were all discovered by the patrolling demon scouts. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble they would have caused. However, the constant intrusion did bring a sense of alarm to the demon queen's heart. So, out of concern for her own children, Bai Yin forbade the kids from leaving the palace in order to protect them. The steam buns also understood why their mother made such a order, so they didn't resist and quietly obeyed the order. It's just that, despite the cautionary measures taken by the demons, trouble still managed to find its way into this family's home. Sister-in-law, hurry and come, Ling Yan's in trouble. Di Xiaowan barges through the door on this day, her appearance a frantic mess as she yelled this aloud. Something happened to my daughter? Bai Yan's expression flew into a panic as well and jerked up from where she Saturday. What happened to Ling Yan, tell me. I don't know, Wulwer's sister-in-law, you need to go save my niece. Di Xiaowan didn't get to finish the rest of her sentence though. Next thing this demon princess knew was the enchanting red figure disappearing right in front of herself in the next second. Inside the large courtyard where the kids were playing that afternoon, Bai Xiaochen was frantically smashing his little fist against the air where an invisible red barrier had erected itself around his poor sister. Thankfully no harm had come to Di Lingyan just yet though. She's merely squatting there on the ground and crying while watching her family. Ling Yan. The voice of their mother catches the baby's attention and caused them all to look up. Bai Yin needed no time to assess the situation after her arrival with Ditsong in the rear. Not waiting for another second, she too began to pound away at the reddish barrier. Unfortunately, the second her powerful attack landed on this strange and reddish barrier, the recoiling force actually sent the demon queen flying backwards and stumbling to the ground. Thankfully her husband reacted in time and caught the woman, otherwise she would have hit the ground hard and taken a bruising. Ditsong, save Ling Yan, save our daughter. She cries and clasped the man's hand for help. In this instant, there's nothing more painful and frightening than to lose her child. Unforeseen event 4. Ditsong felt equally as anxious there, so he needed no urging to go help. However, right as he released his wife's hold to move forward, the sky above Di Lingyan suddenly got torn into an open portal, its content an endless blackness ready to devour all that gets in its way. Breaking through the void and outer domain? First Elder got stunned by what he saw, his eyes full of amazement. Why can the little princess open up a portal into the outer domains? Who is causing this? And as if to confirm the old elder's exclamation, the pipsqueak's body promptly got covered in globe of red and shot into the mouth that was the void. Ling Yan. Bai Yan's complexion lost all color then, her hands clenching into a tight ball as she reactively punched at the red barrier. Everyone who managed to arrive before this thought the demon queen would surely be repelled again like the last, but miraculously, her hand directly went through the light and penetrated into the core area where the portal hovered from above. Yin Yin. Ditsong finally lost his composure and exclaimed. He didn't want his wife to be devoured by the dark portal, as well, so he grabbed hold of her legs and pulled as hard as he could before she got sucked into it. Ditsong, you must let me go. Bai Yin looked back after realizing what's stopping her from entering. No matter where Ling Yin ends up, I will accompany her. I'm our daughter's mother. There are too many powerful foes stalking the demon realm recently, so you must stay and protect everyone here. In other words, the man must stay while she goes ahead to God knows where. No, the outer domains are too dangerous. It's precisely because of the danger that I must go. Don't you see? Ling Yan is my flesh and blood. That's why I am able to pass through the barrier and you cannot. If one ate a sour lemon, then Deetsong's expression definitely showed that right now. He understood what his wife was pushing for, and he couldn't find a reason to block it. Deetsong, you have to believe in me. I and Ling Yan will wait for you and our kids in the outer domain. Once you are finished here, come find us. Our family will be reunited one day. Bai Yan forms a smile to reassure her husband. I will live and I will protect our daughter. If you have even an ounce of trust in me, then let go, we will be fine. As hurt as he was inside at being so useless at this crucial moment, Deetsong's troubled heart settled down regardless after meeting the woman's own gaze. This calm manifested into his hands slowly loosening to allow her to go inside. You promised. Yin Yen, me and our children will come find you, we will. He knew that their daughter was her life, so he mustn't stop her. Thank you. After leaving those two words behind, the demon queen makes a determined face and casts one final glance at her two boys and one remaining daughter. Xiachen, you are in charge of Jin Tian and Dragony when I'm not around anymore. You take care of them when your father's not around, okay? Already crying by this point, the steam bun heavily nodded his head. Mother, I will protect Jin Tian and Dragony for you, don't worry. Me and father will come find you one day. So you and Ling Yan must stay safe until then. I am a man, I mustn't cry, I need to stop crying. Compared with Bai Xiachen's failed stubborn attempt at keeping himself composed, the little glutton had fallen into a waterfall of a crying spree. Mother, where are you going with Ling Yan? I want to go too, I don't want to leave your side, woo-ho-ho. Why is it always me who is left behind? The last time around, mother left with big brother, and this time she's leaving with Ling Yan. I am always the one that is abandoned and left behind. Bai Yan's heart ached with pain after hearing that plea. However, for the sake of her daughter, she must go, she has no choice. Heavenly Flame 1. Don't cry, Jin Tian. Mother here will wait for you and everyone at the outer domain. Make sure you listen to your father during this period. We will be reunited one day. Bai Yan wanted to reach out with her remaining free hand and touch the little glutton's head as one final farewell, but by then it's already too late. The red barrier light had already covered most of her upper body with only the sole of one foot free. Red in the nose, Jin Tian didn't care about any so-called barrier or limits though. All he cares about was being with his mother. Therefore, he rushed at the light without thinking it through. His face pitifully sad as he got repelled in the next by the recoil. Thankfully Bai Xiachen was right behind the baby and caught him mid-fall, otherwise we would have a serious problem. Bai Yan's heart hurt so much upon seeing what happened. She wanted so dearly to run back over and give her young baby boy a huge hug to stop his tears, but she also knew she couldn't for Ling Yan's sake since the child's presence was growing increasing more distant through the portal. Gritting her teeth at what she's going to do, the demon queen decisively swings her head towards the portal and jumped in with her all and allowed the blackness to devour herself. That was it. Both the mother of these children and the precious Pipsqueak had become out of reach for the remaining men of this family. First Elder, go and find out immediately where those outsiders are coming from, and why they are sneaking into the demon realm. I'm going to clean them up once and for all before pursuing my wife's footstep. Deetsong's voice radiated a violent air, telling everyone who heard it that their king has become truly enraged and wants blood. Father, will mother return? Jin Tian remains oblivious to his own father's mood and asked with an sobbing face, those tears rolling down non-stop. Retracting his murderous aura to face his youngest son, Deetsong forces a softened smile so he doesn't get scared. She will. Even if she doesn't come back, he'll go to her and follow instead. Then why didn't mother take me with her? Am I not good or not cute enough? Jin Tian continues to ask with a sorrowful voice. I can eat less if that's the reason. I promise to be good and obedient. Can you make mother and Ling Yan come back? I want them to come back. The little guy's poor voice truly was heart-wrenching for those present. It's no different from an orphan child asking where their parents were when in fact they had already passed away. How was one supposed to reply to such a question like that? Bai Xiachen felt equally as pained as his little brother, so he immediately wrapped his arms around that tiny body to give him a sense of security. Jin Tian, mother and Ling Yan will definitely return to us. You only need to wait a bit before father finds a way. We shouldn't disturb everyone while they get to work. Okay? I will be very good and wait for mother to come back. I won't disturb father too. Father, you must bring mother back, okay? The little glutton sniffles his nose in a pitiful attempt to stop his snot from leaking. As long as mother and Ling Yan returns, I will do whatever it takes. Reaching down to touch both of the boys' head to show how proud he was of them at staying strong. Song's voice sounded resolute. Xiachen, take care of your brother while I'm not around. Don't worry, father. I will be sure to look after Jin Tian. I won't let anyone hurt him or Dragoni or Auntie or anyone else. In this moment, the little man's face showed the determination of a king. Just like his old man right now. Song did not say more since anything else would be pointless at this point. Glancing over the two boys and Dragoni, who's also flushed in the eye but kept quiet throughout the ordeal, the man slowly turned away to leave his back to them. First Elder, summon the entire Demon Council. I want everyone to come see me right away. Also call the 4 sacred beasts as well. Heavenly Flame too. Yes, sire. First Elder complied by bowing his head, but anyone could hear the worry in his old voice. The outer domains are extremely dangerous, so it's no wonder the old man would worry. After all, his queen and princess had just fallen into a portal leading to such a place without any protection. With the order given, Song quickly left with his minions for the main throne room, leaving only Di Xiaowan's sister and the other family members standing around with troubled expressions. Why does this always happen? 1,000 years ago, those people came and killed sister-in-law, and now it's state teacher who died because of a new enemy. Worse is Ling Yan, my niece, is also dragged into the struggle. Why is everyone coming after us? The demon princess grows increasingly more grim as she murmured over the past events. We demons never hurt others for no reason. Nor have we done anything to hurt those in the celestial realm out of malice. Why can't they just leave us alone? If only we weren't around to drag Big Brother down. With his strength, chasing after Ling Yan and sister-in-law wouldn't have been a problem just now. Why is it always us who are the deadweights when trouble comes? This thought pattern wasn't Di Xiaowan being pessimistic. Rather, it's partly the truth. Whenever a fight breaks out or a war ensues, it's always Song who has to lead the way and fend off the strongest among the enemy's rank. As for they themselves, aside from cleaning the mess afterwards and dealing with the small fries, these demon elders and demon generals honestly didn't really do much otherwise. Auntie. It's then Bai Xiachen noticed the oddity with his aunt and looked over. What he saw hurt the boy in earnest. Instead of the jolly demon princess from the past, Di Xiaowan gave off a suffocating air of depression as she curled into a clump. Xiachen, why do those people always hurt us? She asks with sobbing tone. The demon princess really likes Bai Yan from the hearts down. All the way back 1,000 years ago. Sure, Di Xiaowan had lost her past memories at the beginning, but that didn't hinder this lass from liking the brilliant woman after their initial interaction. That's how much she favored this sister-in-law. And now she's lost both state teacher and Bai Yan. She really doesn't want to lose anyone anymore. Auntie. The steam bun knew he must do something and be the strong one in this family. They are bad people, and bad people don't need a reason to hurt others. They only care about their personal gains. I believe in mother and father. They've gone through so many ups and downs, they will overcome this hurdle as well. The outer domain is dangerous, but it can't stop my mother. You need to trust everyone. We will make those bad people pay for sure. Perhaps the speech had an effect and lightened the depressed princess's mood. Standing up, Di Xiaowan walked over and pulled the little glutton who's also crying into a tight hug. It's to save herself from spiraling into the darkness, but also to help the baby. Inside a dark cave, the scum who took Di Ling Yan's first kiss smirked after sensing what has occurred. The pipsqueak seems to be gone now. From a small chuckle came a guffawing laugh of hysterical joy. As I expected, the bead I gave her allowed the girl to break into the void. This is only the first step. What's to come and what happens will be up to them. After getting that supposed treasure, he never did find out its purpose. Instead, he got hunted down like a dog by millions of foes. In the end, his fate left him in this state, chained like an animal to this cave and unable to leave. Heavenly Flame 3. However, when the time comes where he could finally get out of here, he would go to her and get the bead back in person. Little girl. I hope you and your parents won't let me down. If the bead is lost, maybe I'll actually eat you. The man licked his lower lips like he's relishing at the imaginary scene in his mind, thus giving off a seductive charm akin to a succubus. Flame domain. Above a mountain range, a man stands tall with his hands held behind his back, those eyes unusually sharp when staring off into the distant scenery. If Bai Yan was here, she should undoubtedly recognize who this individual was right away, for he's an old acquaintance of hers. Monarch? It's then a man that looks to be a guard here came up and cusped his hands in respect. The other domains have sent their representatives for an audience. The man's brow faintly furrowed up as he spoke with the abnormally cold voice. No. That simple reply left no room for wiggle, thus causing the man to appear troubled. Then about Miss Gu? The guard hesitated but spoke anyways. Miss Gu have been waiting in the monarch manor. What should we? Let her wait. In this world there are no other woman that could make him move, aside from one. But now he could no longer meet her. Until he vanquishes all those who opposes himself, he's determined to not appear before the love of his life again. Perhaps it's the memory of his wife resurfacing again. The cold frosted man suddenly formed a kind and gentle smile that astonished the guard standing in the rear. The minion here never once saw his liege's smile before, so this would be the first. I wonder who in the world could make his monarchness smile like that? Not even Miss Gu could do that, and she's the most beautiful lady in this domain. Yes, monarch. The guard did not want to pry, so he carried out the will of his master precisely as told after retreating. Ninger by Ning. I know you're back, but please forgive me for not being able to come see you. Wait for me. Once I finish solving the problems here, I'll go to the celestial realm and retrieve you. You have to wait for me. Since learning of Bai Yan's mother being in the celestial realm, this husband had left home on his own in order to grow and gain strength, the reason merely to find his wife and be reunited with the peerless woman. However, what he didn't expect was that he would have the incredible opportunity to gain such powers and massive followings. But as all things that comes with power, there are consequences and a price to be paid. In this case, it would be a world of people that wants him dead. As a husband, as a father of Bai Yan's, Bai Chongfeng couldn't risk having the love of his life and family be in danger due to his own decisions. Monarch Manor. Dressed in a long blue dress that had its skirt sliced along the bottom to show off those incredible and seductive leggings, this lady, who's also a powerful monarch in her own right, was currently sipping the tea from the cup in her hand, her eyes elegant and pleasing. Is Heavenly Flame back yet? Miss Gu asks after seeing the guard who received herself had returned. Heavenly Flame for? Miss Gu, our lord is unable to return for the time being. If you wish to see his monarchness, the only option is to wait for now. Guya's fingers trembled as her gaze dimmed at the news. She tried her best to get that incredible man back with all her means. She succeeded and more, but now the reward was a snub by getting the cold shoulder? In the old days, Heavenly may not like me, but he would never give me such cold treatment. What happened in a single lifetime? This is not the same man I knew. Inhaling a deep breath to gather her composure, Guya forces her usual elegant smile. Since Heavenly is busy, then I will take my leave for now. I'll come back at another time. After saying this, she slowly walked outside the hall where an old elder was already waiting for the lady's presence at the exit. Miss, were you able to meet with the monarch? The senior quickly came up and asked, showing a disappointed face. I did not sacrifice so much only to be ignored after getting him back. I want to be his wife, but somehow he's only giving me the cold treatment. Then what are your next step, milady? There's a touch of pain on the old senior's face after getting this poor news. He has been with the lady for many years, so he knows how much effort and hardship she went through in order to revive Heavenly Flame. She deserves such a reward. There's no question about it in this senior's mind. Senior Gulao, are you certain you can't find out about Heavenly's life? Like where his parents are or his hometown? Perhaps a offsprings or a wife. Can't you find out anything? Senior Gulao's eyes dimmed over the bombardment, shaking his head with a bitter smile. I believe someone is deliberately erasing all traces of his connection to the mortal world. Even when I brought Heavenly Flame Monarch's portrait for the humans to see, none could recognize him. I suspect it's his monarchness who's behind this anomaly. He's likely doing it to protect his family and friends. Guya went quiet for a good while before being able to respond. I can understand and approve of his desire to protect his mortal parents. He's always been a righteous man. It's why I fell in love with him. But if he's doing it to protect his children and wife, the thought Heavenly Flame having a wife tore at Guya's heart. sending an unbearable pain throughout those veins. Miss, what would you like to do if the monarch does have a wife and children? Guya hung her head in thought at the painful question. Heavenly is a loving person. If I move and kill his wife and children, then he will surely hate me to the bone for it. That's not what I want, but he's the master of the domain here now. His life is unlimited, while his family are no more than mortals with a limited lifespan. They will die one day. By then Heavenly will understand who is the most suitable for him in this world. Even if the man of her life has a family already, she's not afraid. After all, time would mow over everything, and by then only she and him would remain. Thinking up to here, Guya's depressed mood swiftly cheered up again, making her iconic smile of elegance. Gu Lao, we're going back first. As for Heavenly's past, leave it alone. If he doesn't want anyone to discover the details, then no one else can do it. With this spare time, I might as well think about on how to become his wife instead. Heavenly Flame and Ling Yan 1. Towering over the clouded peaks, a man continues to stare off into the horizon until he grew tired of this scenery. Turning around, he originally intended to return to his estate when suddenly, who? He snaps at the rustling noise coming out of the shrubbery. In response, a small little head pokes out of the leaves and met his gaze. The girl had a very cuddly and cute face, but those eyes were the main showpiece that dazzled anyone who saw it due to how brilliant they were. Where is this place? Where's my mother? The pipsqueak rubs her eyes in a drowsy manner as if she didn't wake up properly yet. Towards this unexpected child, Heavenly got a strange aching fondness to her akin to his own grandson by Xiachen. The boy has always been cuddly and cute, similar to that of a steam bun. Only this baby here had more of a pink fluff to it. Little girl, I did not see your mother here. Did you get separated from her? Taken aback at first, the pipsqueak squirms uncomfortably at the stranger before breaking out into a cry. I want mother, woo, I want to find mother. Where's your mother? I will help you find her. Heavenly did not know where his patience came from because he's never been one to babysit kids, but for some strange reason he could not reject this baby girl's request. Hiccuping as she half speaks and half cry. Uncle, you will really help Ling Yan find mother? You're not the kind of lying kidnappers Big Brother mentioned, right? That actually caused a frown in Heavenly's face due to the abrupt turn of topic. This child is so wary of strangers, just like Xiachen. So you're called Ling Yan? Don't call me uncle, I could be your grandfather already if going by my age. In fact, my grandson is only a few years older than you. If he's by your side, he will certainly like to have a young little sister like you. Xiachen always mentioned how much he wants a little sister, so in Heavenly's mind, this baby girl would be a perfect fit, based on how cute and cuddly she was. Ling Yan, tell grandpapa here your mother's name. I can send someone to go inform them of your whereabout. I'm sure your parents are worried sick for you. That said, the guy reached out with a hand and rubbed the pipsqueak's head to soothe her crying. For kids, it's common in human nature to be afraid of an unfamiliar environment. Therefore, the best solution would be to first calm their unsettled self with a calming gesture like caressing their hair or a welcoming posture. Despite being teary still in the eye, Ling Yan did stop hiccuping as she spoke. Big Brother said to not trust anyone I don't know. This grandpapa seems nice, but he said I would be a good sister to his grandson. In this pipsqueak's mind, she only wants to be her parents' daughter and her two brothers' sister. She doesn't want to be anyone else's sister. Tightly biting down on her lower lips. Grandpapa, are you planning to take Ling Yan back to your home to sell to your grandson? That instantly made the man freeze all over due to how ridiculous and bombshell of a comment that was. He honestly never expected this girl to be so clever that she could coin up such a story. Angry at her? No, more like a helpless exhaustion at being unable to handle a baby. You little rascal, who taught you such things at such a young age? The outer domains are dangerous. You cannot stay here alone. Grandpapa here promise you, I will not sell you to anyone or my grandson, okay? Heavenly Flame and Ling Yan too. He felt like his life's patience had been spent on the little fella. But who told him that he's taken a strong liking to this pipsqueak at first sight? As such, there's no way he could ignore this crybaby and let her stay in this dangerous place alone. Big Brother won't let Ling Yan touch other men. Otherwise Big Brother will break their legs. If grandpapa wants me to see your grandson, then I won't go back with you. This grandpapa, he looks like a good person, And if he is a bad person, he would have forced me to go with him by now. For the sake of this stranger's kindness, the pipsqueak was deadest on not meeting any other male. She's all too aware of what Baishachen and Deetsong would do to any men that gets too close. You little rascal, can you even tell the difference between a male and female at your young age? Heavenly sighs and shakes his head helplessly. This little one, the more I look at her the more I like it. If only I can snatch her up and bring her to Xiachen. Ling Yan bit her thumb in a troubled fashion at that last question. Big brother said those with a bump on the chest are females, those that don't are a man. Ling Yan is not a fool. How can I not distinguish between a man and a woman? After hearing that outlandish and humorous answer, Heavenly nearly broke his face due to the intense twitching. Where did this little one learn such a thing from? Is her big brother that silly? How can he teach such a young baby something like that? Of course, if he knew who the pipsqueak's older brother was, then he would surely eat his own thoughts right there and then. Ling Yan, can you tell me where your house is now? What's your mother's name? Mustering up the last bit of control to keep himself from laughing aloud, Heavenly uses the most doting voice he knew. Initially Ling Yan wanted to say Bai Yan and the demon realm as her reply, but those words stopped right at the tip of her tongue after recalling something. Specifically, it's Di Xiaowan and state teacher's tragedy. That kind state teacher was killed by people from the outer domains. What if those enemies were here and learned of her identity? By then they would surely capture this pipsqueak and use her as a hostage. Understanding what she must do, a meaningful light flicker in the baby's eye before she broke into a cry. Mother is mother. Ah, grandpapa, help me find mother. I want mother. Heavenly frowned. Don't you know your mother's name? Catching the man's sleeve to face him with those tears. Grandpapa, will you help me find mother? The guy sighed even harder at what this meant. He suspects the baby doesn't even know her own mother's name due to how young she was. That leads to a much more difficult task of finding the family members. Then Ling Yan, do you know where your home is? Grandpapa can send you back that way. Shaking her head, Ling Yan continues to cry as she spoke. Ling Yan never left home before. I don't know where my home is. This little one, she really doesn't know. Since it comes to this, Heavenly could only press down the inner doubts and move on. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. I will go ask around if anyone lost their child lately. Now, are you willing to follow me to my home? Making a pouting face as she contemplated the deal, Di Ling Yan slowly nodded. Okay. Grandpapa said that this is the outer domain, so it's really dangerous. It's best if I follow him. Mother will come for me anyways. Staying in the wild is not smart. I'm not like Jean Tion, that dummy. He will probably stay here out of stubbornness. Heavenly Flame and Ling Yan 3. If Heavenly had only paid a little more closer attention to the way Di Ling Yan spoke and behaved, then he would surely have connected this child to Bai Yan's personality. They're far too similar in certain ways, especially those eyes. To say it's a carbon copy was an understatement. Crouching down to pick the little pipsqueak up, the man didn't think further and walked down the peak with his new charge. Di Ling Yan accepted the kindness despite her initial tantrum. For some reason, she got a very comfortable feeling once her two arms are wrapped around the man's neck as he held her. It's the same type of secure feeling she had when being around her parents and relatives. Monarch Manor. The whole estate exploded into an uproar after their lord and master returned with a baby in tow. To say it's a sensation was no understatement, since none of these people had ever seen their master get close to anyone here, nor have they seen him act so kindly and pleasant to a mere child. It's as if the man had transformed into a whole new person, to the point even his personality had changed with a flick of a finger. Simply said, what happened today went beyond any of their imaginations. When Lady Guya and Senior Gu Lao stepped into the estate later that day to seek an audience, the two were absolutely stunned when they saw the pipsqueak and guy sitting in the front garden eating a vine of grapes together under the sun. Lord, my lady has paid so much to get you back. In the end, you would fancy a kid? Senior Gu Lao's anger finally broke out. Furthermore, the child is probably no older than 2, right? Does your monarchness want to wait a decade or something for her to grow up? But then age doesn't really matter here, since you will look the same regardless, so I guess that's not an issue. Imagine having a party being doused with cold water. That's what occurred with Heavenly's face right there. Turning to the old fool, he glares with daggering eyes at the source of that comment. Seeing the man's ready to explode, Lady Guya hurried to intervene before it's too late. Pulling at her subordinate's sleeve to stand back, Don't speak like that, Senior Gu Lao. The monarch would never do that to a child. How can you even think of heavenly flame in that fashion? Are you trying to smear the monarch by saying mere speculations? Yes, the child is too young. Just thinking of that possibility is giving me the chills. In light of her thoughts, Heavenly's gaze still struck a chord in the lady's heart. That's something she's never seen him like this in his previous life. Even if it's just a 2-year-old, she just couldn't keep herself calm. When did I need your consent in adopting a child? Heavenly sneered sarcastically. This child is well suited with me. That's why I have decided to take her as my adopted granddaughter. From this day forward, she's the young lady of this manor. No one is allowed to disrespect her. Sometimes blood really was a magical thing. Even if they didn't know they're related, the connection within their blood still draws them together. Grandpapa, are you trying to advantage of my father? Di Lingyan puckers her lips into a disgruntled smooch as she asked. Her big brother said that children should be polite to their elders. That's why she's willing to address him as such. However, if this man wants to use herself to make Ditsong call address him as a elder too, then she won't accept the arrangement. Heavenly Flame and Lingyan 4. Of course, what Di Lingyan doesn't know was that even if Heavenly doesn't take herself as his granddaughter, Ditsong would still have to call this old grandpapa his father-in-law. Lingyan, I won't force you to be granddaughter if you don't wish it. However, I will still treat you as such regardless. From now on you will be the Monarch Manor's young little lady. Despite the indifference from the pipsqueak, Heavenly continues to dote on the baby. How could he ever bear to force the girl? As long as she doesn't want to do anything, then he would never force her. No woman likes hearing their crush favoring another lady. Lady Guya was no difference in the way she tensed up those hands, forcing her dreadful mood back inside so it doesn't show. Heavenly, this girl is really cute. It's no wonder you've taken such a strong liking to her. If it were me, I too would. Slowly walking back to the pipsqueak, the lady crouches down and smiled even deeper. Little girl, I also like you very much. Can I give you a hug? Under normal circumstances, Di Lingyan would not refuse others. Plus, Guya did not show any malice, but she just didn't want to be held by another person today. To show her childish tantrum, the pipsqueak squirms closer into the man's arm to hide. A child's instinct doesn't lie. There's no malice, but there's also no kindness. No need, said Heavenly. This girl isn't comfortable with strangers. Lady Guya's smile froze into an icicle. Doesn't like strangers? If she doesn't like strangers, then why would the lass follow the monarch? She's already prepared herself to accept this unknown kid. As long as he likes it, Guya would accept the girl as her own to form a cohesive family. She's already willing to go that far. Why won't they accept her gesture? Is there anything else? Heavenly looks up and asked again after realizing he hasn't gotten the reasoning of their visit. Bowing her head to show respect. I have not seen you for a long time. I was hoping to have a conversation with you since you came back. Faintly furrowing his forehead, Heavenly's gaze fell upon the lady and felt perplexed. Guya, I know what you want. I am forever grateful that you helped me. I am also willing to use anything to repay you for this debt, but I cannot offer myself, do you understand? In this life, only Bai Ning could stand beside himself. His heart has no room left for any other woman. Even if this Guya waited centuries for himself, he could not go against what's inside. That hard and direct refusal hurts. Guya knew being rejected like this wasn't some far-off idea. But to experience it still hurts. I see. She smiles in the saddest fashion she knew how. But I won't give up. Gu Lao, let's take our leave then. We mustn't disturb the monarch's rest. Giving one final glance at the pipsqueak hiding in the love of her life's arm, the lady turns and headed for the exit. Senior Gu Lao resented this. He wanted to defend his lady and fight on her behalf, but what could he do? He's no match for this man who disappointed the lady's feeling. After the two figures left, Di Lingyan finally loosened her grip to look up at the man with curiosity. Grandpapa, is your name Heavenly? Smiling as he gave the pipsqueak a gentle rub on the head. That name was from a long time ago. Now I have a new name. It's Wen Yunfeng. Win over Di Lingyan 1. Wen Yunfeng? Lingyan tilts her head while staring upwards, her face deep in thought. Why does this name sound so familiar, like I heard it somewhere before? Grandpapa, are you really not going to sell me? She asks with watery spring eyes. Just now that Auntie wanted to abduct me, I don't want to go with her. She doesn't like Guya, even if it's for no reason. Don't worry, this is my house. No one can take you away unless I allow it. You are safe to wait here for your parents to come pick you up. Heavenly dismissed the complaint and peeled a tangerine to feed it to the pipsqueak. Housekeeper, pass my word down that Ling Yan's status will be the young miss of the household. Anyone who dares to disrespect her will be expelled from the estate. My home does not allow those who doesn't know their place and ignore my command. The overbearing voice stunned the old butler-looking senior that's been attending to the pair on one side. He always thought that the monarch only said those things in order to keep Lady Guya from expecting something. Now it seems the truth was far from that assumption. Respectfully arching his fist, "Yes, monarch. Go down." Heavenly dismisses the old senior with indifference. In an instant, only the pipsqueak and grandfather remains. "Ling Yan, you love to eat so much. If my daughter were to be around, then she would surely make some very delicious food for you. I'm sure you will like it too." The image of his own daughter once again resurfaces in the man's mind, causing him to evoke a touching smile of warmth due to how proud he was of her. In this life, the ones he owed the most would be his wife by Ning and his daughter by Yan. He couldn't be there when his wife gave birth, nor could he watch over that child as she suffered in that by house. And now, he couldn't even be there with his family due to all the enemies here in the outer domain. If he were to ever make it back to the mortal world and reunite with them, he must work fast and hard to remove all the obstacles standing in his way lest danger befalls his loved ones. Really? Ling Yan's eyes glittered with stars. Is it comparable to my mother's cooking? Heavenly nearly couldn't hold himself together, and broke out laughing over that comment. He would of course think Bai Yan's cooking would be better, after all, the lady's his daughter. But for a little baby like this, there's no way he could say it aloud and only kept silent. You will be able to taste her cooking once the opportunity comes. It's just that I don't know when I'll be able to see her again. He shakes his head helplessly. Born with higher intellect, the baby senses the damped mood, so she decides to remedy it. Grandpapa's daughter is not around? Win over Ling Yan too. She is not with me because I am afraid danger will befall her, nor am I able to go look for her. After all, there are too many enemies aiming for Grandpa's head. Heavenly sighs heavily. Humph. I think it's just Grandpapa being selfish. If I were your daughter, I would rather be by your side no matter the danger. If my parents are danger, I too will want to be with them to face the foe. And if they leave me behind, then Ling Yan will be very angry. Raising her little head, Ling Yan puffs up her cheeks to make a very unhappy pout. Sadly, the attempt only made her all the more adorable and cuter. There's good reasoning for the baby to think this way. She had been cheated away by her grandmother before, and although it was for her own safety, she would have preferred to face the danger together than to survive in this world all alone. She doesn't want to survive while everyone dies. Heavenly's finger trembled after hearing those words, causing him to squeeze tighter. Is that so? Before he's still confused on whether he's done the right thing or not by pushing his family away, but now he's starting to doubt his own decision. After all, did he ever ask for their opinion first? The answer would be no, he did not. Suddenly, the guy bursts out laughing, the cheery and happy kind and not the depressed and heavy one he's been showing to those around. I've lived for so many years and in the end I had to have a child to remind me what's important. Brushing the child's hair with a faint smile. Ling Yan, Grandpapa is really too selfish here. I never asked for their view on the matter and made the decision on their behalf. Now, even if I want to bring them over, I can't. I can't see them again. They are probably looking all over the world for me. My wife Ninger is so gentle, and my daughter Yan Yan is also a heavy and emotional person. If they know that I am facing off against so many people, then they will surely come to me to resist them. But what did I do? I cowardly told myself it's for their sake and hid away. Now Ninger and Yan Yan must be thinking the same way. Even in the face of life and death, they will want to spend time with me. The seal he set that year not only sealed the other domains, it also forbade himself from returning to the human world after the establishment of this domain. Otherwise, why else would he be so careful about letting his foes know about his family? He's afraid they would target them in the human world where he himself couldn't go. Can't Grandpapa just go see your daughter? Ling Yan turned, looks up and bit her finger. It's not that I can't, But to leave means I will have to lift the seal. The people from the other domains will be able to leave as well. By then it will cause endless strife across all the worlds. I don't know if I can resist them on my own by then if they combine their forces. He's regained part of his strength, but without the full power at his wield, confronting everyone at once would be impossible. Di Lingyan hung her head at that information. If that's the case, then there's really no other way. Lingyan, I was able to understand a lot of things thanks to you today. And if I could leave the domain on my own somehow without lifting the seal, then I will definitely go meet my wife and daughter. Grandpapa, I believe you'll see them again, I'm sure of it. Di Lingyan raises her fists to wave it around to show it's possible, which brought another wave of laughter to the man's heart. Win over Di Lingyan 3. This hearty laugh spread across the monarch's manor, reaching into the ears of all those who occupied it and those who hadn't quite left the estate yet. Guya tightly pinched her fists at that voice due to the stinging in the heart. She's been with Heavenly for many years. Never has she seen him be so happy before. Miss? Senior Gulao sounded worried after noticing the drop of tear forming on the lady's eye. You in fact don't need to worry about that baby girl. The monarch won't touch her for at least a decade. She's not a threat to you. Guya didn't feel any better from those consoling attempts. Instead she heavily bit her pale lip and stared behind at the courtyard where the laughter continued to echo out. Angrier in the face than the last, since the senior could tell how pained the lady was. But who could have guessed the baby would be so good at attracting the opposite sex despite being so young? It really begs to wonder the sort of parent she has to be able to teach her such trickery. Gulao. Guya's expression got serious and stern. Don't mention such things again, remember that. The girl is only 2 years old. How do you expect her to know what she's doing? The reason she's getting so much attention is because Heavenly dotes on children. That's all, nothing more. So what if she's only 2 years old? Miss, although a baby is a blank white sheet of paper, but that doesn't mean their parents are as innocent. In this world, there are plenty of parents who would incite their child to go after people of high stature. It's not impossible that the girl back inside is here under her parents' instruction. Senior Gulao huffs a grunt. Milady is too simple-minded. This child is obviously getting close to the monarch under someone's instruction. Guya did not add to that and kept quiet from there. Even if she does not believe in a 2-year-old child being capable of seduction and foxy ways, but the monarch's love for a child still stung greatly. Miss, the senior suddenly made a neck-slicing gesture. Do you want me to solve the problem? Instead of being elated, Guya's complexion instantly changed for the worse and lashed out with a scold. Gulao, no matter what, I am not going to kill a child just because I feel insecure. What if Heavenly finds out? He will sure be very sad afterwards. She just wants him to be with herself. Never did it cross her mind to hurt a child for that. Besides, what can a baby do? Guya doesn't even consider Di Lingyan as a rival. Senior Gulao's frown only deepened. Milady is too soft inside. If it were me, I would have removed them right from the start if they posed even the slightest threat. However, it's also the lady's character that she could stay beside the monarch's side for so long. If it were anyone else, they would have long been swept out the door. Gulao. Guya saw the old man didn't recede his murderous thoughts, so she got even harsher in the voice. I said I do not want to move against a baby girl, do you not understand? She is not my opponent. If you move against her and is discovered, I won't be able to save you from the monarch's wrath. The woman here followed the monarch for many years and helped him regain his strength, but that doesn't mean she could do whatever she wants. No one knows the monarch's temper better than her, and if she annoys him, he won't hold back just because of their old relationship. By then, no pleading would save Gulao. Hanging his head low as he complied in respectful tone. Miss, I understand. Win over Di Lingyan 4. Understanding was one thing, but he still doesn't want to let anyone take away his lady's man. Since she won't do it, Senior Gulao felt determined to do it on her behalf. After all, his life was saved by Guya. This would be his way of returning the debt so she could live a happy life. It's good that you understand. Guya did not see the old senior's flickering eye, so her heart gradually calmed down. Faintly smiling. The matter between me and the monarch is between the two of us. You don't need to get involved. I have my own ways of becoming his wife. Yes, milady. If the lady has such ways, then they would have long been married. Why wait until now? So this time, It must be up to me to get rid of the opponent for the miss. To the north of the heavenly domain lies a desert where the scorching sun burned brilliantly, while also being poisonous to any creature unfortunate to make this terrain home. As it so happens, Bai Yin was one of the unfortunate creatures to be trekking through this sandy landscape comprised of hilly dunes and scraping pits. Exhausted after walking for so long, she leans in against the dried fibrous body of a dead tree to gain some shade. Ling Yan should be up ahead if I continue to go straight. Ever since she broke through to the higher level of the celestial rank, she's been able to locate those she knew through their energy signatures. In this case, Bai Yan's using a tracking spell that shoots a beam of light in the general direction of her target, as long as she's able to provide a wisp of their life force. Unfortunately, this method does have a flaw, and that was she's unable to discern the distance. In these days, the poor desperate mother's been walking non-stop without a proper rest since her arrival in the outer domains. Ling Yan, wait for mother, I will be there soon. Murmuring this to push herself, the woman drags that aching body up with sweat dripping down the forehead. Ling Yan is not Xiachen, she's only a 2-year-old at heart and a timid girl at that. She won't be able to handle being by herself for so many days in the wilderness. Even if I don't take a break, I must find her as fast as possible. Compared with the anxiety of the poor woman though, Ling Yan on the other hand was enjoying the good life at the Monarch Manor by eating well and sleeping well. Aside from missing Bai Yin, there's nothing the baby lacked. After all, the pipsqueak wholeheartedly believes her mother would come. It's just a matter of when, so she's not worried. Fortunately, because of Hiveli's order, none in the manor dared to upset the baby. Compounded by the fact that she has a super sweet mouth, no attendant or maid even thought about hurting Ling Yan, and grew especially fond of her. Now this troubled those who wished harm on the pipsqueak, of course. Senior Gu Lao's been keeping track of the pipsqueak's every movement. Unless the child comes out of her own volition, the old elder won't have an opportunity to make a move. As for Guya the lady herself, she's been ignoring her subordinate's advice and continued to visit Heavenly's home. All for the sole reason of trying to cuddle up to the baby. Sadly for the hard-working woman, Ling Yan refused to meet her and thus squashed the idea. In the end, Guya could only resort to waiting, specifically waiting in the back garden with a basket of pastries. Like the old saying goes, those who put in the effort would always be rewarded. After many days of this fruitless attempts, Guya finally got the opportunity to meet the baby on this sunny afternoon. Lighting up in the eye, she gracefully strode towards the pipsqueak who has come into view. Is that you, child? Ling Yan also saw who was coming over. Wrinkling her temple at this, she's obviously very unhappy at the interruption. I don't like her one. I finally get to see you, Ling Yan. Guya could barely contain the excitement in those eyes after locking onto that little figure. You must be hungry. Auntie here prepared some pastries for you, do you want a taste? First glancing down at the pastry presented before herself with those hands, the pipsqueak slowly forms a frown. Mother does not allow Ling Yan to eat too much sweet food. I've already eaten my sweets today, so I cannot eat more. Even if she doesn't like Guya for some unknown reason, that doesn't mean she would be rude to her. Especially when the other party showed no malice. As such, the girl could only refuse in a polite manner. Moreover, Bai Yin would not let her eat too much sweets. That's not an excuse she made up on the spot. Guya's smile dropped into an icy bowl of awkward air. Quickly calming herself to keep up with that elegant smile. That is fine, Ling Yan, these pastries are something all children like, it's okay if you eat more. After all, these are Auntie's goodwill. Are you really going to disappoint your auntie here? Auntie, why are you insisting on me eating these pastries? I already said I don't want to eat them, didn't you hear me? The pipsqueak got angry and shot a stare back, her cheeks pouting with displeasure at having to repeat herself. Over the years, Ling Yan has been pampered silly by Bai Yin, therefore her temper has never been exactly the best. Normally she would not show this side of herself if the other party avoided provocation, but if they did then this bitchicide would erupt like a volcano. What's more, she's already explicitly refused the offer. What more does this Guya want? Like, does she not understand human words or something? Guya's face went a bit greener at the reprimand, causing the corner of her mouth to twitch slightly. I didn't mean that. If that's not what you mean, then what do you mean? I have politely refused you, yet you still want me to eat these pastries. Do you want me to get a toothache? Bulging her eyes into an angry glare, She stabs those tiny little arms into a forking posture against the waist like a madam having a showdown on the streets. Such a bitchy behavior not only didn't harm Di Lingyan's image, instead it only made her all the more adorable and lovely. It really goes to show being young has its advantages. Imagine a middle-aged woman pulling this stunt. They would surely be told she's a wild animal that needs to be caged up. Lingyan, you misunderstood Auntie here, Guya panicked to explain herself, but watching those angry eyes, the lady choked and couldn't finish those words. I'm just trying to please her, what am I doing wrong? I called you Auntie because my mother taught me to be polite, but you are aiming at me with alternative intent. I am not like my brother Jin Tian and Auntie Xiaowan who are both dummies, I won't be deceived. Di Lingyan's cheek was still bulging. The very idea of Guya trying to give her a toothache was enough to infuriate this little child. Mainly due to the last time she got a tooth cavity, it hurts. Humph, this person is a bad woman after all. I should have listened to my guts from the very start. Of course, if the situation were to be replaced with Jin Tian, that little glutton, the boy would have snatched the pastries up and toddled away with Guya from the get-go. He might have even helped the woman count the money afterwards from being sold too. Lingyan. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the rear and catches their attention. In this moment, Guya's body visibly froze. Looking up, what came into view was the handsome contour of the man of whom she loved, which only made her grow more frantic inside instead of being reassured. I don't like her too. When he saw that Di Lingyan had not been hurt, the man's worried expression naturally cleared up. This shouldn't have been anything special. However, that following smile was a thorn, poking holes into Guya's heart, who stood at the opposite end. Lingyan, how can you sneak away alone like that? Heavenly sternly lectures her despite his gentle gesture of caressing that little head. Next time you mustn't leave those maids behind, do you understand? Pouting her little mouth until it's a balloon. But I don't like having so many people following me around, they won't even let me go to the toilet by myself. The man could only shake his head helplessly after hearing that. If you don't like too many people following, then I can withdraw some of the maids away. However, you must keep some around. What about when I'm in the toilet? I will let them know to wait at the door, okay? Crouching down to be at eye level with the young girl. Grandpa's enemies are many. It's not safe for you to be wandering around alone. What if someone sneaks inside and no one could save you? Don't worry, those maids are very powerful, they can protect you for sure. Thank you, Grandpapa. Throwing herself at the man's leg, she hugs him wholeheartedly while smiling brightly, which instantly brought joy to the old grandfather. Guya, why are you here? When Heavenly finally stood back up and looked around, he was immediately alarmed to discover the woman standing across from them. Guya felt especially sad and bitter inside over that question. Am I that insignificant in his eye that he only now noticed me? I can't even be compared to a 2-year-old child? Monarch, I'm here to see Lingyan. She's so cute, I like her very much. Guya's gaze then fell upon the little pipsqueak, who immediately squirmed away into the man's arm. Wrinkling her little nose, Di Lingyan grew especially unhappy at the outreached hand from the lady. You lie, if you like me then why do you want me to eat those pastries? I refused once already, yet you kept insisting I accept it. Heavenly's handsome face instantly darkened into a grim look as he locked onto the woman, his eyes sharp like a sword. That brought some serious trouble to Guya. She did not expect the pipsqueak to call her out over that exchange, so she got quite white. Stumbling back a few steps. Monarch, I really did not. I only wanted to offer Lingyan some snacks, I didn't meant to. Humph. Lingyan proudly huffs a grunt. I told you mother won't let me eat too many sweets, you clearly want me to have a tooth cavity. Grandpapa, I don't like her, she wants me to get a toothache. In her panic, Guya frantically tried to defend herself some more only to be shut down by that gaze. To say her heart felt a despairing chill was no understatement. Guya, Heavenly lowered his tone into frosted ice. Lingyan is the Monarch Manor's little young miss, you are to address her as young miss from herein forward. In addition, he pauses for a moment, Lingyan doesn't like you so you do not need to come to the estate as often anymore. Lingyan doesn't like you so you do not need to come to the estate as often anymore. This sentence rocked the woman's heart, sending thundering booms across her mind until she's stiff as a rock, those eyes full of disbelief. Because of this little girl's words he actually refused me entry? What magic does this girl have to make the monarch pamper her like so? What are you standing around for, leave? Heavenly's harsh voice echoed across the air, sending another traumatic shock into Guya's head. I don't like her, 3. Biting her lips in frustration, Guya wanted to stay but relented after seeing there's no room for argument. Turning, she resentfully turned for the exit with tears dripping down those cheeks. Ling Yan, tell Grandpa here why you don't like Guya. Did she do something to you? Although he doesn't like Guya all that much either, but the girl's only a baby, it doesn't make that much sense unless there's a reason. Something must have happened and he needs to find out why. Biting her finger, the pipsqueak tilts her head at the man. Because she doesn't like me either. If she doesn't like me, then why should I like her? Taken aback, he presses for clarification. Guya doesn't like you? How are you able to tell? Mother said a person's eye doesn't lie. She may be smiling at me with her mouth, but her eyes didn't smile. That means she's not genuine. No matter it be my father, mother, my brothers, or those subordinates of theirs, they would all smile at me with their eyes when they see me. Like you, Grandpapa, you are also smiling with your eyes when you look at me. Heavenly became lost for words there. He didn't expect this milky tiny little pipsqueak to be so sensitive and aware of those around herself. Grandpapa, did you not notice it? That auntie is not being honest with me. She doesn't like me like she says, and whenever my big brother wants to scheme against someone, he too would make the same look in that auntie's eye. She's probably planning something. Unfortunately for this auntie, her skill is too weak and failed to scheme against me. She probably can only trick dummy Jean Tian and Auntie Xiao Wan. You! Heavenly suddenly chuckled profusely. So young and already so intelligent. Just looking at you reminds me of my own grandson. I feel like we must let you meet him one day. You are both so smart, you are bound to get along. No. Ling Yan rejects the idea in a spoiled note, shaking her head stubbornly. Why? Heavenly asked curiously, musing over the question as she bit her nail. Because Ling Yan is lovely and clever. What if the little brother sees me and wants to abduct me? Father and my brothers will rush over and break his leg if they find out. In saying this, her expression got all serious, like she's looking out for this grandfather. Naturally, this brought another huge laugh to Heavenly's face. This little girl, she's even as narcissistic as Shachin when it comes to these things. Oh, the more I look at her, the more I like it. So your father and brothers intend to keep you from mingling with men for the rest of your life? Nodding. Yes, they don't allow any of the other big brothers near me. What a joke. Heavenly makes an angry pump of the fist towards the sky like he's outraged. How can they stop you from finding true love? Although you are young now, but in the future you will inevitably meet the right man. Do they intend to drive the guy away with a rod or something? This won't do. I'm going to have a word with your father and brothers once they come. They cannot limit your freedom. Now the guy's desire to abduct this child home grew by leaps and bounds. No matter what, I must introduce her to my grandson. They will definitely get along just fine. Also, her father and brothers, they need a proper educating to behave this way. I don't like her for. Moreover, even if Ling Yan can't go back to her own home, he mustn't let others hinder her happiness. Do they really intend to break apart a pair of lovebirds or something? Heavenly furrowed his brow as he mused over the problem. Of course, if he had known Ling Yan was Bai Yan's daughter, then the guy would never think that way. Instead, he would firmly join in on the camp of Ditsong and Bai Shachin, who wants to break the leg of any filthy stinking boy who dares to lay eye on this precious gem of their family. The pipsqueak didn't understand what the grandfather was thinking, so she uttered an honest reply. I will listen to what father and brother tells me. Regardless of what happens in the future, she has the protection of her father and 2 brothers. She doesn't need any other little brother. Ling Yan, you are young still right now, so I won't say much or try to change your mind. However, after you grow old enough and meet the man that you favor, do not cower away and chase after him. Otherwise you will regret it. Grandpapa, how do I know if I favor a man? The pipsqueak tilts her head as she asked. Is it a person that one likes? If that's the case, I like father and my brothers a lot too. Do they count as men that I favor? Heavenly got all quiet as he contemplated the right words to a baby girl. A man that you favor is a person of the opposite sex that aren't blood related to you. He should make you want to marry him and become one family. Oh, Ling Yan understands then. If I ever meet such a man like that, then I won't give up, I won't regret. The pipsqueak gets all serious in the face. Some years later, the little pipsqueak really did meet the man of her life. As a result, she stubbornly pursued the relationship despite all objections, thus causing Heavenly to cry and weep in tears. Talk about eating his own words, that's the perfect description of what's transpiring. Oh right, Ling Yan, do you remember your parents' name or where they live? Heavenly suddenly asks while making a troubled expression. I've asked around and could not figure out any family that's missing their child. Smiling brilliantly. No need, grandpapa, my mother will come to me soon. Heavenly shot an incredulous look at the lass. And how did you determine that? Because I can feel it, mother will come soon. I'm going to wait here for her, she will come to me soon. Animals have a much higher sense of smell than humans. This only gets magnified when their bloodline are of superior lineage and could become a homing beacon. For Di Ling Yan, she's able to perceive the faint scent of Bai Yan's body despite the demon queen being far, far away. Heavenly helplessly shook his head because he didn't believe a single word of it. In his view, the baby must be having illusions due to missing her mother way too much. I'll have the maids come to you later, and you mustn't leave them behind anymore, or I'm afraid some people will take that opportunity to hurt you. I understand, I won't do it anymore. Ling Yan obediently nods her little head. That's good. Rubbing the child's hair before releasing her from his arms, Heavenly felt much better inside knowing he's got that promise. Grandpa has other things to deal with for now, you go play. Also, go ahead and stay away from Guya if you don't feel secure around her. Bai Yan's here. 1. Study room. Standing in wait by the time Heavenly arrived at the place was an old senior donning a sleek black scholarly robe. Becoming aware of his liege's entry, the person turns around and arched his fist in compliance. Monarch, I have just received news about an ancient ruin surfacing in the northern reaches of the domain. I believe this ancient ruin is related to the woman you are looking for. A bit startled by the grand news, Heavenly gradually closes his eyes to reminiscence the past in where he sealed off all the domains. The war ended through his efforts, but the price was his demise and death. How did that day go again? Oh right, it was after I died by sacrificing my body. Up in the sky, standing at the very top of the clouds and overwatching the world. There she was, that dazzling and stunning woman. We were all items of humor and amusement for her. Was it worth it? She asked him after their eyes met. Even if I were given another chance, I would still use my own body for the peace of this world. Not knowing what came over him, Heavenly answered without thought, like he wants to interact with this spirit. Worst of all, as the female soul slowly stepped down from the clouds towards himself, the man clearly felt an unprecedented pressure despite them both being harmless and without means to harm each other. Such a pressure, he's never experienced it before. You're such an interesting person. My soul has been floating around the world for years, and I've never seen anyone as interesting as you. I'm glad my time watching your play isn't wasted. So you've been dead for years? Why haven't you reincarnated yet? I know you're capable of entering the cycle again with your ability. Reincarnation? The woman sneered, those eyes holding the very idea in contempt. I would lose all my powers if I am reborn, meaning I would have to start from scratch again. I'd rather be alone in this world than to be reborn as a fledgling. He got all quiet for a brief minute. But this way you will not experience the joy and sorrow of the world. What meaning is there in such a life if you can't have any of that? Are you not lonely floating here without any company? Even if your next life is an ordinary person, there is at least warmth for you to hold, a far better outcome than your current situation. Moreover, since you are so powerful in this life, you think your next would be ordinary? This time it was the woman herself to get all quiet. Suddenly, she bursts out laughing with her enchanting smile that could bedazzle the darkest shadows of this world. You are right, I am starting to feel the fatigue of wandering around in this spirit form. Heavenly, I'm glad to have met you. It's been a very long time since I met someone as interesting as you. If I do ever reincarnate, maybe we would even become family in the next life, haha. Just as he was slightly taken aback by that last comment, the woman in red had already come before himself with that arcing smile of flamboyant nature. I have left something special for you in your domain. If you could somehow regain your powers in your next life, consider it my gift as thanks. The past flickered in Heavenly's mind like that of a projector. It's fast and intense, causing the man to go through a roller coaster of a ride in his emotions. In the end, his bitterness and anger turned into a long sigh, a long sigh of regrets and what-ifs mixed in with the important and momentary happiness. Bai Yan's here too. In that ancient ruin, there should be something she left me. Fifth Elder, you accompany me to the ruins. In addition, let Second Elder take over the job of watching over Ling Yan. Fifth Elder Qiuing appears startled at first but quickly recovered enough to nod. Yes, Monarch. After dropping this, the old senior went ahead to make the arrangements for personnels and the order to the Second Elder. Unlike in other places where men held most of the high positions on these elder councils, the Second Elder in Heavenly Manor was in fact a woman. Although she's of several hundred years by this age, the youthful contour of this lady did not escape her grasp, thus leaving her outer appearance quite seductive to the less informed. Similarly for the female gender, cute little girls are easier to be liked. Such would be the reason for Heavenly's choice of picking the Second Elder. When everything was arranged, the grandfather did not say his goodbye to the pipsqueak. Instead he left quietly without warning. He's not going far or long anyways. There's no point in giving this info to an inexperienced baby who might decide to throw a tantrum and tag along. By then things really would get heated and troublesome. Perhaps by coincidence or just pure fate, Bai Yan, who's been tracking her daughter's energy signature, soon arrived outside the estate. She's tried, very tired in fact, with sweat causing her dress to stick to that fine figure and shiny skin. She's nevertheless as stunning as ever. In fact, her beauty merely shifted to a more mellow form instead of the dominating and strong heroine type she portrayed to the public. Halt! The two standing watchmen at the doorway yelled when they saw the stranger approach their premise. Who are you and why are you here at the monarch's manor? Bai Yan stopped as ordered, but she did not get angry at the holler and instead spoke in respectful tones. Mr. Guards, might I ask if you've seen a missing little girl as of late? Little girl? The watchmen popped their eyes in astonishment. Some time ago their lord and liege did bring a little girl back to the manor, but the story was that she's the young miss of the estate. Now this unknown woman had come asking for details about her? Could it be? The one you're looking for is. One of the watchmen attempts to ask for more details when an unwelcoming voice interrupts their conversation. I believe you're looking in the wrong place. We do not have the person like you described in the monarch manor. Furrowing her brow, Bai Yan turns around to let her gaze fall upon the dainty figure that's coming over. The opposing woman wore a long dress like her own but in the light blue color. Though she's not as dazzling as Bai Yan, this person does have an enchanting air in the way she sways those hips. It could drive any man crazy for her if she simply revealed some more of that skin by loosening the dress somewhat. Once again, the watchmen at the door were stunned. Didn't the monarch bring back a little girl from the outside? Why is Miss Guya claiming we didn't? They wanted to refute the denial and answer honestly, but this was Guya they were going up against. They're nothing but lowly guards at the manor. What good would it do them to get on the bad side of the monarch's benefactor? Nothing, of course. You are? Bai Yan calmly inquires without any warmth. Guya smiled. I am the monarch's people. I'm afraid you are looking in the wrong place. We did not pick up any little girl, so I suggest you look elsewhere. Bai Yan didn't buy this story one bit and shot the lady a strange squint before turning back her sight on the estate. Ling Yan's energy signature is clearly coming from the monarch manor. I did not find the wrong place. Can it be? These people kidnapped my daughter? Her face darkened at the idea, causing that friendly air to transform into a cold hard form as she rushed at the entrance like a charging bull. The two watchmen did not expect this in the slightest at a barging intruder, so they were immediately caught off guard. By the time they wanted to intervene and stop her, it's already too late as they were knocked back by the woman's immense gush of power. Today, I must enter the monarch manor. No one can stop me, scram. Bai Yan's here 3. This woman. Does she really not have the monarch in her eyes or something? How dare she try to break inside? Guya stared in appallment at the dominating voice used by this intruder. Regardless, she has no intention of letting Bai Yan into the estate, nor would she permit her to meet that tiny rascal. Lady, the monarch's home is not a place you can freely enter. Plus the one you're looking for isn't inside, so. What she's implying was that she won't be able to get inside even if she does permit her, nor would the outcome end in her favor if she does. Originally, the two watchmen were still stunned by the power shown and audacity of what's transpiring. But those words from Guya were like a stimulant and managed to bring them back to reality. Pulling themselves together, they charged at the demon queen to stop her. Scram! In a fit of rage at the hindrance, Bai Yin roars and swung her fist at the two watchmen. Unlike before where it's merely a power shove to cause their steps to stumble, this time the attack was for real. Flying out like bullets at the wall, these poor underlings found themselves crashing to the ground and gasping for air like someone just ripped their lunges out. If not for the demon queen's act of mercy in not killing the two or injuring them severely, they would have died before even hitting hard ground. Mother! It's then when the situation was about to spiral out of control and deteriorate into full-blown war. A small tiny squeaky voice cries out from the inside and stops their fighting. Overjoyed by that face on whom she's been seeking for so long, Bai Yin reactively extended her arms out into a welcoming gesture, thus allowing that soft tiny body to pounce into her embrace. Mother, I knew you would come find me. I've been very good and waited for you. Ah. Am I good? Ling Yan whines and acts all cute by flailing her little legs in the air as she got plucked from the ground. In contrast to the mother and daughter experiencing the joy of each other's company, Guya had on the ugliest expression she's ever made thus far. She did not expect the tiny rascal to come running out on her own, which now ruined her future plans of using the child. Worst of all, this woman really was the baby's mother. Likewise, the two watchmen who are still on the ground were flabbergasted with disbelief in their eyes. They're dismayed, not knowing what to do for a good while. Is the little lady the daughter of this woman? In other words, the one the monarch is looking for is this woman here? Yet they're stupid enough to try to stop her? In an instant, the faces of the two watchmen fell into panic, the likes of which they never knew possible. Out of fear, they turned to Guya anxiously for help. Pity them. The filthy lady could care less about these two underlings when she herself was at a loss. Ling Yan, I finally found you. Bai Yin reluctantly releases her daughter's body despite wanting to keep her forever in her grasp. These days she has never had a moment of joy and only felt worry for this and that. Now all of those fears were swept away by the scent of her precious daughter back in her arms. Don't be scared, mother. The pipsqueak felt the tremor, so she immediately puts on an adult face. I've been very good these days. Grandpapa is also very good to me. If I'm not around mother in the future, I can take good care of myself. I'm also a big girl. Casting her eyes down at the pipsqueak, my children are also outstanding and sensible. I feel so proud. Bai Yan's here for. You just said, Grandpapa? Yes, Grandpapa is so good looking. Ling Yan likes him very much. The pipsqueak carefully leans her head closer so that her voice doesn't get picked up by the others. But I didn't tell anyone about our family mother. I don't know if Grandpapa is father's enemy or not. Am I not very clever? The little pipsqueak's eye radiated the playfulness of a child that seems to have pulled off a prank successfully. There's nothing wrong with her liking Heavenly, but for her, it's more important to keep her parents safe. She won't give anyone the chance to hurt them. Ling Yan is so good. Bai Yin proudly rubs her little head. But now I am here to pick you up. Go gather your things, sweetie. We will say farewell and go home. Ling Yan nodded. Okay, mother, I will go see Grandpapa now. Mother said children need to be polite and well-mannered. Grandpapa took me in. I need to properly say farewell. Just as the pipsqueak was about to turn away, an authoritative woman in green had come out from the estate, showing a gentle smile at the sight of the child. Little young miss, his monarchness is currently out and not around. He's expected to return in a few days. The cheerful smile of the child swiftly disappeared following second elder Butterfly's explanation, pursing those tiny lips into a thin line of frustration. Auntie Butterfly, do you know when Grandpapa is coming back? I'm leaving and want to say goodbye to him. I'm sorry, the monarch did not say exactly when. Butterfly makes a troubled expression before looking up at the demon queen. Lady, you are the little young Mrs. Mother? Our monarch will be back in a few days. Can you wait for him to return first before departing? Bai Yin didn't reply right away. Instead she gazed down at her daughter's figure, who clearly wanted to meet that person before leaving. Ling Yan have always been heavy on her feelings. If she's finding that grandfather to be so important, then he must have been very kind to her. Otherwise she wouldn't be so reluctant to leave. Mother. The pipsqueak turns to look up with that pathetically sad gaze. I want to say goodbye to Grandpapa. Meeting that peachy pink face, Bai Yen couldn't help but chuckle at her insistence. Okay, we will leave once he returns. It's my daughter. How can I ever bear to let her down? What's more, we can't leave this place for the time being anyways, so there's no problem in waiting for this monarch to return. Seeing Bai Yen has agreed to stay, second elder butterfly naturally breathed a sigh of relief. She was beginning to worry that the other party would insist on leaving before Heavenly returns. That would definitely make their liege very sad if he returns and the girl goes missing. Miss Guya, how come you are here? It's only then does Butterfly realize there's a third person standing further ahead. Furrowing up her temple. I believe the monarch told you to not get close to the little young miss. How come you are here at the estate? Guya's complexion got a bit whiter as she quickly came up with an excuse. I came to see Heavenly. Heavenly? The name gave Bai Yen an instant flashback to that world behind the bronze gate. Didn't the ancient diary mention Heavenly when she was floating around in the sky as a spirit? The most interesting person she ever met, If I'm not mistaken, this Heavenly should be the same one. In that case, it would do well to meet him before leaving. Someone that's willing to sacrifice their own flesh and body for the sake of the world cannot be some mundane or bad person. Bai Yan's here 5. If from the beginning she had intended to stay due to Di Ling Yan's desire, then now Bai Yan was staying out of her own curiosity. Who wouldn't want to meet such a legendary figure? Especially when it's somewhat related to her own life. Second elder butterfly did not notice Bai Yan's strange expression and got all impatient with Guya's presence instead. Guya, the monarch is not at the estate, so you better leave first. And the things you did behind everyone's back, don't think we do not know about it. If not for the fact that we are certain about your loyalty towards the monarch, you believe you could have gotten away with it? Guya's small dainty face immediately lost all color as she clenched those fists into a tight ball. Second elder, I'm sorry for disturbing then. I will return once the monarch is back. After saying this, Guya finally turned away, but not before giving Bai Yen and the pipsqueak one final resentful glance under the scorching sun. As for the two watchmen who suffered the most here despite doing nothing wrong, they wanted to erase their own existence after Butterfly's entry. Fortunately, the elder didn't pay them any heed. Otherwise, who knows what sort of punishment awaited them. Miss, allow me to give my gratitude for willing to stay. We've all been very curious on the sort of person you are to be able to produce such a good and wonderful child like the little young miss. Bai Yen raised an eyebrow at the way they addressed Ling Yan, but decides to not touch on that topic. Your monarch is called Heavenly, is it not? Heavenly is the name of our monarch, yes. Butterfly smiles in a friendly manner to show she means well. There's no reason for her to be hostile after all. Their liege already ordered the little pipsqueak to become the manor's young miss. That meant the child's the most important person aside from the guy himself. Now that the baby's mother has become, it's only normal for her to get friendly and avoid offending the other party. Said Bai Yen as she held the child's hand. I and Ling Yan will be here until he returns then. Do let me know once he does. Please make yourself at home during this period. I will be sure to inform you right away once the monarch does return. Making a welcoming gesture with one hand, Butterfly wishes to lead the way by opening the way. Bai Yan did not say since the other party was so welcoming. Pinching her daughter's cheek. Ling Yan, let's go inside and rest first. These days she's been anxiously running around and could not rest at all, therefore it's only normal for her to want to relax for some calm. Gu Manor. Guya was in a dreadful mood by the time she returned to her home. Due to this, the lady didn't even notice the old figure who had stood in front of herself until she actually bumped into the person. Tearing up after recognizing who it was. Gu Lao. The old senior immediately picked up on the panic and dread in that voice. Getting dark in the face, the Gramps reached out to know what's wrong since he's always thought of her as his own granddaughter. Is it Heavenly and that lass again? Guya shook her head to try to deny it, but those tears told the other side all they needed to know. It's not Heavenly, he's not at the estate. Bai Yan's here 6. Miss, tell me what is going on, why are you crying? Gu Lao clenched his fist and asked angrily. Raising her tear-covered eyes, bitterness filled the lady's lip as she spoke. Ling Yan's mother came, and that woman, she's the most beautiful person I've ever met. What you mean is, the woman who took advantage of her own daughter's age has come? Gu Lao's eyes flared with anger. I thought she only wanted to use the child's cuteness to make some connection with the monarch manor. To think she's in fact trying to sneak into the monarch's bed instead. What's more, that child's mouth is too sweet. She's bound to help her own mother succeed at this rate. Huffing a grunt at the thought. Rest assured, miss, I won't let such a disgusting and vile woman get near the monarch. No one can take him away from you. Whoever dares to try, I will kill them. His desire to protect Guya has already reached an irrational level, so it doesn't matter if they are right or wrong. There's no difference in this old senior's mind anymore. Guya's body stiffened as she hung her head in a dejected manner. And, Gu Lao, elder butterfly, she threatened me and said she will let the monarch know of what I did. Threaten you? She thinks she's able to? Gu Lao sneered at the idea. It doesn't matter who it is that came up with the idea. In the end it was you who brought the monarch back, is it not? Naturally the credit goes to you. What right do they have to revoke that achievement? The fact that Butterfly wants to take credit proves she's not looking out for the monarch. I really have to wonder what the monarch is thinking in keeping such a bad person as an elder around. Guya did not refute the logic and merely stayed quiet. She doesn't want to believe otherwise. After all, if it weren't for this opportunity of bringing Heavenly back, never would she have been able to get this close to the monarch. Though the process involves her stealing the idea and credit right under the elders of the manor. But what does it matter? Getting serious in the face, Guya's panic slowly faded away at that thought. Gu Lao, what should I do? I can't let Butterfly reveal this to the monarch. With the status of being the benefactor, Heavenly won't be so tolerant as me anymore. I won't let that happen. Aching in his old heart, the old senior gets firm in his voice. Miss, don't worry. I won't let anyone ruin your happiness, even if it costs me my old life. His life was saved by the lady. Even if he dies for that goal, it would merely mean he's giving it back as payment. He's willing. Thank you, Gu Lao, I'm much better now. Guya manages to form a smile despite her eyes still being teary red. Fortunately, you are here with me. Without you, I will be all alone. You also don't need to go make trouble for Butterfly. She has the protection of the monarch. I'm afraid you will encounter danger. Bai Yan's here, 7. The senior did not answer Guya's words, however. His heart has already made a decision. Gu Lao, I want to go to the monarch manor again. The lady suddenly says as she bit her lip. Miss, the people of the monarch manor have treated you so poorly. Why are you insisting on letting them insult you again? Senior Gu Lao frowns with troubled confusion. In his eye, a woman like Guya needs love, while those people would only bring her shame and nothing else. Therefore, he's absolutely reluctant to let her go again. Now that the monarch is no longer at the estate, no one will dare to stop me since I have the status as his benefactor. Before I couldn't get a chance to learn of Ling Yan's mother because of Butterfly's interference. Now I must use the opening to figure out her personality before Heavenly returns. That woman. There is a good chance that she will become my enemy. If I wish to overcome this foe, I must get all the details and information beforehand. Gu Lao didn't like where this was headed and furrowed up his forehead. Despite his internal turmoil about the idea, he didn't object to the request since he knows any persuasion would be futile. The monarch manor. Inside the peaceful courtyard where the mother and daughter sat quietly on the pavilion, Bai Yan gently caresses the pipsqueak's hair, which drew a very relaxed and lovely face from the child. Mother, let me tell you something, you mustn't get angry afterwards, okay? What's the matter? That is... Ling Yan wiggles her body like a troubled maiden. Grandpapa wants to let his grandson meet me, but Big Brother said I mustn't get close to any men. If the time comes that Grandpapa brings his grandson, you must help me explain to them why and not because I am not willing. That brought a raised eyebrow to the Demon Queen. Definitely, the mother wanted to press for more details but kept it in to let the baby continue. So, the pipsqueak raises her head then to meet Bai Yan's. Can you make Big Brother and Father not break their leg? The men in the family only listens to Mother. If Mother opens her mouth, then they will definitely listen. A smirking grin finally filled the Demon Queen's face. And why is that? Because Grandpapa is not a bad man, therefore his grandson is certainly not a bad man either. The mind of a child remains relatively simple, even if they are clever like Ling Yan's, they are still confined to the boundaries of their age and couldn't go behind the first step in their thought patterns. As long as they don't hurt you, sweetie, anything is fine with me. Besides, your father and brothers won't just hurt anyone randomly, you don't need to fret about that point. Chuckling, Bai Yin pulls her daughter into a hearty hug, due to how silly her woes are. It's just that. Now that they're speaking about that troublesome pair of boys, Bai Yan's heart was starting to miss them a little. But if they are to leave this domain, the only option would likely lie with Heavenly Flame himself. Only he could help them leave this place since he's the one who created the world in the first place. Flashing with brightness in those little eyes, the pipsqueak gets all hopeful. Really? How come Ling Yan feel like they won't let anyone get close to me? It's like they don't care if they are coming with malicious intent or not either. Bai Yan's here, 8. Narrowing in her eyes, a sneer filled Bai Yan's mouth. My daughter's happiness cannot be dictated by anyone. Even if that is Deetsong and Xiachen, no one can. The pipsqueak didn't quite get why her mother would react so strongly, thus leaving all bewildered and confused. What does this have to do with my happiness? My happiness is to be with everyone for the rest of my life. Mother, as long as I have father, big brother, second brother and auntie, then that is my greatest happiness. That said, the pipsqueak snuggles up into the woman's arm, her smile big and bright like the dazzling sun. You are still small, so you will understand what I mean later. In any case, your mother, I will always be on your side. Regarding the Demon Queen's statement here, it's undoubtedly different from Heavenly's. The clueless Gramps only said similar words because he wanted to abduct this adorable baby girl home with him to meet his grandson. Meanwhile, Bai Yin said all of this from the deepest part of her heart in the sincerest form. Bai Yin abruptly swings her head around then when she suddenly sensed a third person coming over. Under the blistering sun, an elegant Guya wearing a light blue dress slowly strode over, her hips swaying hypnotically as if to tell the world that you mustn't ignore me lest you're blind. Towards this display, the Demon Queen undoubtedly found it displeasuring, since it reminded her of some unpleasant memories in the human world. Plus, what this woman did when she first arrived outside the Monarch Manor didn't go unnoticed. What reason left does Bai Yin have to like or favor this individual? Mother, I don't like her. The little pipsqueak squirms closer into her mother's arm. I always feel like she's scheming against me like some big bad wolf trying to abduct a white rabbit. Chuckling at her daughter's perception and description, Bai Yin reassures the child with her soft mellow voice. But you are not a little white rabbit, silly. You're a fox. Want to abduct my Ling Yan? It won't be so easy. Lady, Guya directly walks up to Bai Yan's presence without a care despite the cold reception. I did not know you were Ling Yan's mother earlier. I only thought the child is the monarch's granddaughter. That comment immediately brought a puckered Li to the child. Grandpapa have been looking everywhere for my mother. Everyone in the manor already knows about it. Guya's facade crumbled a bit after being called out. However, her thick skin prevailed and the woman quickly recovered. That is because I am not living in the manor. I wouldn't have known that detail. Do not misunderstand me, Ling Yan. If I had known she's your mother, then I would never have stopped her from coming inside. Furthermore, it wouldn't have mattered if I intervened or not. The threshold for outsiders to come inside the Monarch Manor is no small feat. Not just anyone can come inside, you know. Simply said, she's implying Bai Yan didn't have the qualifications to enter even if she didn't intervene with that lie. For Guya, she could force herself to like the pipsqueak for Heavenly Flame's sake. But for Bai Yan, who came out of nowhere, she only had disgust for the Demon Queen. Liar. Ling Yan huffs a grunt and proudly cocked her chin at the other side. Mother, I don't like to see this liar. Can we go back inside and nap? Guya's face changed completely, causing her breath to stutter at how rude she's being treated. If not for her years of training in keeping her manners, the woman would have long lost it. Ling Yan, you misunderstood me. I really do like you. I'm only looking out for you since I'm afraid someone might use you to their advantage. The little pipsqueak devil won. Bai Yin didn't react to that last statement and instead brought the tiny body back into her fold in case the other side does anything unexpected. So you really like me? Ling Yin asks with skepticism, evoking an arcing smile at being responded. That's right, I really like you. This includes the monarch as well. I merely don't want you to be used by others, even if this other is your own mother. Is that so? The pipsqueak attaches herself onto Bai Yan's breast with that head. If you really like me, then can you not appear before me? Guya fell into a stupor there, unable to process why the conversation took such a sudden turn. I don't like you. Seeing you puts me in a bad mood. If you really like me like you claim, then you will do as I request. That said, the pipsqueak jumps out of that bosom and spoke in a very cutesy manner. Like Grandpapa already said, he doesn't like you, so why do you keep hanging around us? Don't you know your behavior is very annoying? Guya's face suddenly went white, causing those red lips to purse into a thin thing that looked all pitiful and sad. Ling Yan, I'm just... Mother. The pipsqueak throws herself back into Bai Yan's bosom and snuffed that little head into those breasts to not give the other side a chance. This baddie wants to put a rift between our relationship. If Mother does need Ling Yan's help, then I would be so happy if that's the case. That's a given. Who wouldn't want to help their own mother that's given so much care since she was born? From education to diaper changing, Bai Yan has done it all in the mountain. Not many families would have to go through what they experienced in this life. Therefore the bonds they share are beyond strong. My Ling Yan is so good. Mother is happy to have a sweet daughter like you. Sugar to her ears, Bai Yan makes a grin right from the heart as she rubbed that head. Don't worry, sweetie. I will be sure to ask if Mother ever needs the help. Really? Ling Yan's eyes lit up, her iris sparkling with starry light. Ling Yan is not as strong as Big Brother, but I will do my best if Mother ever asks. Bai Yan did not say more to her daughter after that. Turning to meet the unwelcome individual, the Demon Queen's tenderness recedes in that moment and showed nothing but a frosted chill. Against this open display of hostility, Guya instinctively stumbled backwards at the intensity of that gaze. Clenching her lips, she resentfully snickered a disdainful snarl at the provocation. Of course, that's all kept inside beneath that elegant mask of hers. Never would she show her true self. If only I can hook up with the monarch, I will definitely give him a child far better than this one. They will be sensible and kind, the polar opposite of this rude brat. Furthermore, I will never use my own baby as leverage in a scheme. I will only think about their happiness. That's how a mother should behave. Ling Yan, I'm only wanted to help. Now it seems my goodwill is unwarranted. Guya puts on a bittersweet smile. I hope you will not regret your decision in the future. Giving a final glance at the pipsqueak, she decisively turns away without looking back. The little pipsqueak devil, too. Wait. Before she could make it far, a cold and harsh voice from the rear had caused the departing lady to halt. What else do you want from me? She frowns and asked after seeing Bai Yan had already left the pavilion and coming over to her location. Stopping right before the conceited lady, the Demon Queen raises a smirk with those overbearing eyes. You've been making trouble for my daughter during my absence? She had wanted to settle the debt with this Guya before, but the joy of reuniting with her daughter overshadowed the grudge. Now that the person herself came knocking of her own accord, why shouldn't she finish the job then? The elegant smile on Guya's face had long since disappeared, replaced by an eerie calm of indifference. I never made trouble for her, on the contrary, I like her very much instead. Rather it's you, miss. Why did you send a young child to our monarch's side? What is your purpose in using your own daughter? Hearing this story, Bai Yan couldn't help but cock an eyebrow at her logic. Folding those arms, she now wants to hear more to get a sense of what this person was like inside. Making a sarcastic sneer before continuing. She is only 2 years old, an age where she's pure and innocent, so she won't understand the concept of right or wrong. You've taught her all the wrong things. Ask yourself, do you believe yourself to be a suitable role model as a mother? This lady spoke from the grounds of superiority, moral high ground, dismissing any chance of herself being wrong. Worst of all, she already broke her own sense of justice by stealing the credit from the elders in using their idea of reviving Heavenly. In a sense, she's a genuine hypocrite. Oh! Wanting to laugh at the accusation, Bai Yan forms a big wide grin. So you're saying you can be a better mother than I am? Guya promptly shot her sight upon the pipsqueak. If not for Heavenly's doting attitude towards this child, I might like her too with such a cute appearance. Pity though, her personality is too crooked thanks to this scheming woman here. She cannot be saved anymore after such a poor education. Assuming if she were my daughter, I would properly educate her in the proper path. I will let her know what is right or wrong, let her know what she can't and can do. That pompous statement only made Bai Yan want to roll her eyes instead of getting angry. In fact, the Demon Queen's ready to throw up at how grossed out she felt inside at the logic with this person. So to remedy that grossness, she directly sends a twirling kick into the other side's chest to get her opinion across. Guya naturally didn't expect this sudden kick from out of the blue. Why would she? They were inside the monarch's home. Who would dare attack someone here? As a result, she got slammed into the wall behind her back in a loud bang. My daughter does not need an impure-minded individual to lecture them. Retracting her outstretched leg, Bai stares down at the coughing Guya with threatening intent. You kept mouthing off about my daughter trying to get close to Heavenly with intent. Now I want to know, what is your intent on getting close to my daughter, Based on the details she got from Di Lingyan thus far, Bai Yin was certain this Guya had some sort of motive in using her precious daughter. Perhaps a stepping stone, or an offering to the owner of this estate. Regardless of the process, this person has one final goal in mind, and that was to become Heavenly Flame's wife. I'm not like you. Guya pulls herself up after much struggle, that face a tinge of green and white. I really love Heavenly. I love him with my all. That's why I will also love Lingyan, because he likes her too. Meanwhile First you planted your daughter here, and now you're trying to use your daughter's connection to climb into the monarch's bed. Am I not correct? The little pipsqueak devil 3. Crossing her arms around the chest, Bai Yin forms a playful smirk. I will tell Heavenly everything that you said. From the love that you have for him, to the thoughts you have about us, I will list it in full detail, so don't you fret. Guya's face changed slightly after that threat. The reason why she has been able to accompany Heavenly was because she's elegant and polite, never causing the man to feel disgust towards herself. If Bai Yin does reveal what she said, then perhaps she wouldn't be able to stay beside Heavenly anymore. That's something this conceited woman could never confront. Miss, Guya took a deep breath before speaking after suppressing that anger. Why are you inviting a snub on yourself? After all, I've been keeping the monarch company for years by this point. Let's say he does believe your story, what then? You expect him to punish me or something? All it would do is make you appear petty and expose your true face. Is that so? Bai Yin lazily leans in against the tree next to herself, those eyes reflecting a strong dismissive light. Then I would really like to know if this Heavenly is really that foolish. Almost immediately, Guya's complexion darkened tremendously after that last comment. If at first she just didn't like the Demon Queen, then now she's at the point of disgust. In her mind, Heavenly was the greatest hero in all the worlds. She won't tolerate any of such insults. In that case, don't blame me for not warning you. Guya finally turned around after leaving that statement. However, the person behind her back had other ideas in mind when the voice came again. It's you who came to make trouble for me. And now the one who wants to leave is you. When did I become such a pushover? Pulling herself off from the tree, Bai Yan's menacing grin gave off an incredible sense of tension in the air. Guya realized she's been careless now. Wanting to make some more excuse on her part, the lady didn't get to react in time before getting punched into the chest again with massive force that sent her flying into the sky and disappearing across the horizon. Just like that, the pest was gone, with peace returning to this garden. Oh, sweetie, let's go back inside. Bai Yin slowly picks up her daughter after venting some of her annoyance. We can take a nap together. Gu Manor. Senior Gu Lao was just in the middle of taking a stroll through the courtyard, when he suddenly noticed a shadow covering his line of sight from above. Looking up at this oddity, the old Gramps became absolutely shocked at the figure crashing down at himself. Dodging at the last split second, Gu Lao somehow manages to sidestep the misfortune. However, as soon as he got a better look at who this strange projectile was, his flicker of cheekiness at dodging deflated and evolved into a burning rage. Miss, who hurt you? He quickly reached out to help the lady up. In light of the pain, Guya didn't suffer any serious injuries, with mostly the pain being the major factor. She's having trouble breathing but would recover. Jisong 1. I'm fine, Gu Lao. She smiled bitterly after getting pulled up, her eyes filled with sorrow. I reaped these injuries upon myself. Isn't it? I only didn't want that woman to use Lingyan for her own schemes in the name of being the child's mother. Who could have guessed such a shameless person would openly attack me without fear of retribution? It's that woman who's responsible? Gu Lao flared with resentment, his eyes poisonous like a snake. Guya bites her lip. I'll fix this on my own, Gu Lao, you don't have to step in. Miss, even at a time like this you still refuse to let me get involved? Gu Lao angrily roars. Those people have already stomped on your head, how can you bear with it? I really don't know what you are afraid of, milady. No one will know or threaten you again if I simply remove them from the picture. Guya hung her head even more. Gu Lao, it's not like you don't know the monarch's personality. I do not want you to die for me. This matter must be solved using other means. Don't worry, I will find a way, trust in my ability. Having said that, the injured woman pulls herself forward at the exit, that figure unstable and frail from the rear. Murdering has never been Guya's way of dealing with obstacles. In the past she used her wits to overcome the hurdles, and into the future she would continue to do the same. That's how she's been able to stay by Heavenly side for so long while others were eventually dismissed due to their tainted ways. In the backyard of the Monarch Manor, Di Lingyan was bored and dragging her little feet through the stream when she overheard a voice from the back. You, who are you? Turning around out of curiosity, Di Lingyan quickly landed her sight upon a palish little girl who's around 5 to 6 years old standing under the moonlight. Though the other child had a delicate contour that would be considered a beauty in the making, but that morbid complexion ruined all of her gift in making her appear weak and sickly. Who are you? Di Lingyan returns the same question, her eyes shining with glee. I have been here for a few days already, why haven't I met you before, sister? The little girl blushed for no reason and timidly answered. My grandfather usually won't let me out of my room because I can't take the sunlight, that's why I snuck out tonight. But I know pretty much everyone in the Monarch Manor. How come I never seen you before? Well, that's simple. I only came here a few days ago at the invitation of Grandpapa. My name is Di Lingyan, who's your grandfather? Maybe it's the big smile of the pipsqueak, or it's the kindness shown in that voice, but the morbid-looking girl actually fell into a trance for a moment, pursing her lip. My grandfather is the first elder of the Monarch Manor. His name is Ji Sky. I'm his granddaughter Ji Song. Ji Sky. Ji Song? The pipsqueak fell into a state of shock. The name, why is it so weird? Sister, are you not well? My mother is a master alchemist. She can definitely help by examining you. Di Lingyan blinks her well-behaving eyes and pulled at Song's hand like they're already good friends. Song shook her head. My grandfather is a master alchemist as well, but even he is helpless against my condition. There's no way to help. Sister, can you come with me anyways? Di Lingyan pleads without giving up. You are Grandpapa's people. I want to repay him for helping me. I'm sure my mother can do something. Maybe she will find a way, please. Perhaps it's the clean light in those eyes. But Ji Song's heart didn't have the will to reject the request. Nodding in an almost dazed-like fashion, this morbid girl doesn't struggle and gets dragged away despite being the older child. Ji Song, too? Sister. Di Lingyan couldn't control her happiness as they strode through the winding corridors. Mother said children should be children. I always want to smile because that will make everyone else happy too. Why don't you smile too? Smile? Song hung her own head dejectedly. Ever since her parents died in the last civil strife of the heavenly domain, this poor child has never known what it meant to be happy or to smile. That's why laughter was something akin to a far-off emotion. Sister. The pipsqueak suddenly slows down to meet Song's eyes. Can you smile for me, please? Ji Song gently pursed her lips, unsure what to do aside from giving it a try. Unfortunately, her effort ended up looking forced and awkward. Even so, that's enough to satiate the pipsqueak's demand apparently. Sister's smile is very beautiful. Di Lingyan cheers with arms waving up into the air. I like it so much. Looking surprised by the praise of her own smile, Song sounded unsure. Are you not afraid of me being a bad person? Of course not, your eyes are clean so I'm not afraid. Di Lingyan doesn't even need to think and instantly replied with her reasoning. But before the pipsqueak could say more, she noticed the important person they've been looking for. Mother! Without hesitation, she led Song over in a dash and threw herself into those welcoming arms, that little head buried in the woman's body. Looking at such a harmonious scene, Ji Song showed envy in her eyes since she's never experienced maternal love. After their small reunion, Bai Yen gently caresses her own daughter's hair before looking over to the extra child present. In a flash, the demon queen's gaze narrowed into a slit due to what she discovered. Di Lingyan naturally didn't notice the strangeness in her own mother's behavior. Mother, the big sister over there is sick. Can you help treat her? Raising an arcing smile at the request. Sweetie, you go play by yourself first. Mother here will give your friend there a diagnosis. Okay. Giggling with delight, the pipsqueak jumps off of those arms and ran back over to her newfound friend's side. Sister, you can be assured, my mother will definitely find a treatment for you. Once you do, we can both go play in the sun. That said, the pipsqueak went ahead to give the other side a big hearty hug as a mean to cheer her on before running off. Originally, Song's heart felt very nervous at having someone diagnose herself, but that jiggling voice of Di Ling Yan's vocal cord seems to have some sort of magic in there. Without know why, she felt at peace and got a boost of courage as well. Mrs. D. She timidly addresses Bai Yin after they are left alone. The child doesn't know the Demon Queen's real name, so calling her Mrs. D wasn't wrong since the pipsqueak's surname was indeed D. Your illness, I can cure it. Bai Yin lays down the bomb with that faint smile of hers. Though it's a small matter in the woman's view, this news rocked the sick girl to the core due to the amount of hope it carried. She said, my illness can be cured? Clenching that weak little hand, Song trembled all over due to the surging emotion coming out from within. She's long suppressed her desire for a better life, and now the path was laid before herself with the chance for more. Bai Yin knew her words were going to need a moment to settle down, so she waited before continuing. I'll save you, but on one condition. From excitement came nervousness for Song following that next sentence, forcing her unstable heart to slow down so she could think properly. That is? I want you to follow my daughter from then on afterwards. That brought a brief period of silence to the courtyard due to the hesitation swirling inside the child's brain. Gritting her teeth after coming to a decision. Can you really cure me? Ji-song 3. Bai Yin lazily stretches her body before leaning in against the chair behind herself. I got 80% certainty of curing your condition. If I do, you will stay by Ling Yan's side. Of course, if I fail, then this condition naturally absolves and you are free to do as you please. Pausing to meet the child's uneasy gaze. And the 80% is based upon the missing ingredient under my possession. I lack two important key material. If you can secure the two items for me, then it's 100% certainty. In other words, she does not have full hope because the Demon Queen doesn't know if she could find the last two items for the medicine. Otherwise, there's not an ounce of risk or problem with the method. Ji-song remains uncertain. Mrs. D, do you know what caused my body to behave this way? Poison, a very serious and lethal poison at that. As for your pale complexion, that's to do with your lack of interaction with the sun, causing your skin to look ghostly white. I'm sure you've heard of it from others. The sun will increase the severity of the toxin in your body and reduce your lifespan. That's why you've been kept in the dark and became this unhealthy state. Bai Yin casually states the details down. Ji-song's uncertainty gradually faded after the woman hits a bullseye. It's exactly as you say, Mrs. D. Several years ago, the Monarch Manor suffered a huge unrest by the rebels in the domain. As a result, my parents died in the final battle. My grandfather too. He was in the middle of making a breakthrough at the time and had to abort his attempt in order to save me. If not for grandfather, I would have died back then as well. On that occasion, the losses suffered by the Monarch Manor was immense. Not only did the child's grandfather lost the rare opportunity to make a breakthrough into a divine lord and become a monarch in his own right, he's now stuck at his current level and wouldn't know when the next opportunity would come around. And then there's the elders who followed heavenly from the beginning. They've all died during that unrest. If not for the surviving senior himself recreating the Elder Council, this entire place would have fallen into ruins already. It's also the reason for them in coming up with the idea of bringing Heavenly back. Their forces were drastically weakened and required their lieges return lest the other domains invade. As for Ji-song herself, she survived but not before being poisoned by a toxin called Soul Bane. Like the name implies, this vile concoction slowly devours the host's soul if she ever comes into contact with the sun. The more sunlight she takes in, the faster she dies. Without a cure, the grandfather of the child could only lock her up inside a dark room in order to keep her alive. As long as I can find a soul fruit and a phoenix feather, then I can save you. However, the feather must be from a phoenix above the demi-divine lord. Demi-divine lords are rare to begin with, let alone a phoenix that's strong. Even in the demon realm, there's only a few who even qualifies for that standard, not to mention a specific species. Then there's the soul fruit. Not only does the fruit grows in extreme cold terrain, it's a plant that bears fruit once in a millennium. Assuming the timing was right and you could live to that specific time period, The fruit's aroma would draw in droves of wild animals to its spot for feeding. Ji-song wanted to say something then despite the hurdle, but her voice was cut off by a frantic sound from the side in that moment. "Miss Song, I've finally found you." A maid ran over breathlessly, gasping for air with an anxious face. "How can you run around without telling anyone? What if something happens to you, milady? If you do, then your grandfather will beat the lowly I to death." Whatever Song wanted to say then evaporated at the sight of her personal maid. Pursing those lips, she looks troubled and tied. The cure one. Just think of that dark cold room where light could not reach. Song's body would stiffen a little and cause a sad mood to hover above the head. "Mrs. D." The maid quickly greeted Bai Yan after seeing who was also present. "You take her back," Bai Yan mildly says. "Ji-song, think about what I said before. If you can get the soul fruit and phoenix feather, then come to me." Song nodded without adding anything more and left with the maid. But before long, the two were met with a frantic old man running over from the front. "Grandfather." Song's voice was crisp and soft at the sight of that silver-haired senior. "Why are you running around again?" Ji-sky smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, right as he wanted to scold his granddaughter some more, he immediately thought of the sort of life she's experienced over the years and deflated, making a guilty expression on her little face. "Grandfather, I'm sorry for making you worry, I'm sorry. Just don't run around alone anymore. Wait for grandfather to find a way to cure your body first. By then you can go anywhere you like. Put up with this for now, okay?" Ji-sky sighed helplessly as he caressed the child's head. "This girl is only 5 years old, but she's been suffering since birth. And now I can't even let her see the sun, otherwise the poison will spread even faster. I'm such a failure as a father and grandfather. If it wasn't for me insisting on making a breakthrough that year, those enemies would never dare to attack, and my son and daughter-in-law wouldn't have died either. This suffering never should have fallen on a child this young. Grandfather, do you have a feather from a demi-divine Lord Phoenix? And do you have something called a soul fruit?" Ji-song grasped onto that doting old hand and asked with hopeful eyes, "What are you asking those for?" "I want those things, grandfather. Will you help me find them?" Over the years, because of guilt, this old grandfather would basically give anything this child asks for. That's why she would make this request so suddenly and without any preparation. "Phoenix feather. I do, it's a memento I got from a phoenix that I saved in the past. The phoenix said I can use it to ask for a favor if I ever need it." When speaking of the past, a sorrowful tone could clearly be felt in the old senior's tongue. Not picking up on her elder's mood, Song jumped with glee instead. "So what happened to the phoenix?" "It's dead. It died during one of the wars between the domains. I was still young back then, so I had a strong impression. That's why he kept the feather as a memento and unwilling to throw it away. But since his granddaughter wants it, he's of course going to give her. In fact, he would even pluck the stars or moon out of the sky if the child asked for it. That's how much he cares for this granddaughter." Sparkling with light in the eyes after confirming the first item. "Then do you have a soul fruit?" "Grandfather, I want a soul fruit too." "This?" Ji-sky frowned since it would be a waste to ruin such a precious fruit. However, he couldn't bear to disappoint that rare glowing face on his granddaughter. Song, I will have my men go look for the soul fruit, all right? I'm sure the domain will have one somewhere." "The cure too?" "Okay." Song's mouth twitched awkwardly in her attempt to smile. Sadly, the child's never been one to show happiness, so it only appeared weird and forced. But not everyone would find this to be bad. For Ji-sky, the senior elder of this manor, he's absolutely overjoyed at the sight. Song, you?" "Grandfather, I'm going to go back for rest. When you find the fruit and feather, bring it to me right away, okay?" That said, the awkward smile promptly disappeared from her face before turning away with the maid in tow. Gazing at the small figure moving further and further away, Ji-sky also retracts his gaze and mused over the interaction. "Someone come and pass on my order. Go scour the domain for a soul fruit. I'm willing to offer whoever has it a single request from me as the price for the exchange. This promise will always stand as long as it's within my means." The attendants who followed him knew how much the elder doted on the grandchild, so it came as no surprise. Cusping their fist, the bunch quickly dispersed to carry out the command of declaring the quest. Heavenly Domain, atop of a mountain in the far north. Fourth elder, are you sure this is the place? Staring into the distance with those piercing eyes, Heavenly asks the old man next to himself. I'm certain, monarch, there's no mistake. Fourth elder replies. All right, we're going in right away to cut down the time here. For some unknown reason, Heavenly simply doesn't want to waste time in this place because he's feeling unsettled inside. Ling Yan. What if something happens to that little child when I'm not around? Meanwhile, at the same time, Guya had just finished listening to the report from her spies inside the manor, standing up with shock in her eyes. You mean First Elder is looking for a soul fruit everywhere? What does he want with that item? A soul fruit had no great use for humans, but it's a great enhancing product for demonic beasts to increase their toughness and spiritual strength. Miss, it's said that Ms. Song wants the fruit for herself. That's why First Elder is searching for it everywhere. If we find the soul fruit and offer it. The spy carefully gazes upward at his mistress for signs of what to say. Jisong, how I envy her. She has such a power and influential grandfather that loves her so dearly. Meanwhile, I have no family left aside from Gulao keeping me company. Where is Gulao now? Guya thinly presses her lips and asked. Milady, Senior Gulao has gone out earlier today. He hasn't returned yet, nor do we know his whereabout. Out. Guya got quiet without any indication of what's going through her mind. I understand, you can go back down first. When Gulao comes back, tell him to come see me immediately. And here I was thinking about on how to get that woman out of Monarch Manor, to think the opportunity would come so quickly. The Cure 3. No matter what happens, I won't let such a misbehaving woman stay in the monarch's home. I won't allow any threaten myself and my status as the next mistress. As the moon fell over the West Mountains, Gulao's white robe finally reappears in the Gu Manor. Gulao, where have you been? Guya couldn't help but raise a smile at the only person whom she considers a family member. However, instead of greeting the lady with a smile of his own, the old senior instead flashed a flicker of panic in the bottom of those old eyes. Naturally, this behavior wouldn't escape the lady who's known this Gramps for so long. Immediately, a sinking feeling gripped Guya's heart. Milady. Gulao clears his throat with a dry laugh to hide his inner guilt. Gulao, we have been together for so many years, you believe I wouldn't notice? I told you I have other ways to get rid of them, you don't have to take the risk, understand? Guya angrily reprimands him. Truth was, she's not worried about Bai Yan or Di Ling Yan's safety at all. After all, those two has nothing to do with herself. It's the danger of carrying about such a mission. Without doubt, Heavenly was bound to find out the truth eventually. By then, not even she could save Gulao from the man's wrath. Gulao's mood hit rock bottom. Musing for a moment, he faces the lady as he spoke with a strong determination. Miss, to me, you're no different than my own granddaughter, and I would do anything to remove the threat for you. Guya's body stiffened while her clenched fist loosened. In that moment, she felt helplessly weak. Gulao, I know you are doing it for my sake, but I know there are other ways to drive that woman out. We only need to unite with First Elder to do that. Frowning in his old face. First Elder? How can that old guy help us? He's stubborn and a one-sided rock. How can we get him to listen? G-Sky was known to be upright and loyal to the monarch. Unless the matter threatens Heavenly himself, it's absolutely impossible to make that old fella to move on their behalf. Guya smiled with her teeth showing at the reasonable doubt from her elder. Did you forget he has a weakness? We can use Jisong for our goals. According to the spies we have inside the manor, the First Elder is currently searching everywhere for a soul fruit at the bequest of that sickly lass. As it so happens, I happen to have one in my possession. Once I hand it over, he will answer one of my requests. Gulao almost gasped at the news. Going quiet for a brief moment, his old voice sounded hoarse and excited. Then I won't move against those two as you wish, milady. But if this plan fails, I will make sure that pair pay for getting in your way. No one can take what's yours away. This would be the last concession. If the plan blunders like before, he would begin his plot of murdering those two. That's his desire and conviction. For some reason, Guya did not object to the last bit from the old senior despite her constant preaching of not using murder to get her ways. Perhaps it's impatient at the repeated failure? Or perhaps she's just that confident. Regardless, one thing's certain, she's afraid of Bai Yan meeting Heavenly in person. The woman here knows herself better than anyone. Her charms are nowhere up to par of the Demon Queen. Inside the Monarch Manor, Elder Council's residence, G-Sky sat quietly on his master chair with a face that could strangle those beneath himself. These useless things, it's already been several days. Why haven't they found the soul fruit yet? If this causes my granddaughter to be unhappy, then they can't blame me for taking drastic measures. The cure for... Underneath, the guards shuddered nervously with their heads hanging down. They're afraid of drawing the ire of this senior, for they know how precious Ji-song was to the first elder. Elder Sky, Miss Guya is seeking an audience. She claims to have a soul fruit. It's then a frantic maid charged into the hall to report this and broke the oppressive mood. Seriously? G-Sky flew up from his chair and ran over to grasp the maid's shoulder. Hurry and let her in. Yes. The maid retreated and returned in mere moments with the lady in blue. Miss Guya, do you really have the soul fruit? He bluntly asks this due to his mind being occupied with his granddaughter's awkward smile. Smiling on the face, there's a peculiar flavor in the way Guya swayed herself before the senior. Of course, Elder Sky, I would never deceive you. I'll let you be the judge by seeing it for yourself. After the exchange, she waved her sleeve and summoned a red container from the storage ring and hands it to the nearest maid. Receiving the box in the most careful manner, his motion looked like someone holding a precious treasure. It's really the soul fruit. Someone come. Sent this to my granddaughter along with the phoenix feather. He only needs a glance after opening the lid to ascertain its authenticity, so he's very happy right now, which instantly causes his voice to lighten up into a very friendly fashion. Miss Guya, you've done me a great favor, now tell me what you wish. If it's within my means, then I will grant it with all my power. Guya pursed her lips and slightly lowered her eyes then. Elder Sky, there's something I want to say, but it's difficult. Difficult? G-Sky chuckled at that word and made an amused glance at the lady. Miss Guya, if you are hoping I can help you pair with the monarch, then I'm sorry, that is beyond my means. No one in the Monarch Manor is capable of dictating his marriage. No, that's not it. Guya immediately forms a bitter face. Elder Sky, I know all of you are still wary and suspicious of me because of me eavesdropping on your conversations about bring the monarch back. Unfazed by that remark, the senior continues to make a warm face. My words are my oath, it doesn't matter who you are. You only need to make your request. You're misunderstanding my meaning, Elder. I mean, even if I like Heavenly, I would never try to force him, nor do anything to hurt him. That day I was too anxious and didn't think about my actions. I only hope you and the other elders won't blame me. And I? She pauses for a second. I really do like that Ling Yan, that young adorable lass. Knowing she's being used by her own mother brings great pain to my heart. G-Sky frowned. What do you mean by that? I've talked to her mother before. Guya forms a troubled face like she's deliberating between speaking the truth or not. That woman admitted to me herself that she's using the child as a way to get into the monarch's bed. I cannot and would not try to control Heavenly, but I can't stand such a vile personal being allowed to get near the monarch in such a fashion. G-Sky's face sank suddenly, his voice deep and authoritative. Is that true? She admitted it herself? The Cure 5. Yes, she admitted it herself. I said I would tell the monarch what she said also, but that woman said she's not afraid and that even if I did, she wouldn't admit it. Elder Sky, I'm only coming to you because I'm out of options, and if I go to the other elders, they wouldn't believe me. Guya's expression right now showed helplessness and pain. Match that with the sobbing voice. It's the perfect guise to sell her story. Sure enough, G-Sky's face got darker and darker following her every word. See this, Guya presses hard to seal the deal. Have you not wondered why Ling Yan's mother would find her way here so quickly after the child came to the manor? It's not like Heavenly and all of you didn't try to look for the woman before, right? I suspect. Both of them appeared so suddenly and without any indication. It's possible the encounter was premeditated from the very start. It's one thing for Ling Yan, she's only 2 years old so she wouldn't know better. Plus the monarch dotes on her very much. Elder Sky, I know what I'm saying is a grim theory, but you must do something about that woman. At the very least drive her away so Ling Yan wouldn't be corrupted by such a scheming mother. Guya implored the senior, trying hard to make her point stand. She really doesn't like the pipsqueak, but out of Heavenly's sake she's willing to compromise. Besides, this conceited woman had a lot of confidence in herself that she could break down that temperament and mold it to her liking. G-Sky didn't completely fall for the story yet in the way he narrowed in his eyes at the other person, which promptly roused a flustered face as a result. After a long while of this uncomfortable silence, "Miss Guya, I will investigate this matter, so go back for now. If what you say is true about her character, then I will drive her away." The reply was within her expectations. There are still some days before Heavenly returns, so this would be the first step in her grand plan. In that case, I won't say much more. After all, we are all here in service of the monarch and wouldn't want such a misbehaving woman nearby. However, there's one more thing I like Elder Sky to help me with. What's the matter? I've made it known that I very much like Ling Yan, that young lass. Would it be possible for me to move to the yard next to her? Don't worry, you can rest assured I won't do anything. That child is so adorable and cute. I only want to keep an eye out for her safety in case her mother tries anything. G-Sky still felt skeptical of the woman's excuse but nodded anyways. He's seen it with his own eyes how much she loves Heavenly, so he's not worried about Guya trying anything ill towards those close to the monarch. I can let you move to her side yard, but that's only for the next few days until the monarch returns. Once he's back, you're leaving, understood? Guya's heart cracked with joy. Thank you, Elder. You don't have to rush to thank me so quickly. If in the meantime anything happens in the manor, I will immediately turn my suspicion towards you, understand? G-Sky's tone was heavy and stern, showing he meant what he said, and as warning, Guya's lip twitched without surprise. Elder Sky, please be at ease, I won't do anything. You know, I can't stand to see the monarch sad. Naturally, that means I won't even think about doing anything to those close to him. Of course, the exception would be that despicable mother of Ling Yan's. Heavenly hasn't met that woman yet. I can still make it if I shoo her out of the estate before he returns. The Cure 6. Unbeknownst to everyone in the Heavenly domain, there's in fact a room devoid of sunlight in the Monarch Manor. Aside from the vent hole coming through the entrance door, this place held a suffocating atmosphere to those unused to it, truly a compound normally reserved for the worst of criminals. However, that was not the case here. In fact, it's Ji-Song's personal bedroom, the beloved granddaughter of Elder Sky, who holds immeasurable power and authority within this estate. At this moment, Song had her body curled up into a fetal position atop of her bed, those limbs shivering from the cold and darkness. Not even she knows how long this painful experience would continue, nor does she know when the light would arrive in her life. Suddenly, the door squealed due to the metal hinges being swung open, and in came two young maids with a box in each of their hands. "Miss Song, your grandfather Elder Sky tasked us to bring you these. It's the phoenix feather and soul fruit you requested." Grandfather. Taken aback at the grand news, she gradually shifted her gaze down to the two boxes in front of herself with hope beaming out of those eyes. "Where's my grandfather?" she asks after ordering them to leave it on the table. "Oh, Elder Sky is still at the council hall. I'm going to see grandfather. You two don't have to follow me." Song carefully wraps the two boxes around her arm while pressing down her inner excitement so others won't grow suspicious. "But miss," one of the maids frowned. "Elder Sky said we must protect Miss Song. How can we just leave without permission? It's night right now, so there's no sun. Besides, I'm going to see my grandfather, not some random place. What are you so nervous for?" Song glances at the maid with a reprimanding face. "I'll come back once I see him, you stay here and wait for me." After saying this, the sickly and morbid-looking lass ignored the protesting maid in the rear and bolted out of the dark room. Of course, the two frantic maids wanted to give chase, but the repeated warning glares from Song sent them back in the end. Just as Song was about to reach Bai Yan's yard, an unexpected encounter occurred. With a touch on her should from the back, she nearly jumped with fright and swung around. Thankfully, the face that came into sight wasn't some unfamiliar face. Rather, it's the pipsqueak herself. "Ling Yan, how come it's you?" She pursed her lips and asked in a state of shock, giggling with delight as she got closer to her friend. The pipsqueak gets all happy in the voice. "Are you here to see my mother?" "Uh-huh," said Song with a flushed tone on those cheeks. "I found the phoenix feather and soul fruit like she instructed. She said that as long as I have these two ingredients, then I can be cured for sure. I didn't tell my grandfather though, I didn't want to give him false hope and disappoint him. That's why no one knows I'm here. Can you keep this a secret for now?" Patting her chest in I'm reliable manner, the pipsqueak cocks her head high in a proud manner. Of course I can keep a secret. I'm not like my brother who can be bought with a steam bun. The Cure 7. If there were one person in this world who could save Ji-song, then that would have to be Bai Yin. This pipsqueak still has that much confidence in her own mother. Ji-song breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that. Then, I'll first go meet your mother. Wait, let's go together. Ling Yin smiled brilliantly as she took her friend's hand to lead the way. For Song herself, this would be the first time she's ever spent time with another female whom she could call friend. For that, her pale and stiff expression actually made a genuine smile for once, and not the awkward and weird-looking one she made before. It's nice to have friends. Ling Yin is my first friend. I will cherish this friendship for life. Unbeknownst to both of the little ones, a certain female had been hiding in wait behind the dark corner of the courtyard the entire time. Coming out after the two tiny figures had left, Guya slowly strode out into the moonlight. I didn't think that Ling Yan's mother would go this far in order to cater up to the members of the Monarch Manor. Is she crazy? How does she have the confidence to claim being able to heal Ji-song's condition? This won't do, I cannot let this continue. That woman's strength is so low. There's no way she's capable of something like that. I better go inform Elder Sky of what's happening. If his granddaughter is killed by this, then he will punish everyone here, including myself for merely being nearby. With that last thought in mind, Guya finally turned away to rush towards the council hall. She doesn't like Ji-song, who would write? Nobody likes to have a sick-looking lass hang around themselves all day. Especially when the patient never even smiles. But no matter her dislike, the morbid-looking lass was still a member of the Monarch Manor. At the very least, she needs to take action, if not for Heavenly's sake, since they're still his people. What's more, such an opportunity to banish Bai Yin and her daughter doesn't come often. This was her chance. Elder Sky, this isn't good. Something major has happened. This outburst instantly shattered the peace of the night here. Ji-sky came out the fastest after hearing this and showed a surprised face. Miss Guya, why did you come so late? What happened? It's your granddaughter Ji-song. Something has happened to her. The woman spits this out with clenched teeth. Going green at the news, the old senior reactively roared. What did you say? Something happened to my precious Song? You better explain what you mean, otherwise I won't let you off the hook. That child was his lifeblood. Without her he would rather die at this point. Elder, it's that woman Ling Yan's mother. In order to gain your favor, she's attempting to risk the young Mrs. Health just so she could try healing Song's body. It's absolutely foolish. That person is so weak without an ounce of knowledge. How could she ever think of something this crazy? You must act right away. We could be talking in minutes or seconds before something irreversible occurs. The more she spoke, the sweatier on the forehead she became, thus reinforcing the urgency of the situation. I've met that lady earlier today, and she doesn't seem to be such a rash and foolish person. Perhaps we've made a misunderstanding and that Song is only going there to play with Ling Yan? Elder Butterfly was the second to come out, and she wasn't so easily manipulated. That remark promptly made Guya appear even more anxious, partly real and partly fake since she doesn't want to miss out on this chance. There's no mistake, I overheard the conversation directly from Miss Song and Ling Yan. Elder Sky, you must go save your granddaughter right now. Otherwise she might really die at the hand of that person. By Ningwen. Boom! Ji-sky's momentum suddenly changed, causing the whole sky to become stormy in that instant. Not waiting for Guya to say more, he dashed towards the courtyard where Bai Yin was staying. Inside the room, Ji-song stood quietly there as she watched the demon queen pour some sort of weird substance into a tub of water. Immediately, that clear warm liquid had turned into a faint green color that oozed with medicinal aroma. Mrs. D, will this be enough to save me? Bai Yin shook her head. It's merely the first step in the procedure. You will soak in this tub of potion I prepared for half an hour. During this time I will prepare the main elixir for you. Nodding in understanding, Song doesn't question the other side. For some unknown reason, she's convinced this person could help. Ling Yan, you go and rest first. The next process would be quite painful for the patient, so Bai Yin doesn't want her daughter to see it. Okay. The pipsqueak obediently complies and got up. I will come back and see you mother after I take a nap. With one final glance at her friend, The girl promptly left for her own room. Just like that, the procedure to cure Ji-song has begun. ZSSEZ. The first sensation the morbid girl felt was an intense sting across her whole body after dunking herself in that tub of potion. It's not extremely painful to the point where she couldn't endure, but it's stinging deep into her bones, which was incredible hard to withstand. It's so painful, like someone's poking needles into me. It hurts. If you want to recover, then put up with it. Just when Ji-song wanted to protest and complain, Bai-yin shuts her down with that remark. It's faint and unemotional, but those words came down like a bat and knocked any resentment away. That's right, I need to endure this if I want to get better. 5 years of endless darkness, I don't want to go back. This is nothing to me, I will get better. I won't submit to such a life, I will prevail. Growing stronger and stronger in her mind, a powerful determination filled the morbid girl's eye as she recalled the painful past of her childhood. Those memories weren't painful in the physical sense, but on a spiritual level. Biting down on her lip until it bled, she wants to use pain to combat pain in this case. It's the only means she knows, because it's not the first time she's hurt herself in such a fashion after caving into her own loneliness in the past. Slightly startled by the method used by the lass, Bai-yin raises an eyebrow in surprise at the determination. She was ready to take actions if Song intended to give up so easily, so her hands were already about to reach out. However, that precaution was unnecessary, it seems. This child must have suffered a lot in the few years she's lived on this world. Not many could think of using pain to counter pain. Very well, if you are determined to get better, then I will do everything within my means to save you. Taking out a small cauldron from her storage ring, Bai-yin also begins her effort of refining the final medicine using her soul fire. Bai Ning, too. Due to the intense concentration required for the brew, Bai-yin's senses have mostly closed itself off and shielded herself from the rest of the world. All she knew was the cauldron before herself, the flame, and the timing of when to pull out the elixir. So whatever ruckus that's happening outside in the courtyard, she's unaware nor had the energy to care. Steaming with a mighty air above the group as they marched, they wasted no time in rushing through the winding corridors for the expected destination. What are you all planning to do? Di Lingyan had wanted to return to her room then when she encountered this group in the open. She may be small, but she's no timid coward. Miss Lingyan, Elder Butterfly saw who it was and immediately stepped forward to speak. Did Song happen to come by earlier? Is she looking for your mother for treatment? Gently pursing her lips, the pipsqueak grew unhappy at the aggressive air of this bunch. Are you going to make trouble for my mother? Big Sister Song said she didn't want this matter to be known to anyone. Why would they know about this? And the way they marched over here, they're clearly very upset. Lingyan, Guya also came out from the rear, her face still showing that elegant smile. I know your mother wants to be the monarch's wife, but using Song's health as a mean to get close to everyone is not right. That girl is innocent and naive. She doesn't know the dangers involved with what's involved. And that woman, using such low trickery, is despicable. She doesn't deserve to be your mother either. You must awaken from the illusion. Lingyan would never allow anyone to insult her mother. Not now, not ever. Without another word, she pushed Butterfly aside and pounced at the insufferable woman and bit down at that arm. Ah! Guya's screams resonated with pain due to the sting. She did not expect the pipsqueak to have such speed, much less turning into a mad dog and biting herself on the arm. It is you, this bad auntie again. First it's you coming to make trouble for my mother, then now you're framing her. My mother is the best woman in the world, and also the one who loves me the most. I won't allow you to say anything bad about her. All red in the face, the pipsqueak stubbornly gnaws at that arm while glaring at the crowd. Today none of you can go bother Big Sister Song. G-Sky's gaze grew grim due to the child's stubbornness. If it were someone else who got in his way, then he would have rid himself of this problem at first sight. However, this was Di Lingyan, the girl beloved by Heavenly, their lord and master. Her status was equivalent to the young lady of this house. There's no way he could hurt her less he's ready for the aftermath. But at the very thought of Song's safety, the grandfather's mood would deteriorate once again, with irritation apparent in those eyes. Trying hard to maintain a gentle voice in his persuasion. Miss Lingyan, I know my granddaughter's illness better than anyone. Even if your mother is able to save her, why sneak around without letting anyone know? If there is even a tiny mishap during the treatment, the outcome would be Song's death. So please move aside and let us inside. Unbending in her determination, the pipsqueak shows off why she's the daughter of her parents. I know you are Big Sister's grandfather, but I want to ask before you go any further. If Big Sister is willing to trust in my mother, then why can't you trust in Big Sister's decision? Or do you have that little trust in her? Just because you can't do something doesn't mean my mother can't. G-Sky's face frowned. Song's only a child, she still doesn't know anything yet. Please step aside, Miss Ling Yan. I will not let you disturb mother, and grandpapa also said I am the little lady of the Monarch Manor. If you force your way over me, then that's equivalent to treason. Do all of you really want to test that? By Ning 3. The little pipsqueak's appearance began to reveal a sense of dominance after her declaration. This face, it's exactly like her mother's when Bai Yin decides on doing something. Of course, that's only if you ignore her childlike voice, then it could really scare some of these people. Sadly, that's not the case and only made a ripple on the surface. Ling Yan. Guya stroked her painful arm as she stared at the child. You bad woman, you shut up. The pipsqueak roars instead of simply yelling. Don't think I don't know everything is orchestrated by you. I will let father and big brother know of this when they come. They will definitely make you pay. Anyone who picks on mother are bad. Father and big brother will definitely do something about this once they find out. That's enough. G-Sky has completely lost patience. Miss Ling Yan, we are willing to show you respect out of the monarch's sake, but this matter is about my granddaughter's life. If I somehow offend you for trying to save my own grandchild, then I'm willing to bear the consequences once the monarch returns. Now move aside. Shuddering inside after that outburst from Elder Sky, Butterfly hurries to grab hold of the pipsqueak to bring the child behind herself for protection. Elder, Ling Yan is only a child. I know, you do not need to remind me, Elder Butterfly, I won't hurt her. G-Sky gradually closes his eyes as if to come to terms with what he's going to happen. Someone come, restrain the young miss here, remember not to hurt her. This little girl is now the monarch's treasure. How can I ever think about hurting her? But not harming her is one thing. No one can stop me from saving my own grandchild. If the monarch wishes to punish me afterwards, then so be it. I'm willing to take it. Yes, Elder. Several guards stepped forward and began to grab at the pipsqueak's arm. Di Ling Yan saw this and grew frightened, of course. She was absolutely tiny compared to these men, and whatever flailing and struggle she attempted after being held was futile. She may be a fox demon, but a 2-year-old child remains a child. What power does she have? None. That's the answer, she has none. Without surprise, the scuffle eventually left a bruise mark on the baby girl's tender arm after one of the guards got careless. Against that picture, Guya was undoubtedly the most delighted. She was honestly afraid these people would be too afraid to restrain the lass and let this opportunity slip. You bunch of baddies, let me go right this instant. My father and big brother will not forgive you for this. Di Ling Yan had anger in those eyes. I will tell grandpapa that you are bullying me. I won't let you do this. G-Sky didn't say more as he moved past the child. He knows that was no idle threat. He's going to pay a heavy price for this later on. You can't bother mother. You can't hurt mother. Di Ling Yan cries even harder after being dismissed. Shockingly, something miraculous occurred at this moment, when the girl's mood hits a new low. Her whole body began to heat up, searing hot even until the guards restraining her felt increasingly more uncomfortable. Wah! Father, big brother, grandmother, hurry and come help mother. They're going to pick on mother. If at first the heat coming off of the pipsqueak was still bearable, then right now she's a flaming torch, burning all those hands until they're making some seriously ugly faces. Ling Yan. It's then when the situation was about to hit critical, a surprised and familiar voice cuts in from the sky. Raising her head at the source, the pipsqueak also stops crying because she recognized that note. Grandma, ooh. Breaking free from those hands that were already wanting to let go, the baby girl threw herself into the woman's arm who had already descended to the ground at lightning speed. Grandma, how come you are here? Quick, you must stop these baddies, they want to pick on mother. They want to hurt her.